Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, The Past is a Foreign Country. Edelgard von Hresvelg, Emperor of Adrestia, was a woman who always looked to the future and always planned the shortest possible route to it. That was how she had crushed the Knights of Syros, ended the 1,000-year tyranny of the Immaculate One, and unified the continent of Fodlan under her banner in only 5.5 years. But as she lay in bed entwined with her wife, the woman who had once been her professor, then her military advisor, and was now her empress consort on the night of their marriage, she wished that this present would stretch on for all eternity. The wedding of Emperor Edelgard and Byleth Eisner had not been an ordinary emperor's wedding, for Edelgard was anything but an ordinary emperor. She wished to create an egalitarian society, and a great leader had to lead by example, and that was why, instead of a lavish ceremony and reception in the imperial palace attended by, more or less, the entire government, and plenty of nobles from neighboring lands, she had opted for a small ceremony attended only by her friends at Gareg Mach Monastery, just a little over a year after the war's end and a week before her 25th birthday. Had Edelgard had her way, the ceremony would have been as short, swift, and efficient as the swing of an axe, but in the end, she was glad that she had tasked Byleth with planning the whole affair. It had been Byleth's idea for Dorothea to serenade them with an aria from a little-known romantic opera in the courtyard flanked by rose bushes. It had been Byleth's idea for Ferdinand to give a toast and Hubert to be Edelgard's groomsman. It had been Byleth's idea to have herself and Edelgard read their vows, leaving poor Edelgard to improvise, at the Goddess Tower where they had met in the middle of the night after the ball all those years ago, with Mercedes officiating, and it had been Byleth's idea for them to all hold still for what must have been nearly 20 minutes between I do and their first kiss as married women, sweating in the hot and muggy summer air, while Ignatz put to canvas the rough sketch for a painting. And their revelry had lasted well into the night. All of her friends had been there. Even Lysithea, though she was still recuperating from an experimental procedure to remove her crests and could hardly walk without Linhard and Hanneman assisting her, even Petra and Ash, who'd spent the past few months in Brigid escorting imperial diplomats, even Marianne and Gerrit Saw, the two most notorious loners in all of Fodlan, had emerged from their respective separate seclusions to attend. Caspar had drunk more than anybody thought was possible for a man of his stature, even managing to impress Manuela. Annette had nearly set the whole monastery alight trying to assist the cooks. Ferdinand and Hubert had gotten into a cordial duel over some trivial matter that eventually brought them both to the monastery's long-disused dormitories for what some suspected would be an altogether different kind of duel. Long after the sun had set, Edelgard and Byleth had slipped away from their friends and headed to the dormitories, and in the same bed where Edelgard had slept as a student all those years ago, the two of them had shared the first night of the rest of their life together. In all her life, Edelgard had never been so happy as the moment she had fallen asleep with her face firmly nestled in the chest of the woman who, whenever the choice to stand at her side came up, always said yes. The next morning, she woke up to sunbeams streaming over her face and found herself lying in her old bed, staring up at her old ceiling, listening to birdsong flutter through the window. And she was in bed alone. Byleth was nowhere to be found. Bleary, groggy, head pounding, Edelgard lifted herself into a sitting position. She felt oddly light, unencumbered by the weight of age and lingering scars of battle. She'd had a persistent ache and tension in her shoulder ever since she'd wrenched it trying to drag Byleth out of her dyad as it burned, for one, and now that shoulder felt completely loose and free. It didn't actually feel like she had a hangover at all. It also didn't feel as though she'd danced all evening until her feet had started to bleed. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes and cracked apart her parched and dry lips that had cleaved together in her sleep. She scanned the room. The bed was soft, but plain, the floor lined with hardwood panels and a crimson rug, the walls wood and stone. She could swear she'd traced the same pattern of stones and mortar lining the walls and the same knots and whorls of oak lining the ceiling during every sleepless night back in the old days. And on the desk in the corner sat a mountain of books and a pile of handwritten pages that she swore hadn't been there last night, and the very same worn, black-feathered quill pen she would write her letters home with, and the Eastern porcelain tea set she had been given by her father. She headed toward the desk and took a look at the quill pen and the tea set. Curious, she'd brought these back with her to the palace. They shouldn't be here, unless Byleth had for some reason brought them along. Who knew what that wonderful woman was thinking sometimes? Prof. Cr. Darling, she faintly called out, feeling her wife's absence strongly. Her wife. It was strangely thrilling to think of her using the words her wife after so many years spent pining. Where have you gone? I would expect this of myself, honestly, but not of. There was a knock on the door, jolting her out of her musings. Edelgard, assuming Byleth was waiting behind the door to jump out at her and surprise her, eagerly headed for it. Lady Edelgard, are you awake? Hubert called out from beyond the door, his voice muffled. Edelgard's hand stopped an inch away from the doorknob. Something felt wrong. Hubert? What are you doing here? What's going on? It is Thursday, Your Highness, Hubert explained matter-of-factly. Something felt wrong about his voice. The pitch, the timbre, was all dead on, and yet he sounded unusually bright. And besides, hadn't yesterday been a Sunday? Unease making a knot in her stomach, Edelgard put her hand to the doorknob and made to twist it, but stopped. Her hand. Her bare hand. The sleeve of her pajamas. Wait, these weren't the pajamas she'd worn to bed last night. She hadn't seen, let alone worn, these night clothes in years. Slipped down her forearm to reveal her bare wrist. No scars. Not a trace of the cruel experiments those who slither in the dark had long ago inflicted on her. Just perfectly smooth skin, pinker and more flushed than she'd ever remembered it. Something was very, very wrong here. She pushed past that unease and opened the door, finding Hubert looming over her. He was even wearing his old officer's academy uniform, a black jacket with gold piping and trim over a white dress shirt, matching jodhpurs, black calf-high boots, and an ornamental saber sheathed at his hip. She had to laugh. Somehow, he even looked younger, not quite so lean and hard-bitten around the face, the shadows under his eyes not so deep or so dark. In fact, he looked positively bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Who roped you into this, Hubert? Was it Dorothea? He wrinkled his nose. That upstart commoner. A little bit of a nervous flutter seized her heart. It is a funny prank, I will admit, but I would like to see my wife now. Hubert had never looked so utterly befuddled. Wife? He asked, his lips slowly tracing the words as though they were from a foreign tongue. That flutter became a panicked beating. What was going on here? The wedding had been yesterday. He'd been her groomsman, for heaven's sake. Edelgard took a step back, hugging her arms. This is not funny anymore, Hubert. What is going on here? What is going on here, Hubert replied, is that the professor is going to have you disciplined if you are late for class again, Lady Edelgard. He crossed his arms. Professor? We aren't in class anymore, she said. We haven't been for years. Now, why don't we end this charade? I'm sure you're champing at the bit to get back to Inver and begin our campaign against those who slither. What in the goddess name are you talking about? Hubert asked again, his brow furrowing. Edelgard was even further taken aback. This was wrong, very wrong, and that man standing before her, though he had Hubert's sallow complexion and beady yellow-green eyes and raven hair, was not Hubert von Vestra. The goddess name, she repeated. You're an atheist, Hubert. Hubert staggered backward and clasped a hand over his heart as though he'd been shot. Betrayal was written all over his face, his mouth agape. How could you accuse me of something so heinous, Lady Edelgard? What's going on here? Edelgard shot back. Who are you? What day is it? Thursday, my lady, Hubert stammered, taken aback. What year? She snapped. It is the fourth Thursday of the verdant rain moon, Hubert replied, his brow wrinkling further. Imperial year. 1180? Lady Edelgard, have you hit your head on something? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? No, I'm fine, Edelgard sighed. I will get ready for class post-haste. Perhaps you should check yourself in. You do not seem well. No, I'll be right out. She took the door and slowly closed it on him, then locked it. She hadn't traveled backward in time, had she? The very idea was absurd. This had to be an elaborate prank of some sort, something the entire Black Eagle strike force had conspired on. And it must have been Byleth's idea, too. Whatever this was, she supposed she could play along with it for now. There was no need for her to be distressed. Edelgard went to her dresser drawers and found her uniform. Funnily enough, though, it wasn't the uniform she remembered. As head of the Black Eagles, she'd worn a much more ornate uniform than her classmates' black one-piece romper suit and boots, red silk tights, an ornate black jacket with a waist-high cape of crimson silk clasped over one shoulder. But this uniform was simpler. Knee-high black boots, a white blouse, and a black high-waisted skirt, with a strap that went across her chest from shoulder to hip to hold a sheathed ornamental saber at her side. She had a black jacket she could wear over her blouse as well, but it was the middle of summer, so it was too hot to wear it. This was a dream, she told herself. She was dreaming that she was back in school and there was probably an exam today that she hadn't prepared for. And she would probably go to class only to realize that she hadn't put on her underwear and the exam was on wind magic. She'd had those dreams too many times before, although they were far less frightening than her usual nightmares, and she knew that such dreams were common among her peers as well. She hit her knee on the edge of her armoire and bit her tongue on the yelp she would have let out. The pain stung and throbbed, and there was an angry red scrape across her kneecap. This wasn't a dream, she told herself. She rifled through the rest of her drawers to confirm that her usual uniform was nowhere to be found, and with a resigned sigh, dressed herself. When she was done, she picked up a comb and took the hand mirror from her desk. Only to recoil in shock at the sight of herself in the mirror, dropping it to the floor and shattering it. Instead of a 25-year-old silver-haired emperor with a stern face hardened by years of battle, she had seen staring back at her an 18-year-old girl, her face fair and soft, with hair glossy, lustrous, beautiful fallow brown. The evidence before Edelgard, the sight of Garreg Mach as it had been before the war, was incontrovertible. As incontrovertible as the face that had greeted her in the mirror. She had traveled backward in time. After she had declared war on the Church of Syros, Edelgard's first military campaign had been to capture Garreg Mach Monastery. Her reasons for doing so had been myriad. First, Garreg Mach had represented the seat of the church and the archbishop's political power to claim it for herself was to strike a demoralizing blow against her enemy right off the bat. Second, it had provided a powerful tactical advantage as a base of operations. Garreg Mach was in the exact center of Fodlan, and thus from it one could strike at any other part of the continent with relatively equal ease. Third, the monastery stood on steep ground surrounded by mountainous terrain and had thus for 900 years been thought of as utterly unassailable to the extent that no one in history had ever even tried, and so to take it had been to show the world that Edelgard could do the impossible. Fourth, the idea of literally attacking and dethroning the goddess, or more specifically her false prophet, had amused her. Fifth, though, and perhaps most importantly, though she had never admitted it publicly, she had come to know Garreg Mach as her home. In fact, this place had, in a way, been more of a home to her than the imperial palace in Inver. That was why she had gotten married there. The truth was that she had loved Garreg Mach. In her world and her future, this place was a crumbling remnant of its former self, occupied only by imperial soldiers and battered by repeated sieges, but she had plans to restore it and reinstate the officers' academy as part of her reformist work. Because she so loved this place, to see the sun-kissed grounds so pristine, the walls and towers and monuments so taken care of, the lawns and courtyards so well kept, and to see the classes bustling with students from all over the continent, made Edelgard feel weak in the knees. A part of her wanted nothing more than to run from one end of the monastery to another again and again, crisscrossing it every which way, soaking up every detail to indulge her nostalgia. Perhaps she would even deign to visit the cathedral. But of course, she had class to attend, and it didn't seem this strange so-called Hubert would take to her running off. She couldn't get used to the smile on Hubert's face as he walked her to the Black Eagle's classroom. There wasn't a dour bone in his body, unlike the Hubert she knew. For the original Hubert, even when he was in high spirits, an aura of darkness clung to him, and everyone feared his sinister demeanor. He had suffered, too, when Edelgard had suffered, and he had pledged himself to bloody his hands for her sake to take all of the darkest burdens of her cause for himself he could stand. But in a world where Edelgard still had brown hair and lacked the scars of her imprisonment, Hubert was just an average vassal to royalty. A common nobleman lacking the tortured soul she knew him for. Edelgard had often wondered and had once asked what kind of person Hubert would have been if he had not had to devote himself fully to her cause. Now she was finding out. As it turned out, the answer unsettled her. This man was wrong. She wondered, Were her siblings still alive? If those monstrous experiments had never happened, then... The thought raised a lump in her throat. She could see them again. She could remember their faces, she could find out what they would have looked like if they'd grown up. The thought simultaneously excited and terrified her. She kept wondering about her past. If she hadn't ever been subjected to those experiments in this world's past, then had she even been taken to Fhirdiad? Had Hubert ever left her side? Was her uncle really her uncle, or was he still Thales? How could she get answers to these questions without people thinking she was daft or suffering from amnesia? Amnesia, there was a thought. What if she pretended to have amnesia and asked Hubert to tell her everything he knew about her? She supposed she'd missed her chance for it, though, unless an opportunity arose for her to give herself a nearly life-threatening concussion, or at least the appearance of one, in his presence. Her musings abruptly ceased when she entered the Black Eagles classroom and found herself faced with her old classmates. These past 7 years, she'd grown to know them all as friends, trusted companions, her vaunted Black Eagle strike force. But here, they were all strangers. Next to this almost cheerful Hubert, she couldn't help but wonder just how different they would be compared to what she knew. The first sight that greeted her was that of Ferdinand von Aegir standing at the head of the class, clad in a unique uniform that sported red knee-high breeches, a long black coat, and a waist-high crimson half-cape clasped to his shoulder and draped over one arm. His carrot-red hair stood out against the much deeper red of his ensemble. She knew from that image that this was not the eager young nobleman who'd always sought to prove himself against her. This was someone who didn't have to. Ferdinand. Edelgard gasped, awestruck at the sight of him standing where she had once stood. He was the head of the house, not her. That explained why her uniform was the standard. Ferdinand grinned. "Ah, hello, Lady Edelgard. I am glad to see you have arrived early for once," he said as he returned to his own desk at the front of the classroom, the desk Edelgard had always sat at when she'd been a student here. Seeing him there was unsettling. Another wave of disorientation surged through her like nausea, but she looked around for a free seat. Most of her classmates, to her relief, didn't seem unlike their old selves, at least not the way Hubert and Ferdinand did. Linhard was still pretending not to be asleep and doing a bad job of it. Bernadetta was still hiding under her desk with a book over her head as though it could render her invisible. Caspar was still fidgeting. Petra was still sitting with rapt attention and a ramrod straight spine, her hands clasped in front of her, even though the lesson hadn't started yet, and Dorothea was idly filing her fingernails. Edelgard took the empty seat next to Dorothea, settling uncomfortably next to her and wondering how different this one would be to the fierce, sometimes too fierce, egalitarian she knew and loved. "So now you deign to grace us commoners with your presence, huh, Edie?" Dorothea muttered bitterly at her. "Excuse me?" Edelgard retorted, shocked at her tone. She'd had a chip on her shoulder about nobility back in these days, to be true, but she'd never been so hostile to her. There had always been a sort of playful dismissal in Dorothea's nickname for her, a way of deflating her aristocratic bearing and equalizing her, but it had never sounded so venomous. Dorothea tended to save her venom for the nobleman. Dorothea went back to filing her fingernails. Edelgard looked around the classroom again and noticed Hubert taking a seat at Ferdinand's side. Ferdinand, ever the bolder of the two, leaned into him and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Shocked, she blinked and rubbed her eyes. Had she really just seen that? Granted, she had known for years that Hubert and Ferdinand both had a crush on each other. She'd helped Dorothea and Mercedes trick them into their first date, after all, but that hadn't blossomed until well into the war. As students together, they had loathed each other, for reasons both personal and ideological. She supposed that a nicer and less traumatized Hubert would get along better with Ferdinand right from the start, and probably wouldn't have been so damned repressed. While to Edelgard his existence seemed so wrong, he did seem to have a happier life in this world. The thought made her almost feel guilty, somehow, as though it had somehow been her fault that her world had forced different and more painful circumstances upon him. Things couldn't get any stranger. But thankfully, Professor Byleth was on the way, and surely she would know what was going on. Byleth was special. Edelgard had always had the feeling that she could somehow see the future as clearly as anyone else saw the past. Surely she of all people would remember who she would be. Surely she would see Edelgard and know her as her wife. She had to. The professor walked into the classroom, but it wasn't Byleth. Professor Hanneman, gray-haired, mustachioed, monocled, with a gray tweed coat draped over his shoulders, walked to the front of the class and cleared his throat. "Good morning, students," he said. "Ah, Princess Edelgard. Nice of you to join us for once." Edelgard looked at the rest of the students. No one seemed to think anything was out of the ordinary. "Dorothea," she whispered once Hanneman had slipped deep into a lecture about the magic and mysteries of crests. Of course he worked that into every lesson. "Has Professor Hanneman always been our professor?" Dorothea looked at her as though she'd grown a second head. "Yes," she answered. "Where does Professor Byleth?" "Princess Edelgard." Hanneman's sharp and stern voice rang out, snapping Edelgard to attention. "Yes, Professor," she said, sitting up straight and clasping her hands on her desk. "When you deigned to show up for class, I almost expected you to pay attention for once," he scolded her, prompting a barely suppressed snort of laughter from Dorothea. "I see I was foolish." "I was listening," Edelgard lied. In truth, Hanneman's lesson had gone in one ear and out the other. She wasn't even sure how long he'd been talking. She quickly studied the diagram he'd been drawing on the blackboard. Troop movements, it looked like, and straight from the history books. This was the battle that had ended the War of the Eagle and Lion, Lug and Kifon's decisive victory on the Tailtean Plains. She knew this lesson backward and forward. Byleth taught it better. On top of that, she'd relived it in her war against the Church. She'd slain Dimitri on that very same battlefield. Though the battle had been a miserable slog, it had been endearingly poetic to behead the king of Faerghus and bring an end to his kingdom at the same place where his ancestor had claimed his victory centuries earlier. Hanneman gave her a stern nod and went back to blathering. Edelgard wanted to bury her face in her hands. What kind of a student was she in this world? Someone with a penchant for skipping class and sleeping through lectures, apparently. She felt insulted and ashamed by this world's version of herself. Well, that was going to change. While she was here, she might as well turn this world's Edelgard's life around. But this lecture was so boring. Hanneman was a physician and a scholar first and foremost. All he could do on the subject of military education was teach from a musty textbook. Byleth had lived battle, had been a mercenary for years before coming to Garreg Mach, and she always had perspectives and insights the books had lacked. And so, Hanneman said, when the Faerghus resistance army flanked the Imperial army on both sides, victory for Lug and Kifon was assured, though the Imperial army continued to fight for half a day before they were surrounded and General Leo announced his surrender. Edelgard put up her hand. "Yes, Your Highness," he asked, taken aback. Victory for Lug and Kifon was not assured, she pointed out. Victory is never assured until your enemy has surrendered. General Leo gave up too soon. He gave up when his enemy had him surrounded and outnumbered, he said. No, he could have kept fighting. There was an opening in Faerghus ranks he could have exploited. Their offensive capabilities were weakest where their forces were thinnest. Hanneman tapped at the blackboard. Ah. You mean here, I presume? Yes. Here, where Lug and Kifon themselves were positioned. Yes. Look at how overconfident they were, maintaining their section of the formation almost entirely single-handedly. If I had been there, I would have directed my troops in a wedge formation and overwhelmed them, exposing Lug and striking a demoralizing blow against Faerghus. He chuckled. Perhaps you should spend less time fantasizing about alternate histories and more time studying, Your Highness. Can anyone else enlighten Lady Edelgard as to why Kifon and Lug's position was unassailable? Linhard. Linhard lifted his head and opened his eyes. Lug had a major crest of Bladdad and Kifon a major crest of Frildarius, he mumbled before bowing his head again and going back to sleep. Edelgard rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and pouted. It was always all about crests with these people. As the lecture dragged on, she found it harder and harder to pay attention, and it had been hard enough to begin with. Hanneman was just so uncreative in his thinking. She knew that such poverty of imagination was relegated only to his classroom and his own private studies. He was quite brilliant. Edelgard had actually trusted him to devise a way to remove her and Lysithea's two crests because of that. But he was only teaching these students so that he could have the resources for his own research, and it showed he had no passion and barely knew more than his own students. He did the bare minimum to keep his tenure. When at last the morning lecture ended, the class broke for a brief lunch and returned to practice drills in the woods just outside the monastery's walls, except for Bernadetta, who had not so mysteriously gone missing. Edelgard had been confident that, like her memories of her tactical experiences, 7 years of training and fighting had also carried over along with her memories of her world and future. She was right, but only partially. She knew everything intellectually, knew the proper stances and forms, but putting them into practice left much to be desired. This body was much younger, much less battle-hardened, and, due to her apparent laziness, much less well-honed even than she'd remembered it being at this age, and on top of that, she lacked all of the muscle memory she had built up over her years of fighting. She knew what to tell her body to do, but her body was not trained to do it. It simply couldn't follow her orders. She certainly wasn't the Flame Emperor in this world. But then, she asked herself, if she wasn't, then who was? Ferdinand? Unless he dyed his hair, he certainly didn't look like he'd taken her place in the sinister schemes of those who slither in the dark. Was there even a Flame Emperor in this world? Did those who slither in the dark even exist at all? At last, the drills came to an end, and on Edelgard's way back to the dormitories, Ferdinand stopped her. "Ah, Edelgard, dear," he said, "may I speak with you?" Edelgard reluctantly agreed and stopped in her tracks. All the fresh bruises this weak body of hers had accumulated already ached fiercely as she stood in place. "Yes? What is it, Ferdinand?" Had he just called her dear? "I was very heartened to see you this morning." "So our talk the other day has made an impact, then?" "Yes, I won't be late anymore," she said, hoping she was making a correct guess about the nature of her talk. It felt strange answering to him, while Ferdinand had always been quite outspoken with her and had never been afraid to speak his mind when he disagreed with her. Much to Hubert's chagrin, he'd never spoken to her like this. "I am glad to hear it. And especially glad to hear you speak up in class today. I always knew you could do well if you simply applied yourself instead of doing the bare minimum. In fact, you had some creative ideas today." "Oh. We could have used that out-of-the-box thinking in our mock battle with the other houses a few months ago," Ferdinand sighed. "I hope to hear more of them from you. Now that we have squared away the matter of your truancy, though, I would like to speak to you about your decidedly middling test scores." "Excuse me?" Edelgard asked, not accustomed to being berated by him. "Middling? You mean average?" Average wasn't bad, she thought. At least this world's Edelgard wasn't a complete idiot if she was managing to get average test scores without attending classes. "Yes," he admitted, "but we are nobles. We are by definition above average, as Lawrence and I have often remarked to each other." "I knew you must feel useless," he told her, "seeing as you are 9th in the line of succession for your father's throne, and Burkhard had perfect scores when he attended this academy." Edelgard tried to hide her shock. Burkhard? Had he just said Burkhard, as in Burkhard von Hresvelg? That had been her eldest brother's name. And if she was 9th in line, that meant exactly what she'd suspected earlier this morning: her siblings were alive in this world. At least, all the ones older than her. She could have fainted right then and there. She already felt lightheaded. She had a family here. This world's Edelgard hadn't had to start from scratch to make a new one out of her classmates. Ferdinand went on. "And it is hard to measure up with that. Goddess knows I am doing my best, and even I sometimes despair it is hopeless, but that is no reason to put in so little effort." "You are a Hresvelg, Edelgard." Edelgard said, not listening. "If you need tutoring, I would be happy to help," Ferdinand said. "As the old saying goes, after all," he said with a good-natured laugh, "the sun never sets on a Hresvelgagir friendship." Edelgard snapped back to attention. No, I will be fine. I just haven't been applying myself," she admitted. It felt so strange to apologize for something she hadn't even done and didn't remember doing anyway. "I will try harder from here on out." "Thank you," Ferdinand said, heading for the door. "As head of the Black Eagles, of course, I feel personally responsible for your academic conduct. I would not dream of disgracing your father by allowing a daughter of his to underachieve." He put a hand to his chest. Or, of course, my future wife. And she would be, Edelgard teased out, though as soon as the words fell from her lips she became terrified that she already knew the answer. Ferdinand's smile vanished and a frown tugged at his lips instead. Edelgard, are you okay? Do you need to see Professor Manuela? He asked, his brow furrowing. Ah. My apologies. I hit my head on something yesterday, she said, and, well, some things have been hard to remember. Perhaps you could fill me in. Ah, of course I can fill you in, dear. His smile returned in full force. We are to be married next Garland moon. What? It was a condition of the truce between my father and yours that brought an end to the insurrection of the Seven all those years ago. My, that must have been quite a blow to your head. What? It is funny to think about. We are only engaged, and already the arrangement has brought our fathers so much closer together. They say His Majesty never makes a decision without first asking for Prime Minister Ludwig's ear, and I cannot wait to carry on that spirit of cooperation with Burckhardt. To think I will be the Emperor's brother-in-law through our union. What? Edelgard, what is wrong? You are gawping like a fish? The news could not have been that surprising. Edelgard tried to stop gawping. I do apologize, Ferdinand. I was simply... My memories just came flooding back to me, all those fun times we had together. She swallowed a lump in her throat and tried to quell her nausea. It wasn't that she disliked Ferdinand, well, perhaps she disliked this Ferdinand, but she certainly didn't dislike the one she knew, but the thought of marrying him, let alone being forced to marry him, didn't give her a warm and fuzzy feeling, to put it lightly. Thank you. Think nothing of it, my dear. He leaned forward. Edelgard nearly feared he would try to kiss her, but instead he simply patted her gently on the shoulder. Now, if you will excuse me, I must speak with Bernadetta about her antisocial tendencies. They are not healthy. Edelgard headed after him. Why don't I? She asked. People like Ferdinand, Ingrid, and Caspar, she recalled, had often been too rough with Bernadetta at the academy, dragging her out of her room, carrying her off against her will, and so on, but Edelgard had learned long ago to be softer around her, kinder, to let out her compassion from beneath her cold and stoic armor. Bernadetta always assumed the worst of people, and considering her father, who could blame her, and so to reach out to her required only showing her one's best. Whatever reputation she had in this world, she was sure she could overcome it and help her friends using the knowledge she had gained from 7 years of learning and fighting at their sides. Well, it is my responsibility, he said. You do not have to concern yourself with. I'm sure you have plenty of better things to do, she said. You are, after all, head of the Black Eagles. Yes. That is right. I am. He rapped his knuckles against his chest and smirked. And I have to speak with Linhard as well regarding his narcoleptic tendencies. And Caspar regarding his fidgeting. Oh, yes, and I agreed to tutor Petra regarding the intricacies of Fodlanish grammar. Perhaps he could have rubbed it in a bit more, Edelgard thought. Yes, I see, you have quite a lot of micromanaging to get to, she muttered under her breath. So this was what Ferdinand would be like if he were utterly devoid of humility. The original Ferdinand had a swelled head as well, to be fair, but at least he had 2 feet firmly planted on the ground, and on the occasions that he didn't, Dorothea was more than happy to drag him down to it. As it turned out, Ferdinand was a man who needed to be second in command to someone for his own good. What was that? Nothing. One more thing, she asked him. What class does Professor Byleth teach, again? She was almost afraid that Ferdinand would turn to her, cock his head like a dog, and ask, who? What he said instead, though, was almost worse. Professor Byleth? Why, the Blue Lions, of course. The Blue Lions. Dmitri. Edelgard's heart felt like paper that had been crumpled into a ball. So this was a world where Byleth hadn't chosen the Black Eagles, hadn't chosen her. Her wife hadn't chosen her. Do you know where she might be? She asked, trying to keep her voice from cracking. The Blue Lions left for Eastern Faerghus just last Sunday to clean out a group of bandits in Conan Tower, he said. It is a few days' march there and back, unless they encounter unexpected trouble, they should return by tomorrow. Why do you ask? No reason, Edelgard said, shaking her head. Thank you, Ferdinand. I will see you in class tomorrow. With that conversation behind her and questions buzzing incessantly in her head like flies, she headed for Bernadetta's room. Please, she begged the universe as she knocked softly on the door, let someone in this world be normal. Go away. Bernadetta squeaked at her, her voice muffled by the door. So far, so good. It's me, Edelgard, she said, realizing as soon as the words left her mouth that those words probably didn't mean much to her. In her world, Bernadetta had always admired her, and the two of them had grown closer because that admiration had driven her to seek to better herself, as difficult as it was. What reason did Bernadetta have to admire her in this world? The door opened just a crack, enough for Edelgard to see a thin strip of violet hair and pale skin and the cross-section of a worried grey eye behind it. That was heartening. I'm here to keep Ferdinand from bothering you, she said to Bernadetta. The door creaked shut again. He wants to bother me. You and everybody else, apparently. Of course, he thinks he's helping. I don't think someone as gregarious as him will ever understand that some people enjoy being alone. Silence. Edelgard got the impression she'd said the wrong thing. This would be so much easier if she had any of this world's Edelgard's memories to rely on. How could she know if she had said something to upset her earlier? This was like putting together a puzzle while blindfolded and wearing mittens. And that wasn't even taking into account that if this world's Bernadetta was a totally different person, then nothing Edelgard knew about her world's Bernadetta would help her. This whole situation made her head hurt. She wanted nothing more than to wake up in her own bed back at the palace and be with her wife. Her wife who was currently teaching Dimitri instead of her. Edelgard didn't think of herself as a very possessive person, but that hurt. Irrational as it was, it almost felt as though she'd already found her wife cheating on her after one night of matrimonial bliss. I understand, Edelgard said to her. Ferdinand won't leave me alone, either. Why don't we both hide from him together? In the greenhouse, perhaps. You aren't here to scold me this time, Your Highness. This time? At least that was a clue she could use. Of course not. It was wrong of me to do so earlier. I'm sorry. Ferdinand put you up to this, didn't he? He's gonna jump out as soon as you pull me out of my room. Bernadetta was a person who required patience. Because of her tendency to jump to conclusions and always the worst-case scenarios, anyone who wanted to reach out to her had to be willing to belabor their points. Edelgard had learned so much about patience, and so much about kindness, and even humility, from being Bernadetta's friend. Now it was time to put those lessons to use. No one is going to do that. Ferdinand's off being a busybody to someone else right now. It's a trick. You're just lulling me into a false sense of security, aren't you? Edelgard sighed. She'd forgotten just how far Bernadetta had come since they'd first met, and seeing her regressed all the way back to her old self was disheartening. She sat down next to the door and leaned back against it. I've reflected on what I last said to you, she lied, and realized I was mistaken. I'll talk to Ferdinand for you and I'll see to it he knows that how you spend your time outside of class is nobody's business but your own. Really? Bernadetta answered. Why, you can do that? Of course I can, Edelgard said. Did you know that he and I are arranged to be married? It is a wife's job to whip her husband into shape. After all, I'm going to need all the practice I can get. My father always said it was a wife's job to do as her husband said, Bernadetta meekly replied. I know, Edelgard wanted to say. Your father sounds like a blustering, blithering idiot. Bernadetta laughed. I didn't know you and Ferdinand were supposed to get married. Neither did I until 5 minutes ago, Edelgard wanted to say. I am about as pleased with the arrangement as you would be. Bernadetta laughed again. Say, Bernadetta, do you like carnivorous plants? Huh? How did you know about that? Did you sneak into my room while you were cutting class? Ugh, I knew it. I should just stay here all day. No, not at all, Edelgard said. I merely asked because, well, they're my favorite plants, and I thought we might have other things in common. Don't laugh. I won't. I promise. Really? Really? I sew little dolls of pitcher plants in my spare time. Edelgard nodded. Back in her world in her time, she had one of them on her writing desk. May I see them? No. Fair enough. What do you like about carnivorous plants? Oh, everything. They look so weird, but in a sort of beautiful way, and they eat just like us, except they just wait for their food to come to them instead of going out and getting it. Edelgard had to put a hand to her mouth so she wouldn't chuckle, knowing that Bernadetta might think she was laughing at her instead of with her. That's what I like about them, too. They don't care if people prefer flowers. They'd rather be beautiful in their own way. They don't shape themselves for other people's consumption. Yeah. Do you want me to bring you some food from the dining hall? Bernadetta was silent for a bit, as though she were consulting with herself. No, that's okay. I'll just sneak into the kitchen tonight when everyone else is gone. Classic Bernie. Okay, then, Edelgard said. She stood up and stretched her legs. I'm glad we talked. Me, too. I always thought that since you were a princess, you were, scary. Edelgard smiled. Well, I'm also an incorrigible slacker, apparently, so apparently I've just slacked off on being scary. Bernadetta laughed. Well, don't work any harder at it. I mean, not like I'm telling you what to do, Lady Edelgard, Your Highness, I'm sorry. There was a scuffling sound from behind the door, then silence. Edelgard headed to the dining hall for dinner, took a slice of cake back with her to the dormitories, left it outside Bernadetta's door, and knocked, then hurried away, lingering just far enough from the door that when Bernadetta looked outside, noticed the treat, and dragged it hungrily back into her room, she wouldn't see her. Her spirits bolstered by her positive interactions with at least one of her classmates, though still torn between two distinct kinds of homesickness, Edelgard returned to her empty quarters. And then, when she was sure she was alone, she cocooned herself in her bedsheets in a vain attempt to ward away the oncoming loneliness that awaited her. What she wouldn't give to be back by Byleth's side. Then the thought struck her, if she had taken this world's Edelgard's place, then had this world's Edelgard taken her place in exchange? There was so much work she had to do in her world, in her future, so many reforms to put in place, so many systems to abolish and replace, and what if a teenage slacker who knew nothing of hardship had taken her place in that world? A leaden weight sunk in her stomach. Her Byleth, Ferdinand, and Hubert, wherever and whenever they were, must have been going through hell right now. She had to find a way back to them. The next day she woke up, and to her dismay she was still alone and not, as she'd idly hoped, in the embrace of her wife. Sleeping alone had never hurt so much before as it did now. And even though in this world, the young girl whose place Edelgard had taken had probably slept free of night terrors, her memories did not know that. Her sleep was fitful and restless, punctuated by dreams of slithering tails and nibbling teeth, and she had no one at her side to act as a balm to soothe her troubled mind. As soon as she had free time between another one of Hanuman's dreadfully boring lectures and the class training drills, Edelgard hurried to the gates of Garreg Mach and waited for the Blue Lions to return from their mission in Faerghus. She still remembered that particular mission well when it had been her class assigned to it and not Dimitri's. That had been the first time her classmates had seen the true horror behind Heroes' relics and the brutal crest system firsthand, witnessing the death of a man who had been turned into a beast in every way, including physical, for want of a crest. If she hadn't already been radicalized long before then, seeing the son of a noble family reduced to a literal beast due to the misfortune of his birth certainly would have done the trick. As soon as the class returned to the monastery's gates, Edelgard pushed her way through the crowd to greet them, hoping that Byleth would recognize her. The class arrived tired, mud-spattered, and bedraggled, all with haunted looks in their eyes. Several of the students among them were people she remembered joining her cause and becoming members of the Black Eagle Strike Force, fighting on her side through the bloody war. The rest she remembered seeing dead, some by her own hand, in that same war. And Byleth Eisner stood at the head of their convoy, her grey jacket slung over her shoulders like a cape, the sword of the Creator sheathed at her hip, her feathery seaweed blue-green hair brushing her neck and shoulders. There she was, the woman Edelgard knew as Empress Consort Byleth Eisner von Hresvelg, her gaze blank and unfamiliar. There was not a glint of love or even recognition in her azure eyes. Edelgard's breath caught in her throat. Byleth didn't know her. Her wife didn't know her. Edelgard kept staring at Byleth until she passed her by, hoping to see something, anything of the woman she had married. She didn't look a day younger or older than she had on the night of their wedding. Not even a single hair on her head was different, but the eyes, those lovely azure eyes, held no brightness within them. They were not the eyes Edelgard had stared into when she'd taken Byleth's hands and said, "I do." It had only been a few days ago that Edelgard had last seen her clad in an ivory white wedding gown with a crown of embroidered eagles, Bernadetta's handiwork, nested in her hair to match Edelgard's own crown, her cheeks flushed and eyes shining. By comparison, this Byleth was practically a living corpse, and the sight of her made Edelgard's heart ache anew. And then the rest of Byleth's students, the Blue Lions, passed her by. Silver-haired Ash wore a shaken look as though he'd seen a ghost, his face speckled with more than just freckles, one arm and one leg wrapped in a splint. He shared a horse with Ingrid. Sylvain had the lance of ruin slung over his shoulder, its spiny spearhead drenched in red blood and black ichor, and in stark contrast to his usual far too outgoing attitude looked as cold and standoffish as his counterpart Felix. And then Edelgard caught sight of Annette holding hands with Mercedes von Martritz, kind and gentle Mercedes, whose once sandy blonde hair was as white as snow and whose once rosy complexion was pale as a ghost, just as Edelgard's had once been. And behind the two of them, flanked by his omnipresent vassal Didier Molinaro and by Gilbert Pronislav of the Knights of Syros, was Dimitri, who was just as pale and ghost-like as Mercedes, his hair that had once been as yellow and lustrous as gold dyed the same wintry white. This world did have those who slither in the dark, Edelgard realized, and it did have a flame emperor, and he was Dmitri Alexander Bladdid, Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus. Chapter 2, The Winds of Change. Summer was dying, a cold wind that threatened the onset of autumn was starting to blow from the north, heralding the dark schemes and plots that Edelgard knew were unfolding yet no longer had any hand in. Flayn was missing, and this time, the Flame Emperor had nothing to do with it. In this world, the insurrection of the Seven had been handled much more amicably, and after some time spent in Fhirdiad with her uncle, Edelgard had been taken back to the palace not to be experimented on and transformed into a living weapon, but to resume her normal life along with all her siblings. If Dimitri's pale visage was any indication, those who slither in the dark had set their sights not on the Adrestian Empire, but on the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus instead. How strange it felt to be irrelevant, to be idle, to know that the schemes of those who slither had skipped past her entirely. She had no grand purpose, no delicate machinations which required her attention, and no throne to prepare herself for. She was the idle, useless middle child of a royal family with, it seemed, no particular ambitions whatsoever. She'd always wondered what an idle life would be like. Being the first and only heir in line for the imperial throne, plotting and scheming with the very same monsters who'd ruined her life, waging a war against half the continent had all been all responsibilities she couldn't afford to abandon. Responsibility enough to drown in. She'd had to shoulder those burdens for the sake of her siblings, for the sake of a better world, and if she'd had no time for leisure aside from what little she could bear to set aside, then so be it. Now she was facing a glut of free time and hardly knew what to do with herself. Training and keeping up with her studies surely hadn't occupied so little time when she had originally been a student here, had it? Although it was tedium and agony to have to retrain her body and relearn her muscle memory from scratch, how embarrassing it was to flop around like a beached fish during drills, she could all but sleepwalk through everything else. It was enough to make her feel guilty for abandoning her world and her duties, even if she hadn't exactly chosen this. Perhaps some almighty force in the universe had gotten sick of hearing her complain about her workload and decided to deal her an ironic punishment. She didn't believe in the goddess, but she couldn't discount the possibility altogether that something was out there, and it was a sadist. She felt an itch too deep underneath her perfect skin, her too perfect skin, to be scratched, and for some reason Flayn's disappearance weighed heavily on her mind. Perhaps it was only natural that she felt guilty, though, as she was currently spending the morning with Hubert in the cathedral. Hubert in the cathedral. His knees on the polished stone tile floor in front of the altar. His hands clasped in prayer. His head bowed. Edelgard found herself having to bite her tongue to keep herself from laughing at him. When she returned to her own world and her own future, she would have to tell her Hubert all about his pious pushover of a past self, or perhaps she would just tell Byleth and keep it their little secret. So as not to worry him, she folded her hands in mock prayer. Even if the goddess did exist, she had nothing to say to her. Not after what she and so many others had suffered through. As Hubert prayed and Edelgard pretended to pray, Sietha's worried voice drifted from the room to the side of the apse, the south transept where the statues of the four saints stood. "Flayn," he called out. "Flayn, if you are in here, please. I am not mad at you." Hubert set his hands in his lap and shook his head. "That poor man. He has been like that for days, I hear. I do hope Flayn turns up soon. There is no telling what the unsavory types in the world might do with her. If they merely hold her for ransom, we will be lucky. Starvation, mutilation, dismemberment, vivisection, all manner of tortures mental and physical." Now he was starting to sound a bit more like the Hubert Edelgard knew. "Does the church have so many enemies?" she asked him. "Ah, perhaps not," he replied, shaking his head. "But there are stories of a wicked black knight stalking the town, carrying off the faithful and devout in defiance of the goddess. The Death Knight, they call him, a behemoth riding a pale horse and wielding a wicked scythe, his presence heralded by only the sound of his raspy death rattle echoing through the air." "Ah, but I do get carried away, don't I?" he asked, a slight self-effacing smile tugging on his lips. "It's endearing. Somehow, I think I could listen to you talk of such morbid topics from sunup to sundown." "Heaven forbid you indulge my anxieties," he said, wringing his hands. "Lady Edelgard, I don't think I have ever told you this before, but, when your uncle spirited you away to Fhirdiad, I had no idea where you had gone. My heart felt as though it had been ripped from my chest, my arms and legs as though they had been severed. I ran off to find you, fearing you ransomed or dead or worse, and it took 3 days before my father's men found me and brought me home." "I know," Edelgard wanted to say to him. He'd only been 10 years old at the time. "I'm sorry," she said instead. "It's enough to make me wish you'd never been made my vassal." She'd told him that before, or rather, she'd told the Hubert she knew, and she would have been irritated by having to repeat herself, but knowing she could say the same thing to Hubert and get the same result, at least in this situation, was a welcome reprieve. "Ah, but it is an honor to serve a scion of His Majesty," he said. "Even a shiftless layabout such as myself?" she asked. "Surely you would rather be concerning yourself with one of my older and more promising siblings." Hubert shook his head. "I am afraid I simply enjoy your company. Besides, back then, I prayed to the goddess every night for a year that you would come back safe and sound. When you did, I swore to her that I would never leave your side." Oh. This amount of sentiment coming from Hubert was unsettling. So this was what he would have been like if his faith hadn't been so thoroughly shattered all those years ago. "And a promise you made to the goddess means that much?" Edelgard asked him. "If you cannot keep a promise to her, then how can you keep your promises to mere mortals?" Hubert asked her in return. "Perhaps you should try promising something to her as well, Lady Edelgard. In any case, I hope that Sietha's prayers are answered as mine once were." He rose to his feet and offered her his hand. "Lady Edelgard, shall we go to class?" Edelgard looked around the cathedral. It was still early in the morning, the light streaming through the tall stained glass windows, though dyed in a rainbow of colors as they traced the images of saints onto the floor, was still the warm, soft light of sunrise, and only a handful of people occupied the cathedral's vast interior. There was someone she had expected to find here at this hour of the day, someone who had come to the cathedral every morning even in the midst of war, but she was nowhere to be found. "If you are late again, Ferdinand will have words for both of us." Hubert sighed. "I don't wish to quarrel with him. Is my truancy straining your relationship?" He grimaced and tugged at his collar, his face reddening. "Yes." "Well, then," she said, taking his hand and pulling herself up, "let us depart." Sietha rushed past them, haggard and disheveled from head to toe, his usually neatly pressed blue uniform rumpled and dirty. Edelgard could swear she could see the unusually pointy tip of one of his ears poking through his green hair, and a few days' worth of stubble had grown beyond the well-groomed confines of his chin-strap beard. Edelgard felt a pang of sympathy resting in her heart as she watched him hurry down the aisle. Sietha and Flayn, though allied with the church, had been by all means good and kind people. She hadn't faced them herself during the war, but Byleth had told her that the two of them had surrendered to her and had made good on their promise to retreat from the war altogether, which surely indicated some kind of honorable nature. She recalled when she had been the one behind Flane's kidnapping. It had been Solin's idea, and Edelgard, stupidly, had handed the Death Knight over to him without knowing fully what he'd intended to do with him. By the time news of Solin's plan had reached her, she'd had no choice but to play her role as the Flame Emperor and make her debut in front of her professor and her students, dirtying her hands with the sin of Flane's abduction. The guilt still bit at her. She couldn't help but picture Flane in their clutches, locked up in the darkness, frightened, alone, her blood dripping into receptacles. Had she gotten any scars from the experience, Edelgard wondered, like her own? She hadn't even known what they'd wanted from her anyway. Blood samples from someone with a major crest of Cethline couldn't have been that important to them. Her and Hubert's leading theory had been that the whole thing had just been a smokescreen so that those who slither could slip Kronia into the school. All that worry and terror, all for the sake of forcing Edelgard to babysit an obnoxious, murder-happy overgrown child. Hubert tugged on Edelgard's sleeve. Lady Edelgard? Shall we leave? Edelgard hadn't realized she'd been standing still. She was still watching Seath as he hurried for the cathedral's doors. She had to do something. There was a chance, however slim, that Flane was being held in the same place as she'd been in Edelgard's world. If that was the case, then how could she tell Seath without making herself seem suspicious? She looked up to the altar, took a deep, shuddering breath, and let out a piercing scream and dropped to the floor. Lady Edelgard! Hubert cried out, falling to his knees beside her and taking her by the shoulders as her screams echo bounced off the cathedral's cavernous ceiling and buttresses. Edelgard shoved him aside and leaped back up, sprinting toward Seath. Every eye was on her, every one of the handful of clergy and students gathered here staring slack-jawed. Seath whirled around to face her. She nearly knocked him head over heels, hooking her fists into his lapels and shaking him like a dog's chew toy. I know where she is, she shouted in his face. Lady Edelgard. Seath's brow furrowed. What has gotten into you? I know where she is. I know Flane. Flane, and she gulped down lungfuls of air, staring up at him with wide, mad eyes. The goddess, I was praying and I saw her, Seath. Edelgard, calm yourself, he said, putting his hands on her shoulders and trying to gingerly extricate himself from her. I saw her, the goddess Suthies, I saw her and heard her, and she said to me, and I saw. Edelgard panted for breath, playing the madwoman, worming her fingers into his shirt and gripping him all the tighter as he tried to push her back. A revelation from the goddess. Dark, underground, tight tunnels, bones all over the walls. He took her, the Reaper. Worry creased Seath's brow. What? She's here, Edelgard gasped. Underground, bones in the walls. She rolled her eyes up, fluttered her eyelids, then closed her eyes and went as limp as she could, collapsing into his chest. While she couldn't quite faint on command, she could put on a good act. Hubert rushed to her side and took her from Seath. Help me take her to the infirmary, Seath told him, handing her off. With all the care expected of a royal vassal, Hubert picked her up and carried her bridal style out of the cathedral and across the long bridge that spanned the ravine with Seath at his side. Lady Edelgard, he whispered to her, thinking she couldn't hear him, if this is some novel, albeit blasphemous way to skip class, Ferdinand, and I will be very cross with you. Edelgard pretended to be unconscious long after Hubert and Seath had taken her to, she presumed, the infirmary. Hubert whispered his assurance into her ear that he was going to inform the class that she was in the infirmary. Seath announced that he was going to collect Professor Eisner and the Blue Lions. Only once both their footsteps had faded into silence did she dare crack open her eyes, and only then just to make sure they really had taken her to the infirmary and not to a dungeon or worse, to Archbishop Ria's audience chamber. Old habits, such as paranoia, died hard. She still laid down on her cot, silent and unmoving, though every part of her had to suppress the urge to toss and turn and writhe with anxiety. Byleth was coming here. She was ashamed to admit to herself that she had found herself pointedly avoiding her these past few days, not that it was particularly difficult, since she knew well all of Byleth's old haunts from their days at the academy. For heaven's sake, she'd fought a war, Edelgard scolded herself, and yet the thought of looking the woman who was supposed to be her wife in the eyes was too much for her to bear. Such was the downside of being so madly in love with someone, she supposed. In her world, in her past, she'd spent her time here with a heart of ice, but Byleth had slowly melted that ice away. She hadn't realized until the last battle in Fhirdiad just how warm it had gotten, though. And of course, the Edelgard she'd replaced had never needed to keep her heart frozen in the first place. The door swung open again to the tune of a symphony of muffled footsteps tapping on the floor outside the infirmary. "I'm sorry for interrupting your class, Professor Eisner," Seath was saying, but with the rest of the Knights of Syros searching the town. "I understand, Seath," Byleth answered coolly. "It's no problem. I'll consider it just another field trip." Edelgard lifted her head and squinted. "Where am I?" she mumbled, trying to sound as disoriented as possible. "It is all right, Edelgard," Seath assured her, crouching at the side of the cot. "You are in the infirmary. Do you remember what happened in the cathedral this morning?" She nodded blearily, then shot upright. "Flayn," she cried out. Her hand found Seath's wrist and gripped it tightly, her thumb pressing into the hollow hard enough to feel his pulse. I saw her." "Where did you see her?" Byleth asked, her brow furrowing. Edelgard fought every part of her that wanted to look her in the eyes. The goddess, she spoke to me, and showed me." "A revelation from the goddess," Mercedes interjected, a hushed sense of awe coloring her soft, breathy voice, and it was then that Edelgard realized that the rest of the Blue Lions were behind Byleth, including Dimitri with his eerie white hair. These past few days, Edelgard had been collecting information on Dimitri as best she could without making herself look like a hopelessly uninformed idiot. From what she could tell, several years ago, the Bladdid royal family had been attacked and kidnapped while traveling through Duskur. All were dragged from the caravan and spirited away, leaving only King Lambert's severed head and a single surviving knight as a testament to the grisly event. After nearly 2 years of searching, the Knights of Syros had found Prince Dimitri wandering the mountain range that bordered Duskur and Faerghus alone, emaciated and flea-bitten like a mangy dog. They said his hair had turned stark white from the shock of his father's murder. Edelgard knew better. And she also knew that Mercedes was likely his prototype, just as Lysithea had been hers back in her world. Poor Mercy, who had already suffered so much due to her crests without being subjected to such nightmarish torture. Dimitri's cold, icy eyes, frostier than Edelgard had ever remembered them due to the paleness of his skin and hair, met hers. Edelgard felt her stomach churn. The last time she had stared into those eyes, they had been staring up at her from a severed head lying on the mud-stained ground, blood and viscera trailing from the ragged edges of his neck where the bony, spiny edge of Edelgard's axe aimer had ripped through flesh and bone with equal ease. Just as it had in death, his mouth hung ever so slightly agape as though in dull surprise at the sight of her. "Hardly hard evidence," Felix grumbled, "but it's not as though we've turned up any other clues." Seath held up his free hand, the one Edelgard didn't have a death grip on, to silence the students. "Please, let her continue. Edelgard, tell me what you saw." "Bones in the walls," she repeated, her voice slow and level, as if entranced. "Darkness beneath the earth, tight, winding tunnels, skulls leering out from amid the stones." "That sounds like," Ash mused, his milky skin turning an even paler shade that made the band of freckles across his cheeks and nose stand out. "An ossuary," Dimitri said, shifting uncomfortably where he stood. "Seath, are there catacombs beneath Gareg Mach?" Seath's shoulders slumped. "Who knows what is beneath this monastery? Anybody with intimate knowledge of its construction died at least 900 years ago. There are rumors of an entire city under our very feet, if you could believe such fantasy." "I know how to get there," Edelgard said. "Then lead the way," Byleth said. Edelgard looked to Dimitri, trying to measure the look on his face. He wasn't hiding his discomfort well. If her suspicions were correct and he was indeed this world's equivalent to the Flame Emperor, then he would have to break away from the group at some point to go after his pet Death Knight. Or perhaps he wouldn't if he only knew one way into the catacombs, and it was the same way Edelgard herself had used all those years ago. "Yes, lead the way," Seath said, helping Edelgard off the cot. She pretended to need his help. "And to think I thought I had a natural talent for chasing girls," Sylvain quipped. Ingrid elbowed him in the ribs and scowled at him. Edelgard led Byleth and Seath on, tracing her own steps from years ago across the monastery, into its most shadowy corners. The blue lions followed behind them in a nervous cluster. Keeping a close eye on Dimitri, Edelgard wondered when he would break away from the group and what excuse he would use to do it. When it had been her behind the Flame Emperor's mask, she'd made herself scarce as soon as possible and entrusted Hubert to cover for her, but Dimitri seemed to be putting it off as much as possible. Unless she was wrong about him. Maybe his equivalent to the Flame Emperor would not be making an appearance today. Or maybe it wasn't him at all. Then, with a faint and feeble outcry, Mercedes collapsed, her knees buckling and legs crumpling beneath her. It was such a familiar sound, gut-wrenching in what it signified to Edelgard. Annette gently cupped a hand around the back of Mercedes' head and lifted it as the rest of the group came to a halt and circled around her. "Oh, no, merci, are you all right?" Mercedes shakily nodded and wiped away the thin line of crimson blood that had trickled from one nostril down her lip and over the contour of her chin. She propped herself up. Edelgard knelt down next to Annette at her side, her heart stirred by the sight of an old friend in need. Mercedes' violet eyes, which looked even more vibrant in contrast to her pale skin and snow-white hair, were hazy and bloodshot. As she reached out to pat Annette's hand, her fingers shook. Edelgard recognized those symptoms. Lysithea had been the same way for months before Linhard and Hanneman had conducted their operation on her to remove her crests, and it was then that Edelgard remembered that Mercedes was a young woman in her 20s already, not an adolescent like her peers. If she was anything like Lysithea, then 22 was likely close to the end of her artificially shortened lifespan. She had been Edelgard's prototype, after all, not expected to live past her mid-20s, while Edelgard herself had been told she would likely pass away at just shy of 30 years. "Oh, merci," Edelgard found herself whispering, staring at the amalgamation of two of her close friends from the Black Eagle strike force with pathos wrenching her heart. "Don't worry about me," Mercedes said, struggling to prop herself up. She coughed and wheezed, speckling her pale hand with flecks of blood. "I just need to lie down for a bit. You go on without me. I'll take you back to the infirmary." "Merci," Annette began. "Allow me," Dimitri said, scooping her up off the ground. "You all go on ahead. I'll get Professor Manuela." Edelgard kept a suspicious eye on him while he retreated. Mercedes wasn't faking her sickness to give him room to escape. She knew those symptoms well enough to be sure of that, but surely he would use this opportunity to make his debut in the catacombs as Edelgard once had. Bobbing torches cast flickering shadows across the grim and grisly decor of Garreg Mach's catacombs. Edelgard remembered this place well, though she wished with all her heart she didn't. These were tight, enclosed spaces, the tunnels barely wide enough for people to walk two abreast, the air smelling of stale musk and faint decay. Skulls and bones lined the walls, mortared in with the bricks and stones to form macabre friezes. These dark, cramped tunnels were far too much like the dungeons beneath in Bear for Edelgard's liking, and being down here without the protective shell of her Flame Emperor armor made her feel all but naked. If she only had Byleth's hand to hold, it would be easier to delve into this darkness, but she had no choice but to smother her needy fingers in a tightly clenched fist and hope that no rats slithered across her feet. She held an iron axe in her hand. Felix had insisted that they make a detour to arm themselves, just in case they ran into brigands or bandits down here. The axe felt unusually heavy, constantly reminding her that she did not have the crest of flames, and on top of that, she didn't even have the muscle tone and definition that she remembered having at 18. This body's weakness kept surprising her even when she knew it shouldn't. True to Felix's word, they did encounter resistance soldiers clad in blue cloaks and furs leaped out of the shadows with gleaming sabers and rapiers, short spears, and light bows. Byleth's sword of the Creator cut fiery arcs through their ranks, her students' weapons nipping at their flanks. Even though Edelgard was weaker than she would have liked, and even though she was fighting alongside many people who were strangers to her, she found herself falling into old habits, even barking the occasional order to Annette and Ash, both of whom had joined Mercedes in the Black Eagle strike force back in her world. Edelgard knew their strengths backward and forward. Ash was fast and dexterous, but by the same metric, he was fairly weak and quite defenseless if an enemy could ever actually pin him down. Annette was good with wind magic, which was especially useful in these catacombs, but shared Ash's physical weakness, and so commanding them just came naturally to her. So naturally, in fact, that she found herself irrationally irritated when they ignored her orders. Winding through the zigzagging corridors of the catacombs, Edelgard struggled against both the mysterious soldiers who sprang up to repel her and the claustrophobia tightening her chest. She was used to fighting for her life, but this body wasn't. While her feet struggled to move at her brain's command, the slim blade of an enemy's rapier easily ripped through her bicep, spreading a blossom of dark blood across the sleeve of her blouse. Edelgard could normally shrug off such a wound with ease. It would just join the myriad scars, both from battle and from the experiments, that crisscrossed her body and keep fighting, but in this body, it was enough of a shock to knock her to the floor. A saber cut through the air overhead, felling the soldier who'd attacked her, and Felix knelt down to help her up. "Careful, princess," he said to her. "You might break a nail." She rolled her eyes, not so much at his barbed comment as at her own frailty. She certainly had her work cut out for her down here. Whenever the short spurts of fighting died down, Edelgard returned to the lead with Byleth and Seath, tracing her own familiar path through the catacombs. She was amazed she remembered this place so well. There was, as she recalled, a large chamber in the center of the maze where the Death Knight should have brought Flayn, assuming things were proceeding here as they had in her world, which was, admittedly, a rather big assumption to make. Edelgard stepped back and sank into the center of the formation as Ash nimbly set to work on opening the door to the central chamber. If things were going as they had in her world, then the Death Knight would be behind that door. She still remembered swooping in to save her classmates from Juritzaw's bloodthirsty alter ego. How nervous she'd been, trembling under the suit of armor that hid her fear so well, how disgusted she'd been, laying her eyes of Flayn's unconscious body and realizing just what she'd been forced to play a part in, how hard it had been to stay calm when she'd stepped in front of the Death Knight and told him he'd had his fun and his work here was done. Was Dimitri the same type of person who would step in to stop his own Death Knight from slaughtering his classmates as well? The door swung open and the class surged through, fanning out into a loose arc. In the middle of the chamber, flanked by cobweb-wreathed stone coffins, was the limp and seemingly lifeless body of Flayn, her emerald hair fanned out around her head on the floor like a halo. "Flayn!" Seath cried out, stepping forward only for Byleth to cross her sword over his chest and hold him back. Standing over Flayn was a knight clad in armor and vestments so dark blue they were nearly black and wearing as a cloak the skinned pelt of a gargantuan Faerghus dire wolf, the beast's thick hide draped over his shoulders with its forelegs and clawed paws dangling over his chest and its tail cascading down his back. He held in one gauntleted fist the haft of a long polearm capped with a wickedly curved single-edged blade. The knight's helmet, emerging from a sea of fur, was forged in the shape of a wolf with its jaws open wide. Within its maw, caged by long, sharp fangs of steel, was a metal likeness of a dour, grim human face. Shifting and flickering torchlight danced across flowing geometric patterns etched into metal and sewn into fabric. Edelgard squinted to better make out the mysterious knight's features in the darkness. Was this the Death Knight of this world, or something else? Was it Dimitri underneath that bestial helm and thick pelt? "Step away from her," Seath commanded the knight, readying his lance. The mysterious knight said nothing, but merely raised his glaive, upended it, and used the back of its curved blade to gently lift a lock of Flayn's long, curly hair from her head to reveal a sharply pointed ear. In response, Seath stiffened and brandished his lance, making to strike. Edelgard swore she could hear him grinding his teeth. "I said to step away from her. Who do you think you are?" The knight stepped backward and drew his glaive back from Flayn's face, letting the tip of the blade cut a shallow line of crimson across her cheek. A hollow, echoing chuckle, deepened and distorted by some device within the knight's helmet, escaped him. "I am the Hurricane King," he said. "Count up your sins, for the dead demand their tribute." The room erupted into a tempest of swords and spears. The Hurricane King's glaive clashed with every weapon that came its way, kicking up flurries of sparks. Edelgard was wholly unprepared for such ferocity. This was not the measured and composed show she'd put on as the Flame Emperor by any stretch of the imagination. In his guise, Dimitri seemed to have no regard for the safety of his own classmates, though the brunt of his fury was directed at Seath. Arrows glanced off the Hurricane King's armor, snapping and splintering on impact. Cutting wind buffeted his armor, billowing and bristling his heavy fur cloak. Despite the onslaught, the Hurricane King was indomitable, shrugging off Ingrid and Sylvain's lances and the steel bite of Felix's blade. The sword of the Creator lashed out, its segmented blade wrapping around the haft of his glaive and wrenching it out of his grasp. Seeing an opening, Seath thrust his lance forward, only for the Hurricane King to grasp the haft with his hands, clench his fist, and reduce the sturdy and polished wood to splinters in his grip. The Hurricane King ripped the useless halves of the lance out of Sitha's grasp, leaving him defenseless. Byleth leaped to Sitha's aid, trying to keep the Hurricane King occupied, only for the lance's spearhead, held in the Hurricane King's grip like a sword with no hilt, to rip through her thigh and splatter the stone floor with a spray of blood so dark in the torchlight it was nearly black. Edelgard was not the type to lose her cool. But she was distressed and distraught enough already, given her situation, and the sight of her beloved's blood spilling on the floor was beyond the pale. Charging forward with an angered battle cry, she swung her axe at the Hurricane King's head, aiming for the neck, letting the power of the crest of Seros surge through her. She'd decapitated him once before in another life and she could do it again. His gauntleted hand hit her in the midsection hard enough to knock the wind out of her and throw her off her feet. She felt her back crack against the far wall and saw an explosion of stars twinkle and spin before her eyes. The world swam in and out of focus, blurring and sharpening to the beat of her heart. The soft, pained sound of gagging and gurgling echoed through the room as the Hurricane King held Sitha aloft by his neck, gauntlet clamped around his throat and squeezing tighter and tighter, threatening to snap his neck if anyone dared raise a blade against him again. "I am the living monument to your sins," he intoned, speaking to his new captive. Sitha's face, already pale from lack of air, began to take on a corpse-like bluish pallor. The Hurricane King squeezed tighter. "The storm of reckoning and liberation is nigh. Now beg the goddess for forgiveness and salvation with your last breath." A pillar of light burst from the floor at his side, dissolving in a flurry of sparks to reveal another knight, this one clad in spiny black armor with a horned death's head helmet, blazing red pinpricks for eyes behind its cavernous eye sockets. An almost mechanical rasping sound issued from the knight's helmet and a constellation of lights blinked steadily across his breastplate with clockwork precision. The Black Knight laid a hand on the Hurricane King's shoulder, his gauntlet sinking into the furry pelt up to his wrist. "Halt, my liege. You are pushing yourself too hard," he spoke in a deep, sonorous voice altered in the same manner as his counterpart. "We have made an impression. Our work here is done." The Hurricane King pondered his words, then loosened his grip on Sitha's throat and let him crumple in a heap to the floor, coughing and sputtering. Another pillar of light engulfed him and the Black Knight, sweeping them both away without a trace. The world grew muddled and turned pitch black again, and when Edelgard regained consciousness, her head was resting on a familiar lap, her eyes were greeted by a familiar face. "Byleth, my darling, my love," she gasped, her tongue forming words before her brain could fully process where she was or who exactly she was speaking to. "How you shine upon my life." Nearby, Sylvain snickered. "And I thought I was hot for teacher," he said as Edelgard realized what she'd just let slip. "My apologies," she stammered to a bemused Byleth, blushing madly enough that she felt her fingers and toes tingle from the loss of blood. I was delusional and I mistook you for someone else." Byleth nodded. "I see," she said, which did nothing to quell Edelgard's embarrassment. "Didu, take Sith, and carry him back to the surface. Ingrid, bring Flane up." "Wait, there's someone else here," Ingrid called out. "Felix, get over here." First the Death Knight, now the Hurricane King. Ash pondered, his voice shaking as much as his shoulders were quaking. "It's like we've fallen into one of Mercy's ghost stories." Edelgard felt Byleth's arms snake under the crook of her knees and the span of her shoulders and lift her up. She felt herself grow weak in Byleth's embrace, sagging in her grip and resting her head on her soft, warm chest. If she ignored the way Byleth looked at her and acted around her and focused only on the way her body felt, she seemed exactly the same as the woman Edelgard so dearly knew and loved. She'd been a fool to avoid this. Being next to Byleth, waiting for the heartbeat that would never come, made this strange, wrong world feel right. She couldn't avoid her. She had to be by her side. Byleth carried her through the catacombs back to the sunlight. The journey was tedious, though Annette had closed and knitted together the wound to her leg, she still had to limp her way through the catacombs' tight and winding tunnels. As soon as Edelgard felt well enough to walk on her own, she lowered herself to the floor, embarrassed to have burdened her professor for as long as she had. When they emerged from the depths of the monastery, the sunlight was blinding. By the time Edelgard's eyes adjusted, Dimitri had reconvened with them, already rid of his imposing Hurricane King armor. You found Flame. Thank goodness, he cried out, running up to them and taking her off Ingrid's hands. She's so pale, he noted, a hint of distress bleeding into his voice. Edelgard didn't know what to make of it, whether he was genuinely worried for her or merely putting on an act or something in between, she couldn't tell. Who knew what had been going on in his head back in the depths of Garreg Mach? His thoughts might have been as complex and difficult to unravel as hers had been, though his berserk rampage suggested otherwise. She's just unconscious, Annette assured him, and her pulse is strong. I think she'll be all right. We cornered the culprit, Didu informed him. Sitha's unconscious body was slung over his broad shoulder. However, he managed to escape. He was like a tempest made flesh, Ash said, shaken. Blood stained his uniform in a few places where swords and lances had nicked him, even though he'd kept his distance as best he could in the catacombs' tight and winding corridors. Yes, you would have gotten along well with him, Bor, Felix spat at Dimitri. A wet splotch of blood stained his forehead and matted his tied-back indigo hair. Dimitri shook his head. I don't think I would have, seeing what he's done to you all. Is Sith breathing, Didu assured him. Good. Tell me more about what happened later. For now, it's enough for me to know that you're all alive. He wore a pained, weary smile as his icy blue eyes drifted over his classmates. Again, his gaze briefly made contact with Edelgard's, and again, Edelgard remembered the moment that had lingered for an eternity after she'd taken his life when she'd stared into his dead eyes. She swore he somehow recognized her, or perhaps somehow remembered her. Professor, I'm sure I can trust you to get the wounded to the infirmary. Byleth nodded. Of course. What about Mercy? Annette asked. Is she all right? She's resting in her quarters. You know how tired she gets, Annette. She'll be fine in an hour or two, Dimitri told her. Oh, and by the way, Professor. I don't think I've ever seen your face like that. Edelgard glanced at Byleth and realized that she was smiling. At him. A pang of jealousy struck her heart. We found someone else down there, too, Felix said, setting down the body he had been carrying over his shoulder onto the lawn. Edelgard knew, vaguely, who it was. This was what those who slither had done in her world, too, but instead of Kronia in the guise of the red-haired Monica von Oaks, it was another one of their agents, this one in the form of a young man swaddled in a ragged cloak, his skin stained with dirt and long indigo hair snarled and matted. Edelgard hadn't been able to discern much of his features in the darkness of the catacombs, and neither had anyone else, apparently because when sunlight kissed the ragged young man's thin, pale face, Felix recoiled from him as though he'd laid his hands on a hot stove. Sylvain and Ingrid gasped, both looking as though they had seen a ghost, and the tortured smile that didn't reach Dimitri's eyes faded away. Felix, Sylvain whispered, the lump in his throat bobbing as he choked down a mouthful of air. Is that Glenn? Dimitri hissed, looking from Felix to the unconscious doppelganger lying at his feet as the color drained from his face. Having tea with Professor Byleth was a nerve-wracking affair. Edelgard could hardly keep her knees from quaking and had to keep her hands clasped over them when she sat. She'd never felt such an unruly ball of unrest like roiling worms in her stomach. It was just tea with the professor. She'd had tea with her plenty of times over the course of their studies, and during the war as well. Tea time with Byleth had always been a treat. Perhaps it was precisely because she had such fond memories that the prospect of having tea with her now, here, felt so daunting. Thank you for inviting me, Professor, she said politely, taking a biscuit from the tray in front of her and setting it down on her saucer next to her teacup. She mustered a smile. Byleth didn't quite smile back. There was a very subtle tugging at her cheek that might have been something, but that was it. It hurt to see it. In Edelgard's past, the first time she had seen Byleth smile at her had been after the rest of the Black Eagles had rescued Flame. Here, that privilege of being the first person to see such a wonderful sight, like the first blossoming bud in springtime, had belonged to Dimitri. As irrational as it was, Edelgard almost felt as though Byleth had cheated on her. Pushing all that aside and willing herself to just enjoy her time with Byleth, that was why she was here, after all. Because being without her was unbearable. Edelgard raised her teacup to her lips. The scent of the steam rising from the cup reached her before the tea could, the distinct and heady aroma of bergamot, a fragrant and tart citrus fruit, filled her nostrils. Bergamot tea. Her favorite. I just want to thank you for helping my class, Byleth told her. It was very brave of you to accompany us down there. I wasn't aware you were such a risk-taker. For once in my life, I couldn't stand by and do nothing, Edelgard said. Her hand slipped to the back of her head, gingerly prodding at the tender, bruised lump under her hair that remained from when the Hurricane King had thrown her into the wall. It had been a few days since Flane's rescue, but it still hurt enough that she couldn't sleep on her back. I cannot explain why, but I empathized very strongly with Flane. Perhaps that was why the goddess granted you that revelation. About that, Edelgard leaned closer. My TER, Professor Eisner. Professor Byleth is fine. Professor Byleth, can you keep a secret? Byleth thought for a moment, then leaned toward her. Yes. Edelgard lowered her voice. There was no revelation from the goddess. The day Flane had gone missing, I'd seen the Death Knight carrying her into the catacombs in the middle of the night, she lied. I was afraid to come forward, since I feared what would happen if Seath knew I'd been wandering at night, so after a few days figuring out what I should do, I pretended to have that vision. I see. Byleth took a sip of her tea. I'll keep this between us. What's important is that Flane is safe because of you. That was a very cunning way to go about it, though. I hear you've been exhibiting a lot of that as of late. What, cunning? Yes. I was speaking to Professor Hanneman the other day. He says he's almost unnerved by the way you've been throwing yourself into your studies as of late. He meant it as a compliment. I think. Thank you, Professor. Edelgard took a sip and winced too hot, it burned her tongue and set the teacup down. Her chest hurt fiercely, and staring down at the teacup she'd set down, she felt something stirring inside her, rising. Is something wrong? Byleth asked. Edelgard looked up at her. No, she said, shaking her head. No, bergamot is my favorite, why you brought me my favorite tea? Her voice hitched. Why couldn't she hold herself together? Because Byleth was beautiful. Because the Sunday afternoon sunlight streaming into the courtyard made her skin and eyes glow just right, because her deep blue-green hair was so feathery and looked so soft to the touch, because her lips. Edelgard wanted so badly to kiss those lips. She wanted to throw herself across the table at Byleth. She wanted to kiss her, wrap her arms around her, sink into her embrace and melt into the curve of her bosom. She wanted Byleth, her wife, the one who had seen all of her sins and still chosen her unconditionally, in every conceivable meaning of the word. Her sight blurred and she felt something hot and wet roll down her cheeks. Even this Byleth, one who didn't know her, who didn't have any reason to know her, had still taken the trouble to pick out her favorite tea. Byleth lifted herself from her chair, bracing her hands on the table. To see those bare fingers, graceful and slender yet marked by the scars and calluses of mercenary life, and yet to not see a hard-fought wedding ring on any of them only made it harder for Edelgard to fight back the tears welling in her eyes. Are you okay, Edelgard? Byleth asked. Edelgard nodded. She had to pull herself together. Where was that severely enforced stoicism and distance she'd carried with herself all through her days at the academy in her own world? Why couldn't she summon it so easily here? But too late. Byleth had already circled around the table, crouching at Edelgard's side so their eyes were level. With not so much as a word she laid her hand on Edelgard's back just between her shoulder blades. There, she murmured. It only made things worse. Edelgard's entire body shivered, spasms racked down her spine, the gentle rolling of tears down her cheeks became a torrent. She buried her face in her hands. She wanted to tell Byleth everything about herself, about them. That she had lived a different past and seen a different future, that this version of her with such a happy and carefree life was a stranger to her, that she knew Byleth as her closest and dearest companion through hardship and betrayal, that they were meant to be joined together as woman and wife. I'm sorry, Professor, she choked out past the lump in her throat once the tears had slowed once again to a trickle. She couldn't tell Byleth who she was. How could she? And how would Byleth believe her? It's hard being a middle child, she lied, her voice coming out as a croak. Byleth offered her a handkerchief to wipe the tears and snot from her face, which she was happy to do. The eldest get the lion's share of the inheritance, the youngest are doted on, and those of us in between are ignored. Nobody notices us too young to be the family's standard bearers, too old to be babed and coddled. I suppose that's why I've garnered such a reputation for being lazy, because to be scolded means that at least somebody is paying attention to me." Byleth nodded, so serene and saint-like in her understanding. As Byleth's palm gently glided across her shoulders, a pang of greed stabbed at Edelgard's soul. She wanted more. More caring, more coddling, more outpouring of sympathy, more of Byleth's hand caressing her as only it could. She forced herself to think about their wedding night, the smiles on her friends' faces, the heady buzz of true love that had saturated the hot, thick, muggy summer air that night. She forced herself to think about the moment she had desperately searched for a pulse on Byleth's body while the two of them had laid before the Immaculate One's corpse in the burning ruins of Fhirdiad. She forced herself to think about the day she had met Byleth at the Goddess Tower after 5 long years of war without her. She forced herself to think about the moment when Byleth's sword had refused to claim her life, instead settling between her and Rhea to protect her. She forced herself to think about their tryst on the night of the winter ball. She forced herself to think about that night in Remire when Byleth had leaped to her defense the very first night they had met. She forced herself to relive all these memories, to stew in them, to braise herself and make herself tender, so that it would hurt more, so that she could cry more, and so that in return, Byleth would keep holding her. Byleth kept holding her until the tears ran their course. "And so, thank you," Edelgard said to her, sniffling, when she'd had her fill. Her voice was a hoarse croak it hurt to speak. "Thank you for noticing me." "Of course," Byleth said, "of course. Professor, I have a question for you. I know it might sound unorthodox, as you teach the students from Faerghus and I am still a princess of Adrestia, even if I am not likely to inherit anything from it, but I must ask." She looked into those stunning azure eyes and had to fight every urge in her body to throw herself at Byleth. Her heart burned a hole in her chest. Why hadn't she struggled this much with adolescent feelings in her own time? Edelgard had no idea how to return to her own world in her own time. She didn't know what those who slither were plotting with Dimitri among their pawns. But something made her feel as though figuring out what forces had shaped this world into something so different from her own would be the key to finding her way back home. And as long as she was trapped in this world, she couldn't decipher the mystery of its existence alone. "Professor Byleth, I would like to join the Blue Lions." The words stuck in her throat. She knew what she was leaving behind by asking it. Her old class, her old friends, no, not her old friends, but distorted reflections of the people she'd known for so long. Perhaps it would be a relief to escape that classroom. And of course, Byleth was such a more effective teacher. Byleth cocked her head, pondering the question. She paused, letting her little vocalization hang on the late summer breeze. The buzzing of bumblebees and twittering of birds filled the silence. "I'll talk to Seath about it," she finally said. Edelgard swallowed another lump in her throat. "Thank you so much, Professor." It might have just been her imagination, but she could have sworn she saw a little half-smile flicker on Byleth's face. A smile for her. Edelgard returned to her room in higher spirits and spent the rest of the afternoon unable to think about anything else but Byleth, the warmth of her hand on her shoulder, and that little smile. When the high ran down, she was left with a pit of guilt boring its way through her stomach. This wasn't the first time she had manipulated Byleth. She'd spent an entire year torn between her identities as Princess Edelgard and the Flame Emperor, lying to her and everyone else, so this was hardly new to her, but the way she had conducted herself today, extracting unearned sympathy from the oblivious woman she loved the same way one might milk a cow, felt particularly perverse. She looked at her hand, letting her eyes trace the lines of a pristine palm, and found herself wishing her old scars were still there. Chapter 3, The Same River Twice. The eve of Edelgard's last day as a Black Eagle was restless and marred by unusual dreams, not the nightmares she was accustomed to. She hovered helplessly over her own shoulder, invisible, inaudible, and intangible, as she watched herself put her foot in her mouth over and over again, insulting her friends, ruining diplomatic meetings, making an ass of herself. She woke up, to her relief, in a body that was, while not quite hers, fully under her control, though so much of it still ached. This body just couldn't handle her usual training regimen, or even half of her usual training regimen, on top of the nasty blow to her head and back she'd taken in the catacombs. Her spine ached when she sat up and dragged herself out of bed. Edelgard ran a comb idly through her hair. She still wasn't used to it being so thick or strong in her world. Her bleached white hair was fragile and required plenty of maintenance, including special soaps and oils, to tame its flyaways and frizz. She almost hoped she wouldn't get used to it. If she let herself sink too deeply into this world and love what it had to offer her, she feared she might no longer want to go back. She had to remind herself that she had stolen this life from the other Edelgard, albeit not by choice. It was not hers to want. Then again, she was completely upending this other Edelgard's new life. "Edelgard, are you awake yet?" Ferdinand asked, knocking on her bedroom door. It was Ferdinand knocking at her door, not Hubert. Something was wrong, more so than usual. Dreading what he had to say, Edelgard set down her comb and went to the door. Ferdinand and Hubert were both standing in front of her. The former, of course, looked perfect. Not a single button or tassel on his uniform was out of place, his cape freshly ironed, his boots freshly polished, his auburn hair perfectly combed. Hubert, by comparison, had only just been roused from sleep by the looks of it. "Edelgard, dear," Ferdinand said to her, "I heard from Professor Byleth that you are transferring into her class tomorrow." "Should I not be?" she asked, measuring her words. "Actually, I think it is wonderful news," he replied. "You have clearly begun to apply yourself, and if your newfound desire to excel drives you to a different teacher, one whose teaching style better befits you," he shrugged. "Who am I to say no to that? I am proud of you." "Oh. Were you expecting me to say something else?" "Oh, no, that makes sense. I mean, you did not, Er. You are not doing this to get away from me, are you?" Ferdinand asked, a worried frown creasing his face. "No, certainly not," Edelgard lied. "I wish you had informed me of this, Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, crestfallen. "Now I will have to request a transfer as well." Ferdinand looked perturbed. "Hubert. Lady Edelgard, you're transferring into Professor Byleth's class," Caspar hollered, running down the hall and skidding to a halt just before he careened into Ferdinand. "Can you put in a good word for me? Damn, what I wouldn't give to be taught by a real mercenary. Why, you cannot all transfer into the Blue Lions." Ferdinand sputtered, horrified. "The Battle of the Eagle and Lion is next month. I cannot fight it with half a house." "Stay with Ferdinand, Hubert," Edelgard said. "I'll be fine on my own. I trust Professor Byleth." "But I am your retainer," Hubert protested. "You've coddled me for too long," she replied, raising a hand to rest it on his shoulder. "This eagle must spread her own wings." "She is right," Ferdinand told him. "Besides, what would this class be without you, my friend?" Hubert sighed and shook his head. "I understand, Lady Edelgard. I shall remain here. But if you ever need my help—" "I trust you'll never be too far away," Edelgard said. "Now, why don't we all try to enjoy our last day as classmates?" As she followed Ferdinand out of the dormitories and across the yard, she felt the unique sensation of a pair of eyes boring into the back of her head. After more than a decade dealing with those who slither in the dark, she knew that feeling well. She glanced behind her and saw someone slip behind the courtyard's tall hedges too quickly for her to make them out. "I will say, this is quite the transformation you have undergone this past week, Edelgard," Ferdinand said to her. "It is hard to believe one could turn their life around overnight." Caspar laughed. "Yeah, what have you done with the real Edelgard?" Edelgard felt a chill run up her spine. Her mouth turned dry. Again, she felt intensely watched. "I am the real Edelgard, Caspar. Do you think Ferdinand and Hubert wouldn't know an impostor at first glance?" Caspar recoiled from her and looked away. "Whoa, lighten up," he mumbled, folding his arms across his chest. "It was a joke. That is no way to speak to a princess." Ferdinand and Hubert both scolded him in unison. "My apologies," Edelgard said, realizing for the umpteenth time in the past week that she didn't have a reputation for being so cold and stern in this world. "I'm just nervous, I suppose. As much as I think I'm doing the right thing, I can't help but be worried for the future." "You will be fine, Edelgard," Ferdinand assured her, patting her on the shoulder and flashing her a cheery grin. As much as Hubert and I shall miss you, I must admit I am thrilled at the thought of facing this exciting new you at Gronderfield next month, so train hard under Professor Byleth. So you admit to being the kind of man who fantasizes about beating his wife. Hubert spat in a rare instance of venom toward him. But before Edelgard could feel comfortable in this rare alignment of worlds, his scowl morphed into a grin and he and Ferdinand both laughed. Perish the thought. If anything, I fantasize about having a wife who could beat me, Ferdinand chuckled. Edelgard rolled her eyes. She'd had about enough of Ferdinand for the day. And perhaps Hubert as well. Ferdinand led her to a table with the rest of the Black Eagles. Even Bernadetta was there, although by the way she was shivering, likely under duress. Your seat, my lady, he said, bowing and motioning for her to sit at the bench. I will get you a plate. Edelgard sat down and watched him weave through the crowded dining hall. Lady Edelgard. Bernadetta stammered. Yes, Bernadetta. Is it true that you're leaving for the Blue Lions? I'm afraid it is. I'm joining Professor Byleth's class. But if you leave then who's gonna tell Ferdinand to leave me alone? Oh, I'll still be here. It isn't as though I'm moving halfway across Fodlan. You know exactly where my room is. Just tell me if he starts getting obnoxious, Edelgard assured her. Bernadetta didn't seem very assured. I'm surprised you had it in you, Dorothea said. Her eyes narrowed. You do know that Professor Byleth's class isn't going to be any easier, right, Edie? I'm hoping it'll be more of a challenge, actually. Dorothea threw her head back and laughed. You can barely lift an axe and you want more of a challenge. Lady Edelgard has been making great strides, Petra pointed out to her. I am thinking maybe you are being inspired by me. Indeed, Edelgard told her. Petra, seeing you improve yourself so much these past few months has lit a fire under me. I can no longer resign myself to mediocrity. Petra smiled, a fierce gleam in her eyes. Then we are both becoming greater. She clapped her hands together. We will prove our hard work to each other on the battlefield. The prospect of facing Petra in battle chilled Edelgard's blood. She had to remind herself that firstly, it was a mock battle and everyone would be using wooden swords, secondly, it was still just over a month and a half away and she would hopefully have returned to her own world by then. A shadow fell over her. Edelgard glanced up and found Dimitri looming above her. Hello, Edelgard, he said. I hope you are looking forward to your time in the Blue Lions. I certainly am, she said to him, meeting his icy blue eyes. He was trying to be friendly, but beneath that thin veneer, he was so cold that Edelgard could have sworn she could see her breath in the air in front of her. His smile didn't even come close to reaching his eyes. She hadn't been this cold when she'd been in his shoes, had she? Is your head feeling better? He asked, very carefully letting his hand hover about an inch above her shoulder. She had never quite realized how much he tried to diminish himself around others, a giant trying to seem small, shrinking from the world as though everything and everyone were covered in shards of sharp glass. His polite words, too, were ill-fitting, stilted, stiff, and painfully overthought. Professor Byleth told me you took a nasty blow from that so-called Hurricane King. Edelgard thought once more about the Hurricane King. His fierceness, his relentlessness, the fury laced in his voice as he'd choked the life from Seath, the almost sadistic glee she'd seen in the way he'd held his glaive over Flame's unconscious body. He was a different beast altogether compared to the Flame Emperor. Who was he, beneath those masks he wore? How had his torment by those who slither shaped his mind? You suffered a head injury. Hubert gasped, leaping to his feet. Lady Edelgard, why did you not tell me? You saw the Hurricane King. Caspar gasped, leaping to his feet. Edelgard, you gotta tell me all about him. Was he strong? You got hit on the head again. Dorothea gasped. And your personality didn't completely change this time. Dimitri recoiled, his brow furrowing. His eyes met Edelgard's and quickly flitted away. He thumbed the clasp that held his cape nervously, as though he'd suddenly become even more uncomfortable in his own skin. I'm fine, Dimitri, Edelgard assured him. Ah well, I look forward to seeing you in our classroom tomorrow, he said, making a hasty exit. Dorothea watched him hurry away. So that's that, then, she said to Edelgard. The next time we see each other, we'll be enemies. Then not much has changed, Edelgard frostily replied, crossing her arms over her chest. She tried not to take Dorothea's attitude toward her personally. Of course Dorothea, who had scraped and scrounged and clawed her way up from nothing to become an opera star and then gave it all up so she could just barely afford to enroll in Garreg Mach's prestigious officers' academy, would resent a royal brat who had never earned a thing in her life. Edelgard sympathized with her, of course, for having to work so much harder for so much less, but she would be glad to rid herself of this doppelganger Dorothea before she spoiled all of her fond memories of the original. Dorothea picked at her food. Honestly, I don't know what you see in Professor Byleth. She's creepy. Excuse me. Edelgard shot back, momentarily forgetting her situation and leaping to her wife's defense. The professor is, I mean, what do you find creepy about her, Dorothea? It's her eyes. Blank. Piercing. Accusing. Like she can see through everything you are in an instant. Dorothea looked away, idly spearing a sausage link on her fork and nibbling one end. She's like a perfect marble statue made flesh. As though she only looks human. You're correct on your second point, Edelgard admitted before she could stop herself. And as for her eyes, well, we'll have to agree to disagree. Dorothea laughed. Oh, goddess. Is that what this is about? You're joining her class because you have a crush on her. Edelgard felt the tips of her ears burn. What? No. I might have misjudged you, Edie. Who knew you had a thing for commoners? Hubert shot to his feet and slapped the table with his palms. Now see here. That is royalty you are mocking. Persist like this and I assure you, your fate will be. What are you gonna do, kill me for the honor of little Miss Ninth in line for the throne? Dorothea taunted him. Hubert scowled in a very characteristically Hubert way, his jaw clenching, only for him to suddenly and meekly retreat back to his seat as Ferdinand returned to the table with 2 plates held in his hands. He set one down in front of Edelgard before taking his own seat. Breakfast is served, Your Highness, he said with a polite nod of his head. Thank you, Ferdinand, Edelgard said, picking at the eggs and bacon on her plate. An awkward silence fell on the table. Say, Edelgard, Linhard said after a few minutes of uneasy peace, you aren't going to tell Dmitri about all of our strengths and weaknesses ahead of Gronder Field, are you? Because that's what I would do if I wanted to eke out an easy win. He yawned. I guess I'll just surrender right away and save Dmitri the trouble of beating me up. Of course not, Edelgard said. Try it if you want, but it won't work. Caspar chimed in, thumping his fist against his chest. I've already put together a 6-week training regimen to shore up all my weaknesses, so anything you tell Dmitri about me ahead of the battle will be wrong. I'm transferring to a different class, Edelgard said, not defecting to an opposing army. We're not at war yet. Why yet? Bernadetta stammered. Oh, no. Is Faerghus planning on invading us? Edelgard's thoughts turned once more to the Hurricane King. No, she lied. Sorry. That was a joke, Bernie. Anyway, Caspar, I can assure you that I won't tell Dmitri about your fear of thunder. Caspar's face turned white. Who told I mean, me, afraid of thunder? That's ridiculous. His wide eyes flitted to and fro among his peers. I trust Lady Edelgard enough to keep our secrets safe, Hubert said. But if it is not too much to ask, Edelgard, Ferdinand added, perhaps you could tell us about your new classmates as you learn more about them so that we may devise a strategy. Edelgard shook her head. Sorry, Ferdinand. You'll have to win on your own strength. I would rather win on my own strength, yes, he said, but I supposed it was worth a shot. Edelgard looked at the familiar faces surrounding her, the distorted, but still nostalgic echoes of her friends. If this world followed the same path as hers, they would all die defending the Adrestian Empire to their last breath, one by one. She had to know if Dimitri's cause was as righteous as hers. If it was not, then for the sake of this world's Edelgard, for this world's Black Eagles, she would have to stop him. Edelgard took time in the afternoon, once the last of Hanuman's interminable lectures had concluded, to practice her swordsmanship in the training hall. In her world, she'd been proficient with a sword, though not as skilled as she was with her axe, and so she hoped that the gulf between this body's skill and her mind's memory would not be as wide. She wanted to make a good impression on Byleth tomorrow. It was an amusing idea, though, to think that after all these years, she had been reduced once more to simply a girl with a crush on a teacher, desperate to impress her. Her sword cut through the air in a swift arc, and though she struggled to keep her footing, at least she didn't fall face first into the dirt. Her mind still moved faster than her body. She could hardly keep up with herself, but so far, it seemed manageable. While other students came and went, later in the afternoon, the only other person in the training hall beside her was Felix Hugo Frildarius, who as of tomorrow would be her classmate. He fought unending waves of invisible enemies with the frenzied fury of a man possessed, his iron blade cutting shining arcs through the air. Sweat glistened on his brow and flew from the tips of his indigo hair. He paused for only a moment to mop the sweat from his brow on his sleeve, then threw himself back into his routine. He was relentless in a way Edelgard couldn't help but respect. Edelgard, glad to be handling a wooden training sword, it would not do to take chances, after all, found herself trying to match his pace. She hadn't ever faced Felix in battle herself. He'd been killed in Arianrod, and it had been Ash who'd put him down if she recalled Hubert's final report correctly, but she'd been told of his skill with a blade. This version of Felix, though, was younger, slower, less well-trained. She fell into the old habit of pushing herself too hard and too fast, forgetting that the body she occupied was not her own, because she knew that a battle-hardened emperor with 7 years of experience over him could match or exceed him. For her hubris, she fell flat on her face and, as Casper would say, ate dirt. Panting, her whole body aching, she mopped the sweat from her brow. She could feel her blouse sticking to her back like glue. Once she'd caught her breath, she pulled herself up, brushed the dirt from her aching elbows and knees, and looked up to see that Felix had stopped and was now glaring at her. "Are you mocking me?" he asked her. He wore a scowl like an intemperate cat. Edelgard laughed at him. "Don't be so self-absorbed. I lost my footing. That's it." "Humph. Don't think you can just pick up a sword and master it without putting in the work. It's an insult to the art of the blade." Edelgard's pride wanted her to explain to him that she'd put in the work already. But some things weren't worth explaining. She picked up her sword again and took a fencing stance, trying to empty her head of all the things she knew how to do but that her body wasn't ready for yet. She had to unlearn what she had learned and start from the basics. She and Felix went back to work. "What are you even trying to do here?" Felix asked her, pausing to observe her. "I thought you were a princess." Edelgard focused on slow, steady strokes, deliberate foot movements, tracing beginner-level stances carefully and cautiously. She would get a feel for this body and master it soon. Then she would master her axe again. The other Edelgard would thank her for it, whenever they traded places again. "Perhaps I've had a change of heart. Perhaps I fancy myself a knight." Felix crossed his arms and let out a bitter laugh. "Go back to pampering yourself and stuffing your face with sweets, Your Highness. Scrapes and bruises don't suit you. In times of war, a great emperor must be willing to lead their armies from the front," Edelgard said. There was nothing that disgusted her more than the prospect of letting wars rage from the comfort and safety of a palace while commoners died for the honor of noblemen. "A great emperor," he scoffed at her. "I heard you have 10 brothers and sisters. Are you expecting something to happen to all of them?" Incensed, Edelgard slipped too quickly back into letting her instincts rule her. She swung too hard, too fast, lost her balance again. The wooden sword went flying from her hand and nearly knocked a burlap training dummy's straw-filled head off. The heat of her crest of Ceros, activated unbidden, burned in her veins. Without dignifying his barbed comment with a response, Edelgard stomped over to retrieve her sword. What an inauspicious way to hit it off with a new classmate. A part of her was glad Felix hadn't joined her side in her world. She didn't think she could have put up with him for very long before sending him off on a suicide mission. Felix grunted noncommittally and went back to work, only to be interrupted again when another visitor entered the training hall. The newcomer obviously wasn't here for any sort of practice with a sword, or any other weapon, for that matter, judging by the wooden crutch wedged under one arm. He was quite nearly Felix's spitting image, though his face was more gaunt than lean, and his freshly cut dark hair hung loose and free around his face. A smile lit up the visitor's face. "Felix," he called out. Though it took a second, Edelgard recognized the face of the young man who'd been pulled from the catacombs the other day. Dimitri had called him Glenn, but Edelgard knew just as well as he did that this man was not who he appeared to be. While he was a standoffish jerk, Felix deserved Edelgard's pity for what those who slither were putting him through. Felix barely even looked his way. "Go back to the infirmary before your leg gives out, Glenn. I'll visit you on my own time." "How am I supposed to see how much you've grown if you won't even visit me?" Glenn asked him. He even had the same voice as Felix, only just a bit deeper. It was easy to see that these two were brothers. If one wasn't visibly older, they could have passed for twins. "I'm busy," Felix insisted, throwing himself back into his training. "Go back to bed. If you're going to walk around like that, you'll get no pity from me when you fall over and break your other leg." "Ah, Feely, what's wrong?" Glenn limped closer. "I don't recall you being like this. I don't recall you being alive." "Leave me alone," Felix said, tossing his sword aside and stomping off in a huff. Glenn watched him go, lazily turning his head to follow him through the door. "What's his problem?" Edelgard felt another chill run up her spine, as though she were being monitored by unseen eyes, as Glenn approached her. She instinctively held her sword close, knowing that Glenn or whoever he was underneath that perfect mask was likely faking the injury to his leg. His crutch could easily be used as a makeshift weapon if need be. Then again, there wasn't much a wooden sword could do to help her defend herself. "So, you're the transfer student," Glenn cocked his head. Edelgard couldn't help but be reminded of Kronia by his body language and manner of speaking. Perhaps it was Kronia behind the mask. "Edelgard von Hresvelg, right?" He looked down at her. "I heard you were a spoiled little royal brat. Are people wondering what you've done with the real Edelgard?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Edelgard lied. She stood up, keeping her eyes trained on Glenn's. She suppressed a disgusted shudder with all her might. Did he think she was one of them? In that case, she would have to choose her words carefully. She dared not invite the suspicion of those who slither. "And for the record, I am an imperial princess. I don't appreciate being spoken to in such a lackadaisical manner." "Well, you'll have to get used to it," Glenn chortled, clapping her on the shoulder. "Soon as this leg heals up, I'm joining the Blue Lions. I think you and I are gonna be best friends." "I think you're asking me to cut off your hand," Edelgard hissed, taking his hand and pulling it off her shoulder. "Wow. Rude." Glenn stepped back and shook his head. "Missing, presumed dead, for what, 6 years, and this is the welcome I get." He limped over to the exit, tracing Felix's footprints across the dirt floor of the training hall. "I get no respect at all." He froze in his tracks, as he found his path blocked by the tall, broad wall of Didu Molinaro's body. As far as Blue Lions went, Edelgard didn't know Didu very well, either. No one did. It seemed even Hubert's obsessively documented dossiers were sparse where he was concerned. Her most concrete memory of him was of watching him die on the same day as Dimitri, on the same battlefield, subsumed into the body of a towering behemoth summoned from his own flesh. Dimitri's cry of despair had rung out across the Tailtean plains when the beast had been felled and its ichor-stained flesh had crumbled away around the remains of Didu's used-up corpse. What Edelgard did know about Didu, then, was that he was willing to do anything for Dimitri, even if it meant relinquishing his own humanity. She could respect that. Didu stared down at Glenn. "There you are, Glenn. His Highness has been worried about you. I must ask you to return to the infirmary at once." "Oh, has he?" he asked. "Thank you, Didu. Yes, I'll see him at once. No need to let him worry, is there?" As Didu guided Glenn out of the training hall, his icy eyes slipped toward Edelgard and she felt another chill run up her neck as she realized that he had been the one watching her from afar all day. The next morning, Edelgard felt nervous enough to vomit. Stepping into the Blue Lions classroom felt like intruding on enemy territory, even though she'd used this room for war council meetings plenty of times while her army had occupied Gareg Mach. As the butterflies in her stomach fluttered with reckless abandon, she felt thankful she'd had the foresight to eat a light breakfast. A single lightly buttered slice of toast was doing somersaults in her gut right now. Seeing Byleth in her proper place at the head of the class, though, made Edelgard feel better. Seeing Byleth standing in front of a blackboard with meticulous and detailed diagrams already scrawled across the board, a piece of chalk in one hand and a long pointing stick in the other, made this wrong world feel so right. "All right, Lions," Byleth said as soon as Edelgard had stepped over the threshold, "we have a new student joining us. Edelgard, why don't you introduce yourself?" Every head turned toward her. She began, "am Princess Edelgard von Hresvelg, heir to Emperor Ionius IX, ninth in line for the throne." She cleared her throat. Her mouth felt dry. She could feel Byleth's eyes boring into hers and found herself thinking about Dorothea's discomfort with those eyes. They were, she had to admit, awfully piercing. "One of the heirs. Nothing special, really. I'm looking forward to studying with you." "We're happy to have you, Edelgard," Dmitri said from his desk next to Didu. "Take a seat anywhere you like." Edelgard looked around the room. She felt Didu's eyes follow her. He was still watching her like a hawk even now. Each desk in the room fit 2 people, and everyone was paired up except for Felix on one side of the room and Sylvain on the other. She chose to sit next to Sylvain. "Well, hey there, Princess," he said to her, one hand lazily propping up his cheek, the other rakishly tooling his fiery red hair. "Come here often." Edelgard regretted sitting next to Sylvain. Byleth launched into her lesson for the day. Edelgard felt an adrenaline rush just from listening to her speak. She'd heard every word before, and she could anticipate every one of them, but hearing them all over again in that beautiful voice made her happier than she'd ever been since she'd arrived in this world. She was an avid participant, drawing on not only the contents of Byleth's lesson for the day but also throwing in things she recalled from war council meetings and strategies from the battlefield. There was something perversely pleasurable about feeding Byleth's future ideas back to her past self. When the lecture concluded and Byleth had answered every student's questions, the class left the classroom and marched to the forest outside of the monastery for drills and open-air practice, and this was where Byleth excelled. Most professors at the Officers' Academy taught like, of course, officers. She taught how to fight like a mercenary. In other words, she taught her students how to survive by their grit and determination, not just their strength. Most mercenaries, she'd always said, weren't strong, they were wiry, lean, fast, and above all, smart. Edelgard finally felt at home in this world. She was where she belonged. She was falling on her sword over and over again. She was letting her emotions get the best of herself. She scolded herself as she picked herself up. Trying too hard to impress Byleth, failing to ignore the way her older, more experienced brain kept telling her younger, less experienced body how to move. "You shouldn't be trying techniques so advanced at your skill level," Byleth said, not in a scolding way but simply matter-of-factly. She took Edelgard by the hand and lifted her to her feet. "If that were a real sword, you'd be seriously injured." "I know, Professor," Edelgard said, gingerly resting a hand lightly on the blossoming bruises lining her midriff. She tried to keep her voice from trembling, though it was hard to focus on holding herself back with Byleth's hand clasping hers. "I know I shouldn't push myself so hard." "You've read a lot of books on swordsmanship, haven't you?" Byleth asked. Yes," Edelgard lied. "How could you tell? Your head knows all the right moves, but your body doesn't." A wry little smile forced its way onto Byleth's stoic face. She glanced over at Ash. He was the same way. Knew his way around a sword backwards and forwards, he just couldn't quite manage to lift it. "Yes, Professor. I have to admit, I've studied a lot of weapons that way," Edelgard said. "So what should I do?" Byleth's eyes drifted away from Edelgard's, as though she were listening to a voice only she could hear. "First off, you'll need to train your body on something you don't have so many hang-ups about first until it's strong enough. How well versed are you with spears?" "I know the basics." "Great. You'll pair up with Ingrid for the day. Let's see how that goes." Edelgard looked up at Byleth and smiled. "Thank you, Professor." She felt closer to home now than she ever had over the past week. That night, Edelgard found herself sitting in a circle with the rest of the Blue Lions students and Byleth in a remote part of the monastery grounds. She hadn't put much thought into socializing outside the Black Eagles in her world, so with the exception of those who had joined her class and fought at her side, most of these people were strangers, nothing more than ledger lines in the dossiers Hubert had kept and faces of the freshly killed. She sat between Ash and Annette, whom she knew best from her world and who seemed mostly unchanged, flanked on all sides by people she'd only ever really known as enemies and corpses. Mercedes, the only other familiar face in the class, sat in the circle opposite her, and in the dark of the night, her long, thick white hair cascading down her shoulder and pale skin made her look like a ghost. A little oil lamp rested on the grass in front of her, casting shifting and flickering ember light across her eerie features. Mercedes cleared her throat. A cold breeze filled the air. The black silhouette of the monastery walls stretching toward the heavens above the gathered students faded into the darkness of the night sky. "Well, then," she said in her soft whisper of a voice, "now that night has fallen, we are ready to begin." "Your Highness, are you ready?" Edelgard nodded. She had no idea what to expect from this, an initiation ritual of sorts. Hazing? An interrogation? They wouldn't do something like that with Byleth right here beside them, would they? Next to her, Ash shivered even though the air, aside from the breeze, was warm and pleasant. He pulled his hood over his head, as though he knew what was coming, and Ingrid gave him a comforting, but awkward pat on the shoulder to console him. "Tonight's story is, The Golden Arm," Mercedes said. "It starts like this. There once was a man who traveled all across the land for want of a wife. He saw young and old, rich and poor, pretty and plain, but none who caught his eye. Until he met a woman who was young, fair, and rich, and whose entire right arm was solid, lustrous gold from shoulder to fingertip. The man was instantly smitten and begged her to have him as her husband. They lived happily together, but in his heart, the man loved his wife's golden arm far more than he loved her golden hair or golden voice. At last," she continued, her voice hushed and breathy, "she died. No one wore their grief more prominently at her funeral than her husband, but it was all for show. That very night, he crept to his wife's fresh grave, dug up her body, and scurried back home with the golden arm he had so coveted clutched in his greedy hands. At last, he and his true love were reunited." She leaned forward. Her violet eyes met Edelgard's and a faint, wry smile crept across her face. Edelgard returned the smile and let herself loosen her shoulders. She should have known it was just one of Mercedes' macabre stories. The following night, Mercedes said, he put the golden arm under his pillow and slept with it. "I'll bet he put it under his pillow," Sylvain interjected with a body wink. "SHH, Byleth hissed, holding a finger to her lips. Felix punched him in the shoulder. "Thank you, Felix." Mercedes waited for a few seconds. The following night, he put the golden arm under his pillow and slept with it, but a cold wind filled his bedchambers and roused him. Half asleep, he found himself paralyzed, a cold weight on his chest pinning him to his bed, and floating before him was the specter of his dead wife. Dirt marred her golden hair and insects crawled across her pallid cheeks and blue-tinged lips. The man tried desperately to pretend he was not afraid, and to hide his fear, he spoke to the ghost, "My love, what hast thou done with thy cheeks so red?" Mercedes' voice grew quieter, slower, her next lines came in a hollow tone, barely a whisper. "All withered and wasted away," the ghost replied. "What hast thou done, my love?" the man asked, "with thy rosy red lips?" "All withered," the ghost said, "and wasted away." "What hast thou done with thy golden hair?" "All withered and wasted away." Mercedes leaned forward with each repetition, her eyes widening, the lamplight casting a ghoulish shadow across her face. She looked nearly as ghostly as the woman in her story. "And what hast thou done," he asked, "with thy golden arm?" Silence weighed heavily on the circle of students. An oppressive, electric aura hung in the air, as though lightning had struck nearby. The air sizzled. "Thou hast it!" Mercedes shrieked, jolting forward and flinging out her arms, fingers hooked into wicked claws, eyes wide and mad. Several yelps of fear and surprise rang out around the circle, Ash's being the loudest. Edelgard felt a hand curl tightly around her wrist and realized it was his. Byleth, of course, was completely and utterly unmoved. Edelgard, who had to admit she'd flinched, but only from being mildly startled. The Mercedes she'd known had done this plenty of times with the Black Eagles as well, smiled and clapped politely. Ghosts in stories didn't scare her, she'd seen enough true horror for them to do anything but amuse her. Real, solid things, corporeal things like rats, were what scared her the most, and no scary story in the world could replicate the feel of a rodent's naked tail slithering across one's bare feet. Mercedes returned an amused smile and bowed. "I'm glad you enjoyed my story, Lady Edelgard." She turned to Dimitri. "Your Highness, what did you think?" Dimitri, who had been sitting attentively with his fist propped underneath his chin, as still and stoic as a marble statue, blinked. "Huh? It's over already." He shook his head. "No, wait, I am sorry, Mercedes, I did not mean." "That's okay," she assured him. "One day, I'll find one that scares you." She smiled. "And you, too, Professor." "It'll be a challenge," Byleth warned her. "I have experience with ghosts." Then she made a pained face as though someone had just shouted in her ear. Edelgard didn't sleep easily that night, though not because of Mercedes' ghost story. Her waking thoughts ran around each other, circling the abyss of sleep like ocean currents swirling around a whirlpool but never fading to slumber. Half-conscious anxieties, fears for an uncertain future both mundane and grandiose, traced themselves in the shadows splayed across the ceiling. Idly, unbidden, her brain grasped for the faint, half-remembered details of faces long gone. She remembered her brothers and sisters, but too vaguely. Every day more concrete details: the shape of a nose or jaw, the position of a mole or a freckle, the exact way they wore their hair slipped into her subconscious, irretrievable in waking. She could see them all in this world, alive and happy, but all older than the children she'd watched die. The thought occurred to her that if one of them came to visit her, she might not even recognize them. The walls seemed to close in on her, looming on all sides, the ceiling pressing down on her. The slower and more sluggish her thoughts became, the closer she drifted toward sleep, the smaller her room seemed, the thinner her bedsheets, the harder the mattress underneath her. Ghoulish faces paraded in front of her, swimming through the shadows crawling across the ceiling. Ludwig von Aegir, that proud, fat, balding toad of a man with avarice gleaming in his piggish eyes, Thales, his corpse-like complexion stark and ghastly, a sinister grin twisting his pale face, his pure white eyes boring into hers, Emperor Ionius, staring down at her with a look of abject horror and shameful guilt pressed into every line of his careworn face, biting his lip until blood trickled down his chin. For a moment, Edelgard felt herself plummet to the bowels of the world, and with a jolt, she snapped fully awake, pulse racing, heart pounding. She pulled herself out of bed, drew a coat over her nightgown, and slipped out of her dormitory, creeping down the hall and down the staircase to the lawn. The air was pleasantly warm aside from the wind, the grass against her bare feet pleasantly cool. The waning moon stared down at her through a break in the cloud cover overhead. Deep down, a part of her was hoping she would run into Byleth. The night she'd first spoken candidly to her had been a night just like this one, and it was etched into her memory. She'd had a nightmare about her imprisonment and Byleth had heard her mumbling in her sleep. The two of them had run into each other on the lawn right here, and for the first time in her life, Edelgard had told another soul what horrors crept into her dreams. That had been the first time Edelgard had taken a leap of faith for Byleth, and while she'd admired and, on some level, wanted Byleth since the night they had first met, it hadn't been until then that Edelgard had realized how deep those feelings really ran. From that moment on, Edelgard had kept beckoning Byleth closer, 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 inch by inch, and eventually the two of them had become as close could be. Or had Byleth been drawing her closer, reeling her in like a fish caught from the monastery's pond? She shook her head. No, it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. It did her no good to work herself up and invite that heartache, she told herself, remembering her shameful display when Byleth had invited her for tea. She let herself wander aimlessly, meandering through the monastery grounds, letting the fresh air fill her lungs and the breeze from the open sky above run through her hair. Nothing soothed her more than wide-open spaces like this. While she wouldn't call herself claustrophobic, sometimes dark and enclosed rooms just reminded her too much of a prison cell. Eventually, Edelgard found herself in a quiet spot near the monastery's inner walls, where not even crickets chirped, where not even the grass rustled. She looked up at the distant moon and felt some semblance of kinship with it. She heard the muttering of a distant voice drift through the air and, not wanting to be caught outside so late into the night, ducked behind a bush that grew in front of the wall, pressing her back against the cool stone as she crouched amid the briars and brambles. Grass rustled under heavy boots as the voices drifted closer. "See no reason why they would do something like this," Dmitri said, his hushed voice just barely audible. "He was delivered to aid us in our plans, Your Highness," Didu replied, his deep voice just as quiet. "The men in black must have grown tired of our string of failures." Edelgard furrowed her brow. Men in black? Was that Didu's pet name for those who slither in the dark? Hubert certainly had him beat when it came to nomenclature. But why Glenn? Of all the faces they could have chosen, his is a trustworthy face. Dmitri sighed. "I suppose. It still feels cruel of them, though, especially to Felix and Ingrid." "And what of Edelgard? What do you think of her?" "It is worrying, but I would not count her among the changelings unless there is a faction we are unaware of." "Yes, she would not have spoiled our plan if they had sent her. Still, keep a close eye on her, Didu." "As you wish, Your Highness. If she continues to pose any threat to us, I trust you to do what is right." The footsteps drew closer, and Edelgard realized with mounting horror that if Dmitri and Didu passed this way, they would see her and they would almost certainly mistake her for the spy they suspected her of being. Even if they thought she wasn't an agent of those who slither, or the men in black, she'd still heard too much. It would be dangerous to leave her alive. Didu paused. "There is someone here," he hissed to Dmitri. Edelgard pressed herself as tightly as she could against the ground, pulling her coat up over her head to further conceal herself, and peered out through the prickly leaves of the bush she was hiding behind. "Dmitri!" Byleth's voice rang out. "Is that you over there?" Edelgard watched Dmitri pull away from the wall, leaving her hiding spot undisturbed. Didu orbited him closely as the two of them met Byleth on the lawn. "Guilty as charged, Professor," Dmitri sheepishly admitted. "Might I ask what brings you out here tonight?" "I could ask you the same thing," Byleth answered, not accusingly but rather almost coyly. Edelgard felt a twinge of bitter nostalgia. "I just wanted some fresh air. You know how lovely the breeze has been tonight. I find such things soothing when sleep evades me." Byleth nodded. "I couldn't sleep, either." She looked to Didu. "And you?" "If His Highness cannot sleep," Didu said to her, "then neither can I." "Tonight has been particularly troubling," Dmitri said. "Professor, this may sound like an odd question, but, what do you know of Glenn?" "He's Felix's brother, isn't he?" Byleth answered. Dmitri nodded. "That, and he and Ingrid were arranged to be married when they were both children. He was a squire to Sir Gustav Dominic, King Law, my father's personal guard, as well. About half of our class knew him personally. Everyone thought he'd died in the tragedy of Duskur." "You must all be happy, then," Byleth commented. "I suppose," Dmitri admitted, "although in truth, I believe it has brought a great pain to the surface for many of us. And the thing is, Professor, can you keep what I am about to tell you a secret?" Byleth nodded. It was a trustworthy nod. Edelgard recognized it. Seeing that simple dip of her chin for the first time, she'd almost felt as though she could have told her anything without fear of judgment or condemnation. 6, perhaps 7 years ago now, Dmitri rocked uncomfortably on his heels and pressed a palm to his forehead, his fingers burrowing into his snowy hair. "I confess I do not remember much of what happened then, nor do I remember much from before, but I swear, I could have sworn that I saw Glenn die. Painfully. Horribly. Slowly." "Memories are fickle things," Byleth said to him, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I know it isn't quite the same, but my father will sometimes ask me if I recall something from when I was little, and we'll both remember it completely differently, and we'll both insist we were right. Your mind can play tricks on you like that. If he stands before me alive, then my memories must have been mistaken." "You are right, Professor." His voice brightened. "Do you ever stop teaching?" "I'm not sure I've even started," Byleth said, and Edelgard had to bite her tongue to keep herself from laughing. That was classic Byleth. "But that reminds me, Professor, what do you know of that incident? The tragedy of Duskur?" "Not much." Right, it still surprises me how little your father told you about the outside world. When I was 10 or 11, I think, my father and stepmother journeyed north of Fhirdiad to the Duskar Peninsula for a diplomatic meeting with Sir Gustav, his squire, and a dozen of the Knights of Syros. The official story is that soldiers from Duskar beset our caravan in the mountains, murdered my father and the knights, and kidnapped my mother, Glen, and me for ransom. But Dida silently laid a cautionary hand on Dimitri's shoulder and shook his head. Dimitri gave him a low, slow nod that seemed to whisper "Trust me," and he withdrew his hand. The truth is, Duskar was only a scapegoat. As though they were possessed, half of the Knights of Syros themselves slaughtered the others and then turned their blades on the royal family. Only Glen and I were taken, and rather than put up for ransom, we found ourselves imprisoned in a stronghold deep within the mountains and sequestered with a dozen other children stolen from across Faergus. For over a year, they cut our bodies open and stitched us back together over and over again, pouring poison in our veins. Edelgard shuddered, feeling phantom aches across her body from the scars it had never bore. Byleth's brow furrowed and mouth contorted in a disgusted grimace. Why? Whoever commanded those false knights wished to create a vessel for unparalleled power. Due to my crest of Bladdid and the physical strength it affords me, I was their prized subject. The other 11 children were prototypes for me, and for this. Dimitri held out his hand, palm facing upward, and a pattern traced itself in the air above it. Arcs of pale, icy blue light laced together to form the shape of the crest of flames. Byleth gasped and recoiled. The cold light on Dimitri's face lent him a sinister demeanor. "The same crest of flames you bear," he said, his low voice growing rougher. "It burns in my blood, too." Edelgard watched Byleth cup her hands around Dimitri's upraised palm and curl his hand gently into a loose fist, dispersing the glowing insignia traced in the air. "I'm sorry, Dimitri." "It is not your place to apologize, Professor," Dimitri said. "But something evil has marked you with that crest as well. Someday, Didu and I will have vengeance for myself, for you, for my family, for the ghosts of those children, and for the ashes of Duskar." Byleth looked down at their conjoined hands. "Thank you, Dimitri." He withdrew his hand. "I think I will sleep soundly now, Professor. Thank you for lending me your ear tonight." "Anytime," Byleth said, and while it was too dark to make out much of her face without the light from Dimitri's crest, Edelgard could hear the smile in her voice. "I do hope you will sleep well, too," he said. "I would feel terrible if my own ghost story proved more frightening than one of Mercedes' tales." "I'll be fine, thank you," she said. Another smile for someone other than her. Edelgard couldn't help but feel jealous again, and it was stupid and immature of her and she knew it. And beneath that, Dimitri's story left a pit in her heart, and for once in over 10 years, she felt useless. In this world, Dimitri was Edelgard, and he'd even drawn Byleth close to him just as she had. That meant that in this world, Edelgard herself was redundant. In this world, Byleth didn't need her, wouldn't need her. Dimitri and Byleth might sleep soundly tonight, but Edelgard doubted she would. Chapter 4, The Road Not Taken. Day after day, Edelgard felt more and more of her strength return to her. Her body moved with more confidence, gripped her weapons more tightly, followed her own mind's instructions more and more easily. But she was unaccustomed to the curriculum Byleth had laid out for her, and after about a week of work with spears and lances, Edelgard was almost becoming used to getting her ass kicked, so when she finally managed to eke out a win against Ingrid, she couldn't help but feel just a bit more elated than she'd thought she would. "You've picked this up quickly, Edelgard," Ingrid said, picking herself up off the ground and brushing the dirt off her clothes and out of her long straw blonde hair. Her wooden training lance lay on the ground beside her. "I'll admit, I never took you for such a quick study." "Praise is not necessary," Edelgard said, setting down her own lance and taking Ingrid's hand to help her up. "Besides, I haven't improved that much. You're just off your game today." Ingrid looked away. "I don't know what you mean. You don't usually leave yourself so wide open. Is something on your mind?" "Not any more than usual." The two of them went back to sparring. Edelgard paired a question with each lunge, Ingrid a cagey response with every parry. She recalled what she had overheard Dimitri tell Byleth. "Is it about Glen?" "What about him?" Ingrid shot back, evasive. I heard you and him were quite close. We were. One might think you'd be happy he's alive, then. One might. He doesn't act like himself, does he? Ingrid left herself wide open, allowing Edelgard's lance to catch her in the ribs and knock her back down to the ground. You can't allow yourself to be distracted by your emotions in battle, Edelgard told her. Ingrid pressed a hand gingerly to her side, and for a moment, Edelgard feared she might have horribly wounded her. Images flashed through her mind: a golden-haired knight riding an ivory-white Pegasus at the siege of Arianrod, a swing from Aimre parrying the legendary lance Lewin, blood and viscera spilling onto the ground from horse and rider alike as the head of her axe chewed through flesh and bone. In the haze of that furious battle, Edelgard hadn't recognized her. That was a dirty trick, Ingrid protested. You'll have to get used to them, Edelgard told her, trying to erase the persistent memory from her mind's eye. There are no such things as dirty tricks when your life is on the line. Ingrid let out an involuntary, derisive chuckle and blew a stray strand of her hair out of her face. All right, princess. If you say so. She's right, Ingrid, Byleth interjected, stepping between the two of them. Plenty of people have shouted all sorts of colorful curses at me while I was trying to kill them. Did it stop you? Ingrid asked. Most of the time. No. Byleth pulled away the jacket draped over her shoulders and held out her arm to show a long, ragged scar winding its way around a toned, muscular bicep. But sometimes, if it wasn't an insult I'd heard before, I'd end up with something like this. Edelgard beamed with pride. However, Edelgard, Byleth added, giving her a stern look, using psychological tactics like those when you're supposed to be training for technique mastery kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Oh. Edelgard felt the sunbeams pouring out of her heart turn dim. Yes, I suppose it does. I'm sorry, my teacher. There'll be plenty of opportunities to learn to fight dirty, Byleth assured her. Just keep in mind which skills you're supposed to be developing at this moment. Yes, Professor. Edelgard offered her a polite, contrite little bow. Another match, then, Ingrid said, taking up her lance. And no tricks this time. Edelgard took up her lance. It felt twice as heavy in her hands, which hadn't built up the callus she was used to yet. And while she'd never had much stamina before, having two crests was very taxing. After all, this body had even less than that. After 2 weeks of training, it was still a princess body in far too many ways. Yes, she said, trying to keep her weariness out of her voice, another match. And no tricks this time. No, Byleth said. She crossed her arms. You two have had enough for the day. I can handle it, Edelgard insisted. Diamonds are forged from pressure. Byleth nodded. Yes, she replied to her, but bread dough rises with rest, and bread is more useful than diamonds. It's Friday, you two should hit the sauna before someone else stakes a claim on it. Edelgard, who could feel bruises fresh and old from the past week's worth of training on every inch of her body from the neck down, couldn't say no to that, so after she and Ingrid had had dinner, Ingrid ate like a famished pig, she followed her to the sauna, where the two of them stripped to their underclothes and sat down in the wood-paneled steam room. The thick, humid air soaked into her aching muscles. This wasn't a feature of the monastery Edelgard could say she'd used often. She'd never wanted anyone, student or faculty, to see so much of her body, in particular the heavy pattern of scars that stopped just short of her neck, the remnants of her torture. She'd spent some time in here alone, and some time with Hubert. He was permitted to see her like that, after all, and some time in here with Byleth, not enough, but never with another student. Not even any of the Black Eagle strike force. It took Edelgard a while to stop feeling self-conscious about revealing so much skin. Every once in a while, she had to look down at herself and remind herself that in this world she had nothing to hide. I noticed you don't wear makeup, Ingrid pointed out, breaking the sauna's heavy air of silence. No, Edelgard said. I've never fussed all that much with it. I'd have thought, seeing as you're, well. Truthfully, I don't see much utility in it. You put all that stuff on in the morning and take it all off again at night, and just to make people think your skin is smoother or your lips are redder. A waste. I'd rather look human than perfect. With a face like that, it's easy for you to say that. Excuse me. Nothing. I agree, actually. All these cosmetic diversions are just a waste of time. Knights don't need to gussy themselves up and look pretty. I thought for sure princesses did, though. Not this one. Did you dream of being a knight, too? Something like that. Ingrid sighed and slumped forward, resting her elbow on her knee and her chin on her hand. Her skin was glistening from sweat. She looked like a marble statue covered with morning dew. I received a letter from my father today. Does he often write to you? Edelgard asked. She'd always written to her father in her world, but she had no idea if this world's version of herself had the same habit, or if he wrote back. If she were being honest with herself, the prospect of a letter from him arriving and expecting her response made her feel uneasy. Every so often, when he finds me another suitor. Oh? But I thought Glenn. Ingrid squinted at Edelgard suspiciously, guardedly. You thought Glenn what? I'd overheard someone say you two had been engaged, Edelgard said, flustered, knowing she'd revealed that she knew too much. She wasn't lying, technically. Yes. So why be upset about your father's letter? If you don't wish to marry any of the suitors he's found, it seems you have a convenient excuse to say no now. That's the problem, Ingrid said. Ever since I was little, I've wanted to be a proper knight. But since I'm the only heir to my house who bears a crest, I'm meant to be nothing more than, well, a mother. A mother to as many children as it takes to get another crest bearer. Edelgard shivered despite the cloying heat. How ghoulish these noble families were. This had been the reason for her war, she had never forgotten it, but it never failed to chill her blood to be reminded of it. She had once thought Adrestia's culture of aristocracy had been especially bad, but it was nothing compared to that of Faerghus. To them, people with lives and dreams of their own were nothing but stud bulls and brood mares. It was sickening. I'd resigned myself to marrying Glenn before the tragedy. Actually, I'd grown to love him, Ingrid said. I really felt we'd have been happy together. And then, you know the rest of the story, I take it. Edelgard nodded. With Glenn gone, though, all I had to do was turn down anyone my father picked out for me and I'd be free, at least for the moment. As long as I kept putting that off, I could feel as though I could still make my own decisions about the future. Ingrid sighed. Now I guess I'm done feeling that way. He'll be a nice husband, I know, but Glenn will go on to be a wonderful knight, and I will bear his wonderful children. She sighed again and leaned back, letting her head rest against the wood panel wall. Our wonderful children. To be honest, I can't help but feel disappointed. I know what it's like to have your future decided, Edelgard told her. But that's no reason not to take your fate into your own hands. The life ahead of you is still yours to write. Ingrid shook her head. It isn't so simple. You won't understand, Edelgard, but House Galatea is very poor for a noble house. My father nearly starved himself to keep me fed. I might not like it, but offering the crest of Daphnel to a wealthy house is the only way I can repay that kindness. And I could do much worse than Glenn. I understand, Edelgard said. If it is any consolation, I don't have any choice in who I'm engaged to, either. My father married me off to Ferdinand von Aegir as part of a compromise between himself and the Prime Minister some years ago. Ferdinand. Ingrid's brow furrowed. The head of the Black Eagles. That's the one. He seems nice. He is nice if a little obnoxious. But he isn't quite my type, if you know what I mean. Edelgard bowed her head and bit her lip. Just thinking about Byleth made her feel even warmer. The air felt especially thick in her lungs. I don't think he realizes that all his father cares about is tying the crest of Syros to House Aegir. At any rate, he will be a wonderful Prime Minister, and I suppose I will have to bear his wonderful children as well. And you don't want that. I've never had much interest in starting a family, she said, her mouth suddenly dry despite the cloying humidity. In fact, in her world, she was fairly certain that the experiments had rendered her barren even if she'd wanted to have a child or children. Regardless, though, removing crests from the world started with her, and it was her decision to refuse to pass the crest of Syros to another generation. I wanted to walk my own path. Huh. I see. Ingrid smiled. You know, Edelgard, from what I'd heard, you were a lazy, shiftless layabout. When Professor Byleth told me to start training you, I expected you to break in a few days. I hadn't thought we'd have so much in common. Yes, Edelgard said. Suddenly, it was hard to look at Ingrid, so she turned away from her. Ingrid was one of the very people Edelgard had fought her war to liberate, someone whose future had been decided because of the greed of the aristocracy and the so-called blessings of the crest system. And yet she'd fought to the bitter end for the sake of the very kingdom whose strict and conservative adherence to tradition had kept her oppressed. It was a pity. She wished she had managed to recruit Ingrid to her side in her world, or barring that, had at least managed to capture her alive in Arianrod. That was war, though. Sometimes one had to kill people in order to save them. Ingrid bit her lip. Edelgard, what did you mean? Glenn doesn't act like himself, she asked, her brow furrowing with worry. You seemed perturbed around him. You and just about half the class, Edelgard said. There's something wrong about him, isn't there? Something off. Well, Ingrid let out a disarming, nervous laugh. It's true that he's changed. Before the tragedy, he was a lot like Felix, except less bitter, cold, serious, a bit of a dick until you got to know him. And now he's so upbeat. I can see how that would be unsettling, Edelgard said, thinking of Hubert. I'm sure whatever has happened to him over these past 6 or so years has changed him. That was how Kronia had gotten away with acting nothing like Monica, and it was bound to be the same excuse whoever wore Glenn's face would be relying on to deflect suspicion. Still, if he makes you uncomfortable, I'm sure there are options. Like what? If you're fleeing an arranged marriage, you could always ask for asylum in the Empire, she said coyly. Ingrid let out a sharp bark of laughter. I don't plan on ever leaving Faerghus, except to fight on its behalf should I have to. A knight's duty is to king and country. So it is. Besides, Ingrid curled her hands into fists in her lap. It's not Glenn's fault he's changed. He's been missing in Duskur for over 5 years and, she took a deep, shuddering breath, her nails digging deeper into her palms. It's those fucking Duskurites. They did this to him. They took him away from us and they don't even give them back right. Edelgard wondered if she should bring up what Dimitri had said about the people of Duskur being a scapegoat. Then again, she had no proof of that other than a clandestine conversation she certainly couldn't admit to overhearing, and without anything to back up such a claim, her words would likely fall on deaf ears. They took the Glenn I knew away from me, Ingrid said, lifting a hand over her eyes to wipe away the sweat pouring off her brow, and possibly tears as well, just like they took the Dimitri I knew. Whatever they did to him, we found him 2 years later with his hair stark white and me, Sylvain, Felix, he didn't remember us at all. We were all best friends when we were little and he didn't even blink when he saw us. Edelgard bowed her head soberly and found herself anxiously kneading her hands in her lap, her sweat-slicked fingers weaving around each other. She'd lost her childhood to those who slither in the dark just as this world's Dimitri had. She knew what it was like to have gaps in her memory, to feel guilty knowing that faces she should have known seemed like those of strangers, to feel the great emptiness that came with no longer remembering what it was like to be young and innocent. And without a childhood, she'd lacked an adolescence, 2 those years had been spent scheming and plotting, adding to a lifetime of lonely self-denial when everyone around her was making friends and having fun. She knew that life. So did Dimitri. He didn't even remember. He barely remembered, Ingrid choked out, her chest heaving, her breaths becoming shallow and rapid. Edelgard knew what a panic attack looked like, she'd seen it often enough in Bernadetta. This hot, thick, humid air was doing Ingrid no favors, either, it was all too easy to hyperventilate. Edelgard stood up and grabbed her by the arm. We're done here, she said curtly, and promptly dragged her out of the sauna. The cool evening air set upon the both of them immediately. Edelgard felt her sweat-soaked skin prickle as though a wave of pine needles had just washed over her and took in a lungful of cool, thin, light air. She and Ingrid stood at the back of the sauna in their underclothes as the sweat on their skin cooled. Ingrid slowly, carefully dropped to her knees, breathing the cold air deeply and slowly as she collected herself. Her face was red and far too drenched in sweat for anyone to tell if she'd been crying, her golden hair was plastered to her skin. Are you feeling better? Edelgard asked her. Ingrid nodded. Yes, thank you, Edelgard. The sauna can really take a lot out of you, Edelgard admitted, shivering, and trying to rub the goosebumps off her bare arms. Her legs felt as though all her muscles had melted. The prospect of walking up the stairs to her room didn't particularly thrill her. She felt she could fall over right here and fall asleep in an instant, even though she hadn't even had dinner yet. For what it's worth, I didn't mean to upset you. No, don't worry about it. Ingrid shook her head. I was already upset. You're right. Glenn's different now, and it's unnerving. More than you can imagine, Edelgard wanted to say. Do you need help getting back to the dormitories? No, I'll be fine, Ingrid insisted, pulling herself up to her feet. Edelgard stayed by her side anyway. We still need to wash up anyway. You know, way back, when Dimitri was about 9 or so, he met a girl from the Empire. Sylvain said he was head over heels in love with her and even gave her a dagger when she had to go back home. We could always rile him up just by asking him about Dagger Girl. But he doesn't remember it now, so we can't embarrass him like we used to. I think about what we've lost, and... Edelgard put a hand to her chin. He gave her a dagger. It must sound even sillier to you, it's not a custom I think they have down in the Empire. A faint smile forced its way onto Ingrid's face. Although it's a stretch to call it a custom. In Faerghus, blades are tools of destiny, ways to forge your own path and create your own future. There are plenty of stories, myths, really, of lords and knights bequeathing each other daggers as a sign of their unbreakable bonds, going all the way back to Lug and Kifon. That faint smile turned into a faint chuckle, and she shook her head. To give one to a girl you're smitten with, though. I don't think Dimitri really understood those stories back then. Or perhaps he understood them better than you do, Edelgard said. He gave her a dagger, she mused. The fact stuck in her head and circled around her thoughts. Is something wrong? No, nothing. She shook her head. Let's wash up and go back to our rooms. They did, and when Edelgard returned to her bedroom ready to collapse, she avoided her bed and instead went to her desk, standing over it on weak and shaking legs. She pulled open the desk drawer and looked down at the dagger resting in the corner, its steel blade covered by a short black sheath. She held it up, unsheathed it, let the gray-blue steel blade catch the lamplight, studied the gold detailing on the crossguard and pommel and the leather-wrapped hilt. She'd owned a dagger just like this in her world, too, down to the last detail, and had never known where it had came from, only that it had seemed important, and that she'd felt stronger with it at her side. Listen to me. No matter how hard things get, you can't give in, okay? You've got to cut a path to the future you wish for, no matter what. The young boy's voice echoed in her mind. She'd forgotten his face, let alone his voice, but for the first time in well over a decade now, it rang out clearly in her head. To think it had been Dimitri, of all people. She stumbled into bed and drew up the bedsheets to ward off the cold. Before she fell asleep, her thoughts turned to the grey and rainy day on the Tailtean fields when she'd crushed the Kingdom army and stood over her foe, a foe whose hateful eyes showed a heart with no room in it for concession or surrender, even though he had been brought to his knees. Aymr had glowed with an inner fire amid the persistent drizzling rain, casting its blazing light on the slick mud and blood that stained the ground. With one final swing of her axe, she had severed Dimitri's head from his shoulders as he'd gazed up at her with hatred burning in his icy blue eyes and rage twisting the leonine grace of his hard, weathered face. Aymr's spiny crab claw blade had not so much chopped his head off as it had ripped it free of his neck, leaving viscera to spew onto the ground and mingle with the mud as his hateful last words had echoed in Edelgard's head. To the fires of eternity with you, El. The next day, Edelgard could still feel as though she were being watched, and realized that she'd been working too hard. The Edelgard of this world wasn't the type to train so zealously, and her sudden change of priorities had attracted undue attention. To lessen the cloud of suspicion hanging over her head, she had to at least devote some time to lollygagging, and what better day was there than Sunday? She wanted to relax, she told herself, straining herself to relax. The thought occurred to her that she wasn't entirely sure she knew how to relax anymore. She'd cherished the few moments she got to herself in her own world, but they were few and far between even with Byleth and her friends at her side, and it was hard to commit herself to leisure here when she knew that she was an intruder in this world. When she tried to lie down and rest her eyes under the shade of an oak tree, as she'd often seen Linhard do, she just felt anxious and fidgety. She considered relaxing by eating, but felt that associating leisure and stress management with food could present problems in the long run, mainly relating to how well her clothes fit. Then it hit her. Of course. She could go fishing. Byleth had taught her all about fishing, and the pond in front of the monastery's great hall was the perfect spot for it. She found herself all too eager to borrow a rod, buy some bait, and cast her line, although baiting her hook with the worms she'd bought was quite a challenge, as she'd always had Byleth do that for her to avoid goring herself. Still, though, she managed it with only a few bloody puncture wounds littering her fingertips. Before she knew it, the day began to pass her by and the sun climbed higher into the sky. Long stretches of time passed in between bites. Edelgard never managed to hook anything. It was quiet and soothing. If she closed her eyes, she could imagine that Byleth was beside her. When the two of them went fishing together, Byleth never said a word. She said it spoiled the moment. Maybe this world's Byleth would fish with her as well, and maybe she would be just as silent. A shadow fell over her, eclipsing the sun, and Edelgard felt a familiar pair of eyes stare down at her. She looked up at Dedue. He loomed in a way that no one else in the monastery could. Edelgard felt the same aura of cold menace radiating off of him that she often felt from Hubert whenever he was doing something wicked for her sake. He had ambushed her here. Dedue looked down at her. His hard, chiseled face betrayed no emotion. Not a single silver hair on his head, pulled back into a tight topknot, was out of place. He held a steaming bowl in his hands. "Lady Edelgard, I request a moment of your time." His voice was utterly flat. Edelgard pulled the reel out of the water and set down her rod, then stood up. "No, remain seated." She sat back down. Dedue sat beside her and offered her the bowl. It was filled with a thick, dark stew of stir-fried pork and vegetables served over a bed of wild rice. The pork was sliced into thin strips and the peppers poking out of the thick brown sauce were as red as blood. The steam rising up from the bowl was as eye-watering as it was mouth-watering. "Have some," he said, sticking a fork into the bowl and spearing a sliver of meat in one of the forebodingly red peppers. Edelgard looked down at the food. In all likelihood, it was poisoned. In any other circumstance, Hubert would demand to taste it first, but he wasn't here right now. "What is it?" she asked. "Old family recipe." "I've already eaten lunch," she lied. Her stomach growled. "You have not. Is it spicy?" Edelgard sniffed it and felt her sinuses open up, immediately answering her question. "I have a sensitive stomach. Spicy food gives me ulcers." Petra had often treated her to food from Bridget and had told her just as often that she had the heat tolerance of a baby. "You do not," Dedue said. "Have some." "How do you know what food I like?" "I keep detailed dossiers on every student in the academy." He really was this universe's Hubert. Well, Edelgard supposed she'd learned something new about this world's version of herself. "In Duscur," Dedue said, "it was polite to take food you are offered." "As a princess," Edelgard replied, recalling Dedue's late-night conversation with Dimitri. "I find that often conflicts with my survival instincts." "Of course," he said. He took the fork and ate a bit, chewing it slowly and thoughtfully. He swallowed. "See? It is not poisoned." Edelgard took the fork and dug in. The first bite wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it was delicious. Savory, a bit sweet, and nowhere near as hot as she'd expected. "Do you like it, Lady Edelgard?" "Yes, Dedue." "Thank you." As soon as the words had left her lips, every inch of the inside of her mouth burst into flames. She could already feel sweat gathering on her brow. "What made you decide to transfer into the Blue Lions?" he asked her. "Byleth," she answered, too busy minding the burning heat to come up with a more believable lie. "That is to say, I found her pedagogy appealing," she added. Her tongue tripped over itself. This was the most devilish interrogation she'd ever been led into. How could she concentrate on lying through this heat? "I've never cared much for bettering myself until I met her." "I agree. She is an excellent professor." "Is that all? Can you keep a secret?" "Yes. Being in this class lets me put some distance between myself and my fiancé." Dedue nodded as though that were a very reasonable answer. Understandable. How did you know where Flayn was being held captive? Against her better judgment, Edelgard ladled another forkful of food into her mouth to give herself more time to come up with a response. At least the dish tasted delicious, aside from the burning. Good goddess, the burning. She'd had a severe toothache once that wasn't even half as bad as this. The goddess spoke to me in a vision, she mumbled, mush-mouthed. Do you believe in the goddess? I respect her as a foreign deity, but find my own gods to be sufficient. Edelgard could tell that the vision from the goddess Spiel didn't have much sway over him the way it would with someone like Seath or any of the Knights of Syros. She took another bite. She couldn't feel her tongue anymore and her brow was as damp with sweat as it had been last night in the sauna. One more bite and she was certain she'd go blind. Dido continued to pepper her with cryptic questions, and Edelgard did her best to answer the way she thought this world's version of herself would answer. She had no secret alliances or devilish plans in this world, after all, and she couldn't explain that her consciousness was inhabiting this body from the future of another world and be taken seriously. He didn't stop with his interrogation until she had finished the meal he'd given her. When the bowl was empty save for a few specks of rice, he asked her one final question. Did you enjoy my cooking, Lady Edelgard? Edelgard barely heard him. She'd never feigned ignorance so much in her entire life, and that was after spending her entire adolescence the first time around feigning ignorance. And on top of that, she couldn't feel any of her mouth or throat anymore. Even her lips were tingling, she was all but panting like a dog from the heat. It tasted excellent, she said, mopping up the sweat on her brow with her sleeve. Thank you for the meal, Dido. Dido pulled out a notebook and scribbled something in it. He didn't make any attempt to hide what he was writing, so Edelgard assumed it wasn't anything too secret and stole a peek at it. He'd preference. Dimitri. Ash. Sylvain. Felix. Ingrid, N/A. Annette. Mercedes. Byleth, plus. Gilbert. Catherine. Shamir. Geralt. Edelgard. Edelgard looked at Byleth's entry in his list. Of course, even in this world, Byleth still had a cast-iron stomach. Dido tapped his pencil on the blank spot next to Edelgard's name, looked her over with his piercing steely eyes, and decisively drew 3 circles in the blank spot next to her name. Sunday morning, Byleth called the Blue Lions to the classroom, joined by Seath and Flayn. Seath still bore bruises around his neck, almost completely hidden by his collar but still just slightly visible deep purplish-black thumbprints pressed onto his throat. Flayn stood at his side, morosely staring down at the floor, her hands clasped in front of her. Edelgard studied Dimitri's face. He'd gone as stony and stoic as Dido, who towered at his side as he usually did, at the sight of his handiwork. Seath, Flayn, Dimitri said, clearing his throat. What a pleasure to see you this morning. What can we do for you? First of all, I don't believe I've properly thanked your class for what you've done, Seath said. Flayn and I are eternally in the Blue Lion's debt. Dimitri shook his head. It's our newest classmate you should be thanking. I'm sorry I had such a small role to play. The second matter at hand, Seath added, is that Flayn and I have decided to leave Garreg Mach. Flayn crossed her arms and pouted. Evidently, this decision hadn't been hers to make in any way. Seath is asking us to accompany him and Flayn for protection, Byleth said. Professor, do you think the Knights of Syros might be better suited for this task? Edelgard spoke up. Not that I don't think we can handle it, but, she looked at Dimitri again. He was trying his best to look pleasant, but she could tell that the hatred he felt toward Seath, and possibly Flayn as well, that he'd displayed so eagerly as the Hurricane King was simmering just below the surface. Do you really have to leave? Mercedes asked. I'm sure the church is doing everything they can to make sure you're safer here. Seath, if this is about something I said to Flayn, Sylvain added, I'm sure I didn't mean it. I don't think you should leave, either, Dimitri said. Even in light of this security breach, can you really say that anywhere outside the monastery is safer? That was curious. Why, Edelgard wondered, would Dimitri want Seath and Flayn to remain here? Wouldn't he be glad to be rid of them? Or did he still have unfinished business with them? The Knights of Syros have their hands full tracking down that fiendish Hurricane King and his Death Knight, Seath said. We know a safer place and trust your class to escort us there. It is in Faerghus, so you should know it well. I don't think it's a good idea, Edelgard said. If the Hurricane King and the Death Knight wish to pursue you, they would only need to compromise one of us to reveal your location. Professor, what do you think? It's not our decision to make, Byleth said. Seath, however you wish to go about this, we are at your service. Seath nodded. I understand your concerns. You need only take us as far as Arianrod, and from there, we shall make the rest of the journey ourselves. Didu and Dimitri shared a glance. It is up to our professor, he said once the two of them had finished their silent conference, but we would gladly escort you through the kingdom. Later that morning, the Blue Lions set out from the monastery, tracing winding paths through the Okama Mountains northward. Seath, riding his trusty wyvern with Flayn seated behind him, and Ingrid, riding a snow-white Pegasus, drifted in lazy circles over the rest of the class, keeping watch over them from the air. The earthbound Blue Lions, all on horseback, surrounded a horse-drawn carriage containing Seath and Flayn's meager belongings. Mercedes, due to her delicate constitution, drove the carriage with Annette. Byleth led the class onward, with Dimitri and Didu flanking the carriage on one side and Felix and Sylvain on the other. Edelgard and Ash brought up the rear of the convoy. The clouds grew thicker and grayer as the day grew longer, threatening rain, and the convoy reached a place to stop and set up camp for the night when the sun began to dip over the horizon and its rays turned from brilliant gold to dull orange. Xanadu, the Red Canyon, was nestled in the northern foothills of the mountain. It was a familiar place to Edelgard, and to everybody else as well. After the bandits she'd hired to scare off the Black Eagle's professor so that Jaritsaw could take his place had fled Remire village, they had set up camp here. On the church's orders, the Black Eagles had tracked them here to wipe them out. The same had apparently happened in this world, except with Byleth leading the Blue Lions. This had been where many of Edelgard's classmates, old and new, had shed first blood. Edelgard could still remember comforting Dorothea as she'd vomited over the corpse of a bandit who'd been slain by her hand. Poor Dorothea had never had the constitution for killing, not even during the war, and yet she had chosen to fight anyway. Remainders of canvas tents and long-extinguished campfires dotted the cliffs that lined the valley, along with scraps of cloth, armor, and bone. Animals, never one to miss a free meal, had picked the remains of the bandits clean. The crumbling ruins of tall stone walls tracing the sharp, geometric lines and corners of what might have been an ancient city, peppered the desolate landscape. Everyone, start setting up your tents, Dimitri said, dismounting from his horse. I can feel rain coming. Seath's wyvern landed beside the carriage, tucking in its wings to let him and Flayn dismount. You have done well, old girl, he said, patting the wyvern on the tip of its snout. Flayn, our tent and bedrolls are in the carriage, if you would retrieve them. Yes, brother, she sighed, forlorn. As the class settled in for the night, Edelgard noticed Byleth standing off to the edge of the encampment, staring off into the distant ruins littering the canyon. The canyon, as the last rays of the setting sun, now an orange blob over the horizon, grew dimmer, and the amber light splashed against the violet clouds grew duskier. Professor, she asked, approaching her. Is something the matter? Byleth jolted as though she'd just been woken up. Oh, Edelgard. No, nothing's wrong. It's just that. I wonder why they call this place the Red Canyon. Edelgard squinted through the hazy darkness. The contours of the ruins were fading into the shadows with the weakening daylight, but she remembered seeing them in daylight. These ruins were ancient, and they looked like nothing else in all of Fodlan. What had once lived here, a long, long time ago, had not had any relation to the people who now lived in Fodlan, though their descendants still dwelt in this world. Legend has it the goddess once descended from the blue sea star to this place, though only for a short time, Dimitri said, crossing his arms. His white hair and pale face stood out in the darkness like a second moon. The heretical astronomer Aristarchus once claimed that the blue sea star is a sun just like our own, millions upon millions of miles away from us across an ocean of luminiferous ether. What interest do you think she has in us mere mortals, traveling such a vast distance just to visit us? Byleth shrugged. Maybe she doesn't exist. Dimitri chuckled. Don't let Seath hear you say that. Or any of the Knights of Syros. It would be a waste of your incredible talent if you were burned at the stake, Professor. Besides, he added, his icy eyes flitting from her to Edelgard, Lady Edelgard here, it seems, has a quite personal connection to the goddess, if you wish to ask her about this place. Why are you listening to heretics, your highness? Edelgard asked Dimitri, raising her eyebrows. I don't believe that all heresies are created equal, he replied. If anything, believing that the goddess is so far away from us only makes the love she has for us more awesome to behold. One must have great faith indeed to imagine her journeying so far for the sake of such lowly creatures as us. There was an almost bitter tone to his voice, reminding Edelgard of her own relationship to the goddess. As with her, the goddess had never answered his pleas for salvation, either. Who knows? Byleth said. Maybe she's closer than you think. Edelgard thought about the crest stone buried in Byleth's chest, the one even she didn't know about yet, the one that allowed her to live without a beating heart. Hubert had only discovered it the night before the Black Eagle strike force had reached Fhirdiad, and it had dissolved away after Syros had been slain. Rhea had created Byleth to be a vessel for her so-called mother, the goddess Suthes. Did Byleth know about that already in this world? Or was this just her strange sense of humor rearing its head? Edelgard felt a patter of rain tap against her head and shoulders. Professor, she said, tugging on the sleeve of Byleth's coat, I think we should head back to camp. She and Dimitri headed back to their tents as the pattering rainfall began to tap louder and more rapidly on the bare, stony ground, but even as the drizzle became a downpour Byleth remained standing, staring out at the darkness shrouding the ruins of Xanadu, cocking her head as though listening to a voice only she could hear. Edelgard hadn't had to endure a night of rough sleeping since the end of the war in her time. Some lords and nobles at the officers' academy would balk at their first time having to sleep in a thin bedroll atop dirt or grass or bare stone, unaccustomed to anything harder than a down-stuffed mattress and silken bedsheets, but Edelgard had never been that kind of spoiled brat. Or maybe this world's Edelgard had been. At any rate, though she certainly was accustomed enough to these sleeping accommodations, she'd hoped those days had been behind her. She woke up in pitch-black stillness, and when her breath froze in her throat, she fumbled blindly in the dark for her lance to assure herself that she was not, in fact, a defenseless little girl chained up in a dungeon. When her fingers brushed the smooth, lacquered wooden haft of the iron lance she'd taken with her on this mission, she felt at peace. It wasn't an axe, but it would do. The rainstorm that had passed through the camp had once more subsided into an intermittent drizzle, raindrops tapping every few seconds on the waxed canvas of her tent instead of the constant drumming that had lulled her to sleep. There was a tapping at the front of her tent and a faint white light bleeding through the canvas. Excuse me? Lady Edelgard? Are you awake, your highness? Flayn whispered. Edelgard sat up. Flayn. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? No, I was already awake. Is something wrong? May I come in? I don't see any harm in that. Come in. Flayn poked her head and one arm through the tent flap. A little speck of white magic floating above her outstretched palm lit the tent. It was cold, white light that made her face seem pallid and her eyes hooded and buried in shadow. She crawled the rest of the way in and sat cross-legged on the ground. Thank you for having me, your highness. I just realized that I never thanked you for what you did. I think anyone would have done what I did in my situation. Ah. Well, what matters is that you did it, and I owe you my gratitude. I shudder to think what those monsters would have done to me. The Death Knight and the Hurricane King. Yes, they did cut quite imposing figures. When we encountered them, even I was afraid. Not only those two, Flayn said, shaking her head. There were cloaked men, too, wearing strange beaked masks. Men in black, Edelgard said, letting Did his moniker for those who slither in the dark slip from her lips. Those were the most frightening. And their leader, he was as pale as a corpse, and his eyes were pure black. Flayn shivered. I confess I do not remember what they did to me, but I can sometimes feel knives against my skin when I think of them. Edelgard had never felt such sympathy for Flayn before. No one, not even those aligned with the Church of Syros, and certainly not such a young and innocent girl, deserved to be a victim of those who slither. Were you having a nightmare about them? No, Flame shook her head again. In truth, I rarely have nightmares, or at least not ones that I remember. In fact, I am afraid of sleeping. Often, when I lie in bed, I find myself consumed by dread. I fear I might not wake up for years upon years, and when I do, everybody I care about will be long gone, vanished with the sands of time. It must sound like a silly fear to you, Your Highness. Everybody has irrational fears, Flame, Edelgard consoled her. For example, I am deathly afraid of rats. The thought of their little tails slithering across my feet or their teeth gnawing on my fingertips or toes. Oh, how morbid. And the ocean, especially at night. The deeper and darker its depths, the more frightened I feel just at the sight of it. If I were to fall off the side of a boat, I would sink like a stone and join the carcasses of countless shipwrecks, my bones stripped bare by scavengers of the deep. Flame cringed and squirmed uncomfortably. Oh, compared to yours, my fears are so abstract. There's nothing abstract about losing the people you love. Sometimes I have nightmares of my siblings dying before my eyes. My older brother, paralyzed, helpless, my older sister crying for help that never came, the youngest babbling words beyond meaning. I see my family dying slowly, waiting in the darkest depths for a glimmer of light, but the darkness only gets darker, until no one is left but me. But, Edelgard said, they are only nightmares. My brothers and sisters are all alive and safe when I wake up, and when you wake up, the ones you love are still there. When we care for each other and help each other, our fears become powerless against us. Why, I could face 100 rats as long as I had someone like Professor Byleth by my side. Flame laughed. Yes. I just wish that I could have friends, too. Seath only wants what is best for me, but he has done nothing but keep me away from other people. Sometimes it is as though I only ever feel happy when I am disobeying him. She held her other hand to her mouth. Oh, but I am selfish. He is right, Gareg Mach is no longer safe for me. Edelgard nodded. Seath is right to worry for your safety, but isolating you will only keep you weak and afraid. It is only natural to forge connections with others, and we ignore our impulses to do so at our own peril. She'd never imagined saying or believing a statement like that when she had been at the academy in her world. It hadn't been until Byleth had taken her side, and the rest of the Black Eagles as well, that she had realized that the only true path to victory was in trusting the strength of her friends. She could have taken on the entire world alone, she'd been planning on it, but she would not have triumphed. She knew that now. You are wise beyond your years, Your Highness, Flame said, forcing a smile. The goddess must have blessed you with more than just that vision. Oh, don't flatter me, Flame. Wise beyond my years. About 7 years, Edelgard wanted to say, by her reckoning. Flame crawled over to her side and sat next to her, and the two of them sat in silence as the gentle and intermittent drizzle drumming on the tent slowly came to a stop. Once Seath and I reach Arianrhod, she said, I fear I shall never see you or your classmates again. I wish it were not so. In the time we have left, may I perhaps be your friend? Edelgard looked away from her. She'd never been close to Flame, in fact, she'd done her best to keep her distance, but on that fateful day when the Flame Emperor had been unmasked and Byleth had stood by her side, a small part of her had hoped that Flame would join the rest of the Black Eagles at her side as well. That probably wouldn't happen in this world, either, in fact, given the almost sadistic attitude Dimitri had shown toward her in his guise as the Hurricane Knight and how he'd nearly killed Seath. It was a certainty that when he was unmasked, Flame would not join him. We may, perhaps, she answered, until our paths diverge. And perhaps one day they will converge again. Yes, perhaps. Flame's hopeful smile brightened and broadened. Wherever my brother and I go, I will await that day. Do not simply await it, Edelgard said. Work for it. Make it happen. Take your destiny into your own hands. I will, Your Highness, or may I call you Edelgard? You may. A terrible, bestial scream rang out, faint and distant, the howl of a monstrous beast, gargantuan and grotesque, its cry deep and reverberating, as bone-chilling as it was bone-rattling. Flame held the little light she'd conjured close to her chest in clasped hands. It bled through the tips of her fingers, a warm red-orange. What was that? It sounded like a demonic beast, Edelgard said, taking her lance. Flame, hurry back to Seath. I'm sure he heard that, and I'm sure he's worried. The sun was just beginning to crawl over the horizon when Edelgard crawled out of her tent after Flame. The rest of the Blue Lions were already mobilized, but Byleth was nowhere to be found. Another roar cut through the air. It sounds like your brother, Sylvain, Felix said. Any other monstrous family members we should know about? Sylvain shook his head. He already had the Lance of Ruin slung over his shoulder, its spiny bone spearhead glowing orange with an internal flame like a beacon in the dim light of the early morning. Not unless my dad's gone nuts. Flame! Seath shouted out sharply, heading straight toward her and grabbing her by the arm. Come with me. We'll circle the campsite until the danger is past. What's going on? Where's the professor? Annette asked, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes. I saw her head into the valley just before dawn, Dida said. Ingrid's Pegasus swooped down and came to a gentle stop, its hooves clopping across the stony ground. The professor's heading up from the valley. There's a demonic beast on her tail, Ingrid said. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Dimitri narrowed his eyes and gripped his lance tight enough that Edelgard could swear, though it was hard to know for certain in the dawn light, that the wooden haft was beginning to splinter. Worse than Miklon. I wouldn't say worse but different. I can see her. Ash shouted out from the edge of the cliff. She's coming up the other side of the ravine. Edelgard rushed to the cliffside. If she squinted, she could just barely see the silhouette of Professor Byleth hurrying up a narrow sloped pathway that ran up the opposite cliff, its outline traced by the golden rays of dawn sunlight spilling over the eastern horizon. And behind her, scaling the sheer cliff wall with talons dug deeply into the rock, was a grotesque reptilian creature. The shape of its hind legs and forelegs were almost human, though the proportions were all wrong, and bony protrusions emerged from its spine running down the length of its tail. Its head, terminating at the end of a long, thick neck, was covered by a stone mask, and a patchwork of a leather harness and scraps of armor covered some of its skinless flesh. Taut cords of black muscle wrapped like bandages over its bones. My goddess, Ash breathed, what the hell is that? Edelgard was similarly stunned. She hadn't thought she'd see one of these monsters again, at least, not clad in that peculiar armor. These were monstrous soldiers of those who slither in the dark. What was one of them doing here so soon? Dimitri leaped onto his horse. There's a bridge to the other side just south of here, he called out to the rest of the class. Everyone, follow my lead. Converge on the professor's location. Edelgard did the same and took off after him. She wasn't much for horseback riding, but she was proficient enough as long as she didn't have to fight while riding. She'd dismount as soon as the need arose. With the rest of the class trailing behind and Ingrid gliding overhead, she and Dimitri reached Byleth just as the demonic beast pulled itself over the brink of the cliff, its scaly talons gouging out chunks of stone. As the dawn light brightened and the beast neared, Edelgard could see that it was already grievously injured. Black blood trickled from myriad wounds, and Byleth's sword of the Creator had already done a number on the heavy stone mask hiding its face. The beast reared up on its hind legs, almost standing like a human. Edelgard shuddered, remembering that these creatures were the result of humans without crests being exposed to the power of crest stones. The beast bellowed, its vocalizations as pained as they were rage-filled, shaking the air and causing the ground itself to quake. Blood and viscera dripped from beneath its mask and splattered on the ground, rank and foul-smelling like decaying fish. Professor! Dimitri called out, catching Byleth's attention. Head to safety, I'll take care of this monster. Byleth wasted no time arguing, she sheathed the sword of the Creator at her hip and swung her leg over Edelgard's horse. Thanks, Edelgard, she said, panting from exertion. Edelgard could feel her breath against the back of her neck. Let's make like a tree and get out of here. As you wish, Professor. Edelgard tugged on her horse's reins and headed back toward the safety of the bridge, slipping behind the rest of the class's ranks. Dimitri rode in a wide arc around the beast, baiting it, trying to lead it further away. It swiped its claws at him, his horse reared back and threw him off, then bolted. With a gurgling growl, the demonic beast prepared to pounce on him, its bare muscles coiling and tightening like compressed springs. Edelgard felt her ears pop. The next thing she knew, Dimitri had leaped into the air, leaped impossibly high, and an eldritch tingle in the air bristled the hairs on the back of her neck. She felt the familiar sensation of her crest of flames activating but not within herself. Dimitri brought his outstretched leg down on the beast's forehead, shattering both its stone mask and its skull. Jagged shards of bone ripped themselves free of the beast's flesh like a crown of thorns embedded in its head. The beast howled in agony, letting loose such a baleful and mournful cry that Edelgard almost felt sorry for it, though she knew there was nothing of its once human self remaining within it. Dimitri threw a single punch, and a split second later, the beast had a mangled mass of viscera where its head had once been. The beast stumbled backward, slipped on the edge of the cliff, and plummeted into the ravine. Edelgard heard the faint sound of its body splattering against the ground 100 feet below. She was awestruck. In her world, with only the crest of Bladdid, Dimitri had been renowned for his freakish strength, but this was something else. Had he used both that and the crest of flames at once? Dimitri's gauntlet on his right hand fell to pieces, revealing a naked and scarred forearm. Crimson blood ran in rivulets from his knuckles down his arm, and for a second, the veins standing out on his pale skin glowed bright red before the light faded. He cradled his bloody knuckles and took a few halting, limping steps toward the rest of the class. "I don't think he'll be bothering us again," he said, casting a glance toward the canyon. "Professor, are you all right? What were you doing down there?" Once Mercedes and Flane had treated Dimitri's, entirely self-inflicted, injuries to his arm and leg, Byleth led the Blue Lions down into the valley to show them what she'd found. "I saw a flash of green light in the valley before sunrise," Byleth explained, "around here. I thought I'd investigate." "That was irresponsible of you," Seath chided her. "You should not have gone down here alone like that." "Yeah, Professor," Sylvain chimed in. "I'd have been happy to come down here with you for some early morning investigations." Ingrid jabbed her elbow into his ribs. "Is it worth getting chased by a demonic beast, Professor?" Felix grumbled. "You tell me," Byleth said, leading them deeper into the ruins. Edelgard gasped at the sight that awaited her. Ash and Flane both let out a frightened yelp. "Sethleen's tits," Sylvain gasped, "what the fuck is that?" Seath gave him a very stern glare and slapped him upside the head. Embedded in one of the ruined stone walls was a mage clad all in black, wearing a beaked black mask over his face and a peaked, pointed hood. His arms and legs were bound to the wall and, somehow, fused into the ancient facade. Flesh and cloth simply flowed smoothly into stone. The mage's chest rose and fell rapidly, like the beat of a hummingbird's wings. And there was another mage next to him protruding from the stone wall, this one bisected from top to bottom, one leg, one arm, and half of his face vanished into the stone. His body was limp and unmoving. Another mage's torso protruded at a skewed angle out of the wall, his limp arms and head dangling like an abandoned ragdoll's. A gloved hand sprouted from the ground at the base of the crumbling wall like a grotesque flower, its fingers curled into desperate claws. Two more mages were embedded into an adjacent wall, their bodies contorted into agonized poses and held in place by the stone engulfing their limbs. One had lost his mask, and the bottom half of his face, the top half was buried in stone, was frozen in a silent scream of terror and agony. Edelgard recognized the garb of these unfortunate mages. Those who slither in the dark. But what were they doing down here, and in such a state? "Good heavens," Seath breathed, quickly tracing a holy sign across his chest with his thumb. "What in the goddess' name is this?" Annette yelped and tripped over something, all eyes turned toward her, and that was when Edelgard noticed the edge of a stone mask just like the one the demonic beast had worn protruding from the ground, as though the rest of another one of those monsters had been buried underground. But how? Byleth approached the one surviving mage and pulled away his mask, revealing a face as pale as a corpse. The mage's wide eyes were glassy and unfocused, and his lips moved without making a sound. "How did this happen to you? Where do you come from?" "Hang on," Felix said, drawing his sword. "I'll cut him free." "But he's buried up to his elbows and knees," Mercedes exclaimed, holding her hands to her mouth in revulsion. "Pity." The mage's lips curled, and after a few agonizing seconds, a pained whisper left his mouth. "Kill, me." His eyes rolled up into the back of his head, showing only bloodshot whites, and a rivulet of blood trickled over his bluish lips and down his chin. "Kill, me? What happened to you?" Byleth repeated. "We can try to help." The mage let out a laugh that turned into a cough, then a death rattle. More blood leaked from his mouth and trickled out of his ears. His chest heaved, bloody vomit, red and black, erupted from his mouth and spilled down his chest, splattering on the ground. Dida stepped forward and nudged Byleth aside, then rested his hand with surprising gentleness against the mage's throat. With a quick flick of his wrist, he snapped the mage's neck, and the mage slumped over, bowing his head as though in prayer. While the rest of the class reeled from the sight of Dida's mercy killing, Seath observed one of the other mages and removed his mask, revealing a desiccated, bug-eaten face, merely a few scraps of dried flesh and cartilage clinging to naked bone. Unlike his neighbor, this mage had clearly been dead for years, perhaps a decade or more. Edelgard felt sick. She'd seen death before, death on an unimaginable scale, but she'd never seen this. What monstrous acts were those who slither in the dark perpetrating in this world? Something in the corner of her eye caught her attention. She slipped away from the rest of the class and crept toward another one of the ruined walls that sprouted from the ground like tombstones. Embedded in the ground, resting among a patch of dry, brittle grass, was a rotting, decayed arm clutching a dagger in a death grip. The dagger's blade had rusted entirely, leaving only a mottled reddish-brown shard of metal, and the leather wrapped around its hilt had long since rotted away, but its gold crossguard was just as lustrous and brilliant as it had been on the day it had been forged. It was Dimitri's dagger, and it was exactly like the one resting in her desk drawer back at Garreg Mach, down to the last detail. Chapter 5, Familiar Scenery. Another day's worth of travel took the Blue Lions past the grotesque tableau they had witnessed at Xanadu and down the road that wound its way through the dense and foggy forests of Magdridway. Edelgard remembered this place well. For the Black Eagles in her world, and the Blue Lions of this world, it had been the first time any one of them had seen firsthand one of the Knights of Syros in battle and the heavy toll paid by those who dared to defy the Church. Lonato Gildas Gaspard, head of House Gaspard, had instigated a rebellion against the Church of Syros following the execution of his son Christoph. Byleth's class had followed Lady Catherine of the Knights of Syros to Castle Gaspard to clean up the remnants of the rebellion, only to find themselves mired in an ambush in these very woods. The tense, frantic battle that had broken out had ended only when Catherine's seven-bladed sword Thunderbrand had bathed in Lonato's blood. It had been a stark reminder, a warning, really, of what happened to those who stood against the Church. Rain clouds swept by overhead, turning the thick blanket of fog into a cold, wet haze. Edelgard could feel the cold bite into her knuckles as her hands clasped the rain-slicked reins of her horse. Byleth had brought Sylvain up to the head of the convoy so that the both of them could use their heroes' relics as beacons. The spiny blade of the sword of the Creator and the wicked spearhead of the lance of ruin glowed like torchlight in the mist, fuzzy and indistinct. The carriage was a black, shapeless mass rising from the sea of fog. The fuzzy silhouettes of Seath's wyvern and Ingrid's Pegasus glided overhead. In the mist-choked corridor winding through the woods, time seemed to have lost all meaning. Had they been riding all day, or only for a few hours? "I hope I'm not the only one expecting someone to leap out at us from the fog," Ash commented, shivering. Droplets of water dripped like dewdrops from his hood. Edelgard watched his eyes dart from one gnarled tree branch stretching out of the fog to another as though they were grasping hands reaching out to claim him and drag him into oblivion. This would be the perfect place for an ambush, Edelgard agreed. The dense blanket of mist seemed like it could conceal almost anything: bandits, marauders, soldiers, mercenaries, even the months-old corpses Lonato's men and the men of the rebellious western branch of the Church who'd united under his banner against Archbishop Rhea. Be on your guard. She didn't know what to expect from Dimitri here. His feat of strength at Xanadu still had her shocked. Knowing he was capable of that strength, she recalled her encounter with the Hurricane King. If he had used even a fraction of the power he'd shown off against that demonic beast when he'd had Seath's throat in his hand, he would have popped his head like a grape. He could have snuffed out Flayn's life just as easily, so what was he playing at? Had he just been trying to frighten them? Was he purposefully driving them away from Garreg Mach so that he or some other agent of those who slither in the dark could kill them beyond the watchful eye of the Church? Thankfully, Seath and Flayn were gliding high above the rest of the convoy right now, well away from the danger Dimitri posed, though an archer's volley, sailing out from the trees, could fell their wyvern easily and send them plummeting to the ground. It might sound silly, Ash confessed, and maybe it's just that I've heard too many of Mercedes' ghost stories, but I can't help but feel that Lonato might be out there, haunting the forest. If he does, I'm sure his spirit would bear you no ill will, Ash, Edelgard assured him. She knew Ash well from her own world in her past, and this world's version of him seemed little different. She knew that Lord Lonato had been his adoptive father, and his rebellion and subsequent death at the hands of the Knights of Syros and Byleth's class had created a rift between Ash and the Church. It was of little surprise, then, that in Edelgard's world he'd ended up on her side. Ash had had to struggle to gain his adoptive family, and the Church had ripped it away from him swiftly and without mercy or consideration. Those whose lives the Church of Syros did not ruin by their obsession with crests, they destroyed in a myriad of other ways. I was here, Ash said, shaking his head. I fought his men. Killed his voice cracked. People I knew from town, from the castle, people who'd only ever been nice to me. How could his spirit not bear me ill will for that? Trust me, Edelgard said to him, riding closer to him so he wouldn't slip away in the thickening fog. If the dead could have vengeance upon the living, there would be no living people left in the world. Well, that's morbid, he said. Is it less morbid than the alternative? Than expecting ghouls and revenants to leap out from the trees and claim you? Our faith tells us that the dead all become one with the goddess, and our reason tells us that any ghosts we might encounter in this world must only be a trick of our senses, an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, or a fragment of an underdone potato. So neither our reason nor our faith leaves us any room to entertain the possibility of ghosts. Ash let out a little laugh in spite of himself. Besides, Edelgard added, no one seeks revenge against people with kind hearts. Only the wicked invite it upon themselves, and I don't think you have a single wicked bone in your body. Ahead of them, the carriage jolted, tilted over precariously, and shuddered to a halt. The rest of the students clambered to a stop around it. Seetha's wyvern swooped down and lit on the road next to the stopped carriage while the blue lions all milled around it. What's happened? Why have we stopped? He asked, holding Flayn's hand as he dismounted the scaly beast. Ingrid touched down beside him. Looks like the wheels have gotten stuck in the mud, Byleth pronounced. I'll get it, Dimitri said, dismounting from his horse and crouching at the side of the carriage. With his white hair and pale skin emerging from the thick fog choking the road, he looked the spitting image of the sort of ghosts that Ash was so afraid of, a phantom, half flesh, half fog, haunting the living world and hunting for revenge. The wheels don't look damaged, Sylvain said, inspecting the carriage with the lance of ruin still lit like a torch in his hand. But we've hit a rough patch. Damn, I should have noticed. I've got it, Dimitri said, reaching under the back of the carriage and grabbing hold of the undercarriage. Let the horses off their reins. Allow me, Your Highness, Dida said. Don't strain yourself, Dimitri, Mercedes warned him as she and Annette hastily exited the carriage and separated the horses from the carriage. You could hurt yourself again. If the boar wants to be a beast of burden, then let him, Felix scoffed. If the horses tire, he can pull the carriage, too. With a mighty grunt, Dimitri lifted the entire back half of the carriage off the road and held it over his head. Clots of wet and dried clumps of mud fell from the wagon's undercarriage and wheels. Apparently, this feat of strength was not so surprising to the rest of the Blue Lions, and Edelgard had to admit that it was far less impressive than punching a demonic beast apart, but even she found herself impressed. The crest of flames had never boosted her strength that much. Then again, she'd never tried it. She would have to conduct an experiment when she returned to her own world. Flayn clapped. Oh, incredible, Dimitri. That is amazing. Dimitri inched forward, his hands gliding along the undercarriage, until he was standing underneath the center of the carriage and all four of its wheels were hanging in the air. Is the path dry ahead? He asked casually, as though he were not carrying an entire carriage over his head as easily as one might lift a housecat into the air. We should be good, Sylvain said. Take it forward about 2 or 3 carriage lengths and we'll be in the clear. Dimitri did so with ease and set the carriage down again, then clapped his hands clean. There we are. We can proceed. Are you all right? Byleth asked him. I appreciate your concern, but yes, I am fine, he said. I did not even break a sweat. Contrary to his confidence, though, he rubbed his right arm, which was bare due to the loss of one of his gauntlets the other day, and winced. Edelgard noticed under his clenched fingers fresh bruises popping up on his pale skin. "Oh, I told you not to push yourself too hard again." Mercedes chided him, rushing to his side and taking his arm up in her hands. The soft green glow of healing magic enveloped his arm and lifted the bruises from his skin. "Amazing," Flame gasped, her emerald eyes wide and sparkling like a lake in the sunlight. "Brother, if we tire of flying, I am certain Dimitri could carry us, wyvern and all." "Dimitri, if my brother will allow it, may I please ride on your shoulders?" Dimitri looked down at her. The smile he'd worn shrank, but only by a little. Even so, though, Edelgard could all but feel twisting coils of revulsion writhing like snakes under his skin. "I suppose I could," he said, the tone of his voice calling to mind the way the Hurricane King had so gently traced his blade against Flane's cheek and awakening a nebulous worry that crawled down Edelgard's back. "Flane, the Crown Prince of Faerghus does not deign to give piggyback rides," Seath chided her. "At any rate, if we can proceed, then let us proceed." Though Flane was disappointed, she joined her brother atop their wyvern's back and took to the skies, and the convoy proceeded apace. Another long ride past Gaspard territory lay the county of Ro and its capital city, Arianrhod. The fortress city stood proudly within tall, thick alabaster walls that gleamed in the sunlight, earning it the nickname, the Silver Maiden. The city had been built centuries ago, when House Ro had still been part of the empire, but as soon as it had been completed, they had seceded from the Adrestian Empire and joined the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus, and so the magnificent fortress city meant to protect Adrestia from incursions from the north had instantly become Faerghus' bulwark against incursions from the south. In terms of Faerghus' few cities, it was second in its size and splendor only to Fhirdiad, the seat of the throne. The last time Edelgard had been here, it had been about 5 years from now, and she and her Black Eagle strike force had led an army to conquer the Silver Maiden. The battle had been a furious slog over the city's walls and through its complex networks of traps and snares, but in the end, her forces had emerged victorious. They'd even managed to slay one of the agents of those who slither, excusing it as a regrettable consequence of the fog of war. A few days later, those who slither in the dark had reduced the magnificent city to dust with their javelins of light and warned Edelgard that if she stepped out of line again, Inber would be next. Edelgard couldn't help but think of that when she saw the city rise before her, how easily it could be laid low. The Blue Lions stopped at an inn to rest and spend the night, intending to set out the next morning back toward Garreg Mach. That same morning, Seath and Flane would venture alone to a destination only they knew. "Ah, Arianrhod," Sylvain sighed as he helped Edelgard and Ingrid hitch the party's horses. "Truly the loveliest maiden in all of Faerghus. Have you ever been here, Lady Edelgard?" Edelgard shook her head. "Not in the past, no." "The loveliest maiden in all of Faerghus," Ingrid repeated with a disdainful scoff. "I'll tell that to the next poor girl you try to invite to dinner. Then I'll have to only ask out girls from the Alliance and the Empire from now on," Sylvain said. "Say, Lady Edelgard, I knew a few good places to grab dinner here." "I'm engaged," Edelgard said. "She's engaged," Ingrid said at the exact same time. Sylvain shrugged. "Well, can't blame a man for trying." "I beg to differ," Ingrid said. "We should check into our rooms, it's been a long day, and we'll be back on the road tomorrow morning." "Speak for yourself," Sylvain retorted. "The sun hasn't even set yet. Are you girls really going to just go right to bed and ignore everything this city has to offer?" "Yes," said Ingrid. "Yes," said Edelgard. "But what about the salons? The restaurants? The boutiques?" Annette's voice drifted past the stables, "the bakeries. I'll bet we can pick up plenty of sweets we can't find anywhere else." "Oh, Annie, I wouldn't miss that for the world," Mercedes responded, yawning, "but it's been a long day, and we'll be on the road again tomorrow morning." "Well, don't worry. You stay here and rest up and I'll pick out something you'll love." "At least some of the girls here know how to live a little," Sylvain grumbled. "Hey, Annette. How about a night on the town?" he asked, rushing out of the stables and hurrying after her. Ingrid crossed her arms and sighed. "Incorrigible," she muttered, shaking her head. "You know I once caught him flirting with my grandmother." Edelgard found herself smiling. "She must be gorgeous. Do you take after her?" Ingrid's cheeks turned pink, but her lip curled in a decidedly non-flattered way. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said, clearing her throat and coughing into her elbow as she hurried out of the stables. Left alone with the horses, Edelgard sighed. Had she really just flirted with Ingrid? Goodness, she was getting lonely. As she made her way to the inn after Ingrid, she decided she would spend a little time in the city. Perhaps she would find a nice gift for Byleth in one of those boutiques Annette had been talking about. Yes, it would make her a bit of a teacher's pet, she supposed, but it was Byleth. And she knew exactly what Byleth liked. She heard Flayn shout out from within the inn's foyer. Fearing the worst, she braced herself and rushed in. "Why can they not come with us?" Flayn shouted at Seath, stomping her foot and pouting. Seath crossed his arms. "Flayn, we have discussed this," he answered curtly. "The professor and I are in agreement. The fewer people know where we are headed, the better. But they are my friends. Am I not allowed to have friends, brother?" "Of course you may have friends, Flayn, do not be ridiculous. If the professor's students are as trustworthy as you hope, then they will more than understand our need for secrecy. So I am supposed to, what? Leave them behind? Never see them again? If that is so, then why could I not spend some time among them to say my goodbyes?" Flayn curled her hands into fists. "You did not even let me travel here with them. Flayn, there are more important things to concern yourself with than socializing. Your life may very well still be in danger," Seath sighed, exasperated. "There is nothing more to say. This is not just about socializing, it is about sharing my life with other people. You have me. Well, then I don't want you, I am sick of you," Flayn retorted, teary-eyed, and without another word she spun on her heel and stormed out of the inn past Edelgard, leaving Seath standing alone in the foyer, speechless and aghast. He seemed to remain frozen like a statue for a second before snapping out of it and rushing after her. "Lady Edelgard, I am sorry you had to see that," he mumbled, pushing past her. With a clamber of boots on wood, Byleth hurried down the stairs, followed by Dimitri and Didu. "What's going on?" Dimitri asked. "I heard shouting. Flayn got into an argument with Seath and ran off," Edelgard explained. She wondered, was she to blame for that outburst? No, Seath had been far too overbearing, even though he was right, if not by intention, to keep Flayn away from Dimitri. "We should fan out and search the city before she gets too far," Byleth said. "Dimitri, Didu." Dimitri nodded, a grim frown crossing his face. "Leave it to us, Professor," he said, hurrying the rest of the way down the staircase. "I'll come with you," Edelgard said, closely following him out into the street. "Thank you, Lady Edelgard, but it's better if we split up into smaller search parties," Dimitri told her. His cold blue eyes flitted left and right, scanning the road. "This way, Didu." He hurried down the street with his retainer following behind him like a second shadow, and Edelgard struggled to keep up. Their path took them through the labyrinthine city streets for what felt like hours. Arianrhod did not just rely on thick walls and devilish snares to deter invasions. The city's streets were a maze designed to force an invading army to creep as slowly as possible toward the citadel in its northern quadrant. Edelgard remembered the streets, but didn't remember them so lively with civilians, though no, she remembered them filled with the chaos of battle, swords and spears clashing, fireballs soaring overhead and electric bolts scorching the air, and the earth-rattling footsteps of mechanized titans plodding over friend and foe alike. The search for Flayn was far less perilous, but just as frantic and heart-pounding. As much as Dimitri didn't want her here, Edelgard stuck to him like glue. If he and Didu found Flayn alone, there was no telling what they would do to her, but if Edelgard was there to witness them, he might be forced to stay his hand. The shadows grew longer, the sky darker, as the sun began to dip below the walls of Arianrhod, plunging the city streets into shadow. At last, Edelgard caught sight of a flash of emerald green hair in a gap between a throng of people, and seizing on that clue before Dimitri noticed, darted off toward it, weaving through the crowd. The sea of nobles, merchants, and commoners parted around her, and she laid eyes on Flayn in the distance. The young girl was standing with and talking in the alley to two other men who towered over her with menacing auras. "Flayn," she shouted out, sprinting toward her. She glanced over her shoulder. Dimitri and Didu were well behind her now. She would get to Flayn first, and then she would be out of danger. She noticed too late who Flayn had been talking to. A tall man dressed in the garb of an Adrestian noble, with severe and hawk-like facial features and long black hair spilling down his back. Volkhard von Arundel. Flayn turned to face Edelgard as she skidded to a halt in front of her. "Oh, hello, Edelgard. I was just telling my new friends here about you," she chirped, beaming. She looked up at Arundel. "It is okay. Edelgard told me it was okay to call her that instead of Lady Edelgard or Her Highness." Arundel smiled. There was a twinkle in his lilac eyes. "Ah, my little El. Whatever brings you all this way to Arianrhod?" Edelgard felt her breath catch in her throat and her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth. As long as she could remember, which was not long, admittedly her uncle Volkhard had been dead and replaced by Thales, leader of those who slither in the dark. If there was one person in the world she hated the most. But what was he doing here in Arianrhod? Was he here for Flayn? How had he known that she and Seath would be stopping here? Could Dimitri or some other agent within Garreg Mach Glen, perhaps have informed him so swiftly? Edelgard had no further opportunity to spin such thoughts in her racing mind, though, before she found herself enveloped by a whirlwind of red and gold and all but lifted clear off her feet. A pair of strong arms wrapped around her back, crushing the air from her lungs. She felt her heart beat a rapid, frantic tattoo against her ribcage. "Ellie! Look at you in your academy uniform," the second stranger cried out, setting her down. Edelgard couldn't get a good look at him until he let her go. He was in his early 20s, by the look of it at least 3 years older than Edelgard, she reckoned. He was at least a foot taller than her, too, and probably more. His face was familiar. The curve of his jaw, traced by a well-groomed blonde chin-strap beard, reminded her of her father's, though just a bit broader, and his short, wavy blonde hair was a lustrous gold. He wore a sharp red suit with gold trim and epaulets that perfectly traced his strong, though lithe physique, and a short black cape hung over his shoulder, clasped by a brooch bearing a double-headed eagle insignia. Edelgard stared up at him and Volkhard, dumbfounded. Who was this man, and why did he seem so? "What's wrong?" the familiar stranger asked her. "Is it the haircut?" He brushed away a lock of blonde hair from his brow. "Don't tell me you don't recognize me anymore." Dimitri caught up with her, but his eyes were fixed solely on the familiar stranger. "Ah, Prince Burkhard," he said, a genial smile crossing his face. "Prince Dimitri." Burkhard's smile widened. "The white lion in the flesh?" "It's an honor, Your Highness." He took a bow. "The honor is all mine, Your Highness," Dimitri retorted, returning the bow. "I've been looking forward to meeting in Bear's Comet in person before he ascends to the throne." "Well," Burkhard chuckled. "You've got plenty of time before then, Your Highness. I'd say Papa has 5, maybe 10 more years of ruling left in him." Edelgard was dumbfounded. Burkhard? This was her eldest brother, Burkhard? That Burkhard? And Flayn? "There you are. Your older brother has been worried sick about you," Dimitri said, looking down at the green-haired girl. He turned to Arundel. "Thank you for keeping an eye on her, SIU Uncle Volkhard, is that you?" "Uncle Volkhard?" Why in the goddess name would Dimitri call Arundel his uncle? Even Burkhard seemed taken aback. Arundel laughed. "It was nothing, my dear nephew, she is a delightful little sprite." He patted Flayn on the head and tousled her hair playfully. "What brings you to Arianrhod, uncle?" Dimitri asked. "As it happens, Prince Burkhard and I both had business to attend to here, so we decided to make the trip together," Arundel said. "But enough about me. Edelgard, darling, how is Garreg Mach treating my favorite niece?" Dimitri gave Edelgard a sharp, confused look, his brow knitting in confusion. Edelgard shared his bemusement. How could they both have an Uncle Volkhard? "The Black Eagles aren't picking on you, are they?" Burkhard asked, smiling. Ellie, what's the matter? You look as though you've seen a ghost." Edelgard blinked, wrested control of her body, and cleared her throat. "Ah. B. Burkhard." The name sounded so foreign to her lips, it had been so long since she'd said it. "Berkey, no, I have not seen a ghost. I was merely surprised to see you here." Her voice quivered just a little, she tried to keep it under control. Her heart felt like it was ripping itself in half. This was really him. This was what he'd have looked like if he'd had the chance to grow up, the way she had. Not the young boy though, still much older than her, whose skin had been so pale it was nearly blue, whose curly golden hair had been matted with blood and filth, who had died paralyzed from the neck down and unable to even breathe. This was the man he had deserved to grow into. Are the rest of the eagles here, too? Burckhardt glanced at the people milling around them. I hear you've got a pretty eclectic bunch this year, as if Ferdinand and your retainer weren't enough. Well, actually. Lady Edelgard transferred into the Blue Lions about a week ago, Dmitri said. At that, Burckhardt's eyes hardened into flecks of cold sapphire. He lifted his head and stared down his nose at Edelgard, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Edelgard felt her heart sink into her stomach and keep going, burying itself under the cobblestones beneath her feet. It's treason, then, he spat at her. Edelgard withered under his gaze. She couldn't breathe, let alone speak. This was a nightmare brought to life. Here she was, face to face with her eldest brother, her dear Berkey, and not only had she not recognized him at all, but she'd displeased him so terribly. And then Burckhardt burst out laughing, clapped her on the back, and wrapped her up in another tight, warm hug. His fingers threaded themselves through her hair and curled around the nape of her neck. With her face pressed against his chest, she could hear his heartbeat, strong and steady. Well, he said, I can't in good conscience root for the Blue Lions at Gronderfield this year, he chuckled, but you'd better give Ferdinand a few lumps for me. Edelgard nodded and sank deeper into his embrace, letting her arms curl around his waist and her hands rest against his back. Her brother really was here in front of her, and that meant all the rest of her siblings really were alive, and her Uncle Vokhard really was her Uncle Vokhard. She could cry. She could cry, but she wouldn't, because this world's Edelgard probably wouldn't, because she hadn't known the pain and loss of losing one's family one by one, day by day, inch by inch. She felt hot, wet tears well up behind squeezed-shut eyelids and roll down her cheeks, and her chest heave and her shoulders quake. She couldn't help herself. She had a family here. She had a family here. Ellie. Burckhardt pulled away, though he kept his hands on her shoulders. Are you all right? Edelgard composed herself, choking down the lump in her throat and swallowing her aching heart, wiping her tears on her sleeve. I'm fine, my brother, she croaked, hating how fragile and weak she sounded. I've been more homesick than I'd realized, I suppose. She tried not to look directly at his face, as though the sight of it, like the sight of the sun, would blind her. It feels as though I haven't seen you in years. I remember 6 months ago you couldn't wait to be rid of me. Well, I've changed. I'll say, Dmitri interjected. Since she joined the Blue Lions, Lady Edelgard has been quite a workhorse. Burckhardt furrowed his brow. Okay, who are you, and what have you done with the real Edelgard? Edelgard could feel the blood drain from her face. She couldn't be flustered here, it would only make Dmitri more suspicious of her. He laughed at her again. I'd hoped the Academy would knock some sense into you, he said, gently rapping his knuckles against her forehead. Little Ellie's growing up. I can't wait to tell Papa. This has been lovely, Arundel said to Burckhardt, but we must be going, Your Highness. How long are you planning on staying in Arianrod, El? Just until tomorrow morning, I'm afraid, Edelgard said. A pity. Though you're more than welcome to visit Inver whenever you'd like. Arundel took her up in his arms. And, of course, I'll see you at Gronderfield next month. Take care, my dear. You too, Uncle Vokhard, Edelgard mumbled, forcing herself to hug him back. She still couldn't shake the sickening feeling that something was off. Maybe it was because she'd had to pretend to be affectionate with Thales so many times in order to keep people from growing suspicious. What if this was all an act? What if this was still Thales behind a mask, just more devious and cunning than even the one in her world was? What if he was here in this world, knew what she was, and was holding her siblings hostage? How could she possibly trust him? She broke away. It was nice to see you, she said, a little more curtly than she'd intended. Arundel smiled, and perhaps it was just Edelgard's imagination, but she could see a knife in that smile, and Thale's wicked glint in his twinkling lilac eyes took Burkhard by the arm, and led him into the street. The two of them quickly vanished into the crowd. Edelgard waved, and tried to say, "Goodbye, Berkey," after her brother, but her voice stuck in her throat like a lump of cinnamon. "So," Flame piped up, "if you two both have an Uncle Volkhard, that means you must be related somehow, correct?" Edelgard glanced at Dimitri, who looked just as perturbed as she felt. "I suppose we must be," she answered, masking her horror. "Flame." Seith's voice rang out above the murmur of the thinning crowd, and he emerged from the street to rush to his sister's side. Byleth trailed behind him. "Flame, what are you doing here? Do you have any idea how long we have been searching for you?" Flame looked away from him and pointedly fixed her gaze on her shoes, her face reddening sheepishly. I am sorry, brother. I was not thinking." "You most certainly were not. Don't you know how dangerous a city like this can be for a girl like you? You could have gotten hurt, or worse." Seith gave her a stern glare, but then his demeanor softened and he threw his arms around her. "This is why I worry about you, Flame," he murmured, holding her in a tight embrace. "Dimitri, Didu, Edelgard, good work finding her," Byleth said, relieved. "It was nothing, Professor, we were just lucky," Edelgard said, though inwardly she welcomed Byleth's praise. "Let's meet up with the rest of the class before it gets dark." Flame was in a far more subdued and withdrawn mood when she was brought back to the inn. Seith wouldn't let her out of his sight, or even let her slip so much as out of arm's length, and when they reached the inn, he immediately took her to their room and vanished behind a shut and locked door. Edelgard couldn't say she envied Flame. She knew what it was like to be locked up in a cage, to have the shape of her life decided for her, and while, of course, it was obvious that Seith cared a great deal about her safety and did love her dearly, he was also quite strict and paternal and could scold with such intensity that even Edelgard herself sometimes dreaded the thought. The streets beyond Edelgard's bedroom window were dark, and the only lights shining in the city now were the faint glimmers of torchlight from behind other walls and the occasional late-night carriage or pedestrian. More than ready to get some sleep, though she regretted not having the time to explore the city as some of her classmates had, she began to ready herself for bed, slipping out of her uniform and slipping into her pajamas. "Hey, Lady Edelgard? Can I come in?" Annette asked, knocking on the door. Edelgard sat down on her bed and laid back, letting herself sink into the mattress and watching the soft amber light of the lamp on the bedside table cast wavering shadows across the ceiling. She would have to get what sleep she could tonight. Tomorrow marked the beginning of another few days' ride back to the monastery. "You may." Annette opened the door and walked in. She had a basket under her arm, no doubt filled with all sorts of goodies from the local shops, but didn't have the cheerful look on her soft, round face that Edelgard would have expected to see from someone who'd spent the evening having fun. She set the basket down at the foot of the bed on the opposite side of the room and tended to her bags without even a word about what she'd found. "Is Flame okay?" she asked. "We'll see when Seith is done with her," Edelgard said. "Don't worry. She didn't get far, and she was fortunate enough to run into my uncle before we caught up with her." Annette let out a heavy, forlorn sigh, curling a lock of her short, carrot-red hair around one finger. "I can't believe I was out shopping while the rest of you were so worried about her. If I'd just waited a few minutes, I wouldn't have missed her running off." "Don't worry. It all worked out in the end," Edelgard assured her. "At least you got to see some of the beautiful Silver Maiden." "Yeah, but we're not here for fun, we're here to escort Seith and Flame," Annette said. "And I just ran off like a tourist instead. What if we'd been assigned to a battle, and instead of fighting I just ran off to marvel at the scenery while you guys took care of everything? I can't believe myself." "Our mission was to bring Seith and Flame to Arianrod," Edelgard said. "The moment we arrived here, we had already done our duty. Besides, like you said, you were already gone by the time Flame ran away. No one can blame you for that, I guess." Annette shook her head. "I just don't want people to think I'm lazy." "Yeah. You don't have to be responsible for everything. A little idleness is good for the soul every once in a while. In moderation, of course." Annette laughed. "That's rich coming from you, Edelgard. You train almost as much as Felix and Ingrid do." "Yes, well, I spent the past 17 years being idle, so I've learned from experience the dangers of overindulgence, in both directions. You can indulge in work, too, not just leisure. You sound just like the professor. Edelgard's heart leaped. Do I? She asked, not in the slightest bit surprised. In her world, she'd overheard Byleth having the talk with Annette about her tendency to take on too many burdens many times. It had taken a while to sink in, and the Annette she knew still had a long way to go. Yeah. I swear, in our lectures sometimes it's like you two are on the exact same wavelength. Like you've known her for years. How about that? Annette rummaged through her bag. Lady Edelgard. Please, just Edelgard is fine. Right. Edelgard? Can you turn around or close your eyes or something? I'm gonna change into my jammies. Your what? My jammies. Annette pulled a bundle of robin's egg blue flannel cloth from her bag and unfolded them into a matching set of blouse and pants. You know, Jimmy Jams? PJs? Like what you've got on. Oh, pajamas, Edelgard said sheepishly. She'd never heard anyone, even Annette, use that sort of slang before. Perhaps that was another point of divergence between this world and hers. She rolled onto her side, facing away from Annette, and closed her eyes. Okay, I'm ready. Thanks, Edelgard. Your jammies are really cute, by the way, Annette said to her while she changed. Thank you. It's okay for me to talk to you like this, right, Lady Edelgard? I don't see anyone from the Empire to take offense at it, Edelgard said. Be as casual as you like. Anyway, did you find anything interesting at the shops today? Boy, did I. Annette chirped. There was a confectioner in town, and he said he only sets up shop in the fall. He had blackcurrant candies, and rose candies, and even sour lime candies. I could eat them until my teeth fall out. And he spins sugar like a glass blower, it's incredible. He says he's also invented a drink that's as sweet as candy, but bubbly like champagne, though he only sells it during the summer. Do you like sweets, Edelgard? I've been known to indulge from time to time. Merci, and I can't get enough of them, merci especially. I've never seen anyone with such a sweet tooth. She sounds like Lysithea, Edelgard murmured, unsurprised. Perhaps a voracious appetite for sweets was a side effect of surviving crest implantation experiments. She'd noticed that she didn't crave sugary treats quite as much in this world as she did in her own, and that her stomach wasn't so easily upset. Did his lunch had proven that to her. Who? Oh, nothing. No one you would know. Old friend. I can set aside a few candies in a little pouch for you, Annette suggested, before Merci inhales the rest. I'd like that. You're good friends with Mercedes, aren't you? Yeah, of course. She's like family. When I bring her home, it's like I've got two moms. Pardon my asking, but was her hair always white? Huh? Yeah, as long as I've known her. The other kids called her the walking phantasm. When we first met at Fherdiad, she took me aside and told me her hair was the source of all her power. She's strong. Boy, is she. Right from the first day, she was better than any of the professors at the Royal School of Sorcery. Sometimes they'd let her teach their classes. Edelgard smiled, but bitterly. It seemed Mercedes really was the Lysithea of this world. She's not much for showing off anymore, though, Annette said. She's gotten so sickly. I'm actually kinda surprised she came to Garreg Mach at all. I'm always worried one day she'll push herself too far and something will, break. She'll be fine, Edelgard assured her, as long as you're watching over her. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Annette called out. Hello, Annette. Flayn called back, her voice muffled behind the closed door. It's me, Flayn. May I come in? Go ahead. Annette called out, and Edelgard realized that she didn't have to keep her eyes closed anymore. She sat up and swung her legs over the side of her bed. The door swung open and Flayn stepped into the room wearing a mint green nightgown, her head bowed and her hands clasped behind her back. She rocked back and forth anxiously on her heels, her teeth kneading her lower lip. Hello, Annette, Lady Edelgard. She bowed. My brother has let me leave our room briefly so that I may apologize for the trouble I have caused and give you two a proper goodbye. She spoke slowly, as though reciting a speech she'd memorized by rote. I am sorry for causing you such distress through my conduct and hope you may forgive me. Ah, it's okay, Flayn, Annette cooed, resting her arm around the young girl's shoulders. Having to leave your home is really tough. We don't blame you for snapping at all. Right, Edelgard. It was a blessing in disguise, really, Edelgard offered. If you hadn't run off, I might never have found out my uncle and brother were here. Flayn sniffled. Still, though, I caused you all such worry. I ought to have known better. I wished this journey had taken longer, she admitted. I thought we would have more time to bond and be friends. But I suppose this is where our paths diverge. For now, Edelgard assured her. It'd be nice if we knew where you were going, Annette said. Then we could send letters to each other to keep in touch. Flayn thoughtfully coiled a lock of her curly emerald hair around one finger. I think I know where we're going. Don't tell us, Edelgard told her. You might put yourself at risk. You'll see us again, there's no need to compromise your safety. You can tell us, Annette retorted. She held a hand over her chest. I swear to the goddess, Edelgard, and I won't tell another soul on pain of death. Cross my heart and hope to die. Edelgard stood up. Annette, do you mean that? Would you refuse to give up her location even under the threat of death and torture? Would you stand up to someone like the Hurricane King if he demanded to know where she'd gone? Annette went pale, and her eyes darted to the side, failing to meet Edelgard's gaze. Why you're kind of creeping me out, Your Highness. Sorry. Edelgard sat back down on the side of her bed. It wasn't like her, in this world anyway, to be so serious. She had to keep in mind who she was pretending to be at least a little bit. I got a little carried away, I guess. You're right, though. I'd never really thought about that, but I wouldn't tell a soul, not even the Hurricane King. Not ever. Flayn, your secret won't leave this room. I promise. Annette's heart was always in the right place, and when she made promises like that, she usually intended to keep them. Sometimes intending wasn't good enough, but she was always made of tougher stuff than her cherubic face and rosy chipmunk cheeks suggested. Well, brother is being cagey, as he often is, but we have an uncle who lives near Lake Totates, just north of here, Flayn said. We might stay there for a few days or weeks. I also have an uncle who lives further northeast in Srang. But I think wherever we go, we will eventually settle down on the Rhodos coast to the northwest. That way, we will be close to Mother. Your mother lives there? Annette asked. Flayn shook her head. No, that is where we laid her to rest. I'm sorry, Edelgard said. She recalled her own mother what little she could. She couldn't recall her face very well, but sometimes her voice was clearer. After her uncle had taken the two of them to Fhirdiad, they'd been separated. Edelgard had lived with her uncle, and her mother had vanished. For all she knew, she had passed away long ago. But that had been in her world, her past. Here in this world, who knew how things had turned out? Maybe her mother was alive and well to this day, living in Fhirdiad under a false name. Maybe this world's Edelgard had a habit of visiting her from time to time. Edelgard wasn't sure how to feel about that possibility. No, it is okay. She passed away when I was much younger than I am now, Flayn said. It has been a very long time. And your father's gone, too, right? Annette asked. If it's just you and Seath. Yes. Just me and my brother, I'm afraid. It sounds like you'll be awfully lonely up there, with no one but your big brother for company. I'm so sorry, Flayn. No wonder you ran away. I don't have much of a family anymore either since my father left, so I know what that's like. But Edelgard, you've got enough brothers and sisters for the both of us, don't you? Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. She did now, although they weren't exactly hers. But it wasn't something she could explain, and the sentiment didn't sit well with her. She had a large family. She was blessed with so many siblings. No traumas had scarred her body and soul. Her claim to the pain and suffering seared into her mind and branded into her dreams was as legitimate in this world as her claim to the throne, ninth in line out of 11, a middling, mediocre girl with a middling, mediocre life, even if the past she knew told a different story. Yes, she said, trying to wipe at her eyes as surreptitiously as possible. You two are welcome to have some of them, if you'd like. Flayn smiled. Well, I would definitely like to have a brother like Prince Burkhart. Annette smiled, too. Oh, that gives me a good idea. Renting out my family to orphans and children from broken families? Edelgard asked. No. We can have a little slumber party right here in this room. I don't see how that quite follows from Flayn's point, Edelgard began, but I packed my makeup kit with my stuff, and a few sweets for the road, and then there's the stuff I picked up in town today while you were all out searching, and we can invite Ingrid, too, and Merci if she's not too worn out, and we can spend all night putting on makeup and doing our hair and talking about boys and so on. It'll be a proper going-away party. Flayn's eyes sparkled. Really? You would do that for me? Sure. If you're gonna be alone for who knows how long, then the least we can do is make sure you're not alone tonight. What do you think, Edelgard? Edelgard squirmed atop the bedside she'd been sitting on. A slumber party? Sharing a room with the rest of the Blue Lions girls? What if she had one of her nightmares? Or night terrors? What if she started mumbling all sorts of revealing things in her sleep? But, she reasoned, this world's version of herself would have probably jumped at the opportunity, so she would have to cross that bridge when she came to it. I think it sounds like a great idea, she said, as long as Seath is okay with it. Flayn's face fell. Ah. I had not considered that. After what I did, and what I shouted at him, I doubt he would permit me. He's got to make an exception. This is our last day together. Annette said. Look, Edelgard and I will talk some sense into him, you'll see. You will? Flayn asked. We will. Edelgard asked. Against all odds, they did manage to convince Seath to be lenient and allow Flayn one last night with her friends. That night, the rest of the girls, Ingrid with some cajoling, brought their bedrolls into Annette's room, pushing aside the beds and reorganizing the room's furniture to maximize floor space. Annette and Mercedes shared some of their favorite sweets and pastries. Edelgard used her extensive knowledge of caring for brittle white hair to carefully brush and braid Mercedes' long, snowy tresses. Ingrid actually deigned to let Annette practice on her with her new makeup kit. Rumors were spread, spooky legends regarding the ancient heroes and villains of Fodlan were told, high-stakes games of truth or dare were played. Edelgard, unfortunately, unwilling to expose the gaps in her own knowledge of her past, had no choice but to take on riskier and riskier dares. A wide variety of lipsticks were tested on a wide variety of cheeks and hands. Flayn beamed all the while, her elated grin never left her face for even an instant as she joined in the merriment. Edelgard had only ever seen her so happy in situations involving fish. The night ran long. Mercedes was the first to retire, blaming it on her weak constitution. Ingrid was next, and when she curled up in her bedroll, she suggested to the others to do the same due to the long days of travel ahead of them. With few left to carry the torch, Annette called it a night, and with that, the great girls' night had come to an end, with only Edelgard and Flayn left awake. Edelgard laid awake long after the other Blue Lions had begun softly snoring. As worn out and as exhausted physically and emotionally as she was, sleep eluded her. She kept seeing Burkhart's face when she closed her eyes, and when she opened her eyes and stared up at the darkness, she still kept seeing it. He'd grown up handsome, strong, smart, kind, compassionate, friendly, funny. Good Goddess Almighty, he'd grown up perfect. Edelgard wondered, what if he had survived the monstrous experiments of those who slither instead of her? Would he have been stronger than her? Smarter than her? Would he have committed himself to walk the same path as her? Would he have done it better than her? Surely he would have. He had been the best of them all. Edelgard choked back tears. Why, then, had he had to die first? Edelgard. Flayn whispered, her faint voice cutting through the quiet. She was lying next to her, so her hushed whisper did not have far to travel. Yes, Flayn. Edelgard whispered back, trying not to keep her voice from breaking. I do not think I want this night to end. I had that thought once. 2 weeks ago, there was a morning I didn't want to see, because it would mean the most wonderful night of my life would have to come to an end. And she had ended up never seeing it. Like the story Mercedes told of the cursed monkey's paw, which brought all wishes true with a horrible cost. What happened 2 weeks ago? It's a long story. But are you still afraid to let yourself sleep, even here? She asked Flayn, recalling their conversation from the other night. I do not want you to be gone when I wake up, Flayn said to her. She rolled over, her bedroll rustling around her. Her silhouette was black against the darkness enveloping the bedroom. Edelgard, may I tell you a secret? Edelgard listened closely and did not answer until she had made sure she could count 3 other people snoring. You may if you like, she said, keeping her voice down. I'm excellent at secret keeping. I know it sounds like a silly fear, to be afraid of falling asleep, she said, but the nightmares I have, where I wake up with only my brother, and everyone else I know has been lost to history, they are not merely fantasies. It happened to me once. A long time ago, I was injured very badly, and I had to sleep for a very long time. When I awoke from that accursed slumber, all I had left was him. My mother was alive the day I fell asleep, if only barely, but when I awoke. I'm sorry, Flayn. The story confirmed several of Edelgard's suspicions regarding the girl. While she may have looked and acted like a teenage girl, she was most definitely much older than 17, and if her passing resemblance to Archbishop Rhea and that glimpse Edelgard had seen of her pointed ears were any indication, it was highly likely that she, and by extension, her brother, were not human. But Edelgard took no joy in having those suspicions confirmed. May I tell you a secret as well? She asked. Yes, most certainly. I would be honored to keep a secret for you, Your Highness. You mustn't tell anyone. Not even my big brother, Flayn assured her. Again, Edelgard listened closely and made sure no one else was listening. I told you of my nightmares the other night as well. Do you remember? Yes. Your siblings. Those are not mere fantasies, either. Those tragic events happened to me. And yet they did not. Edelgard took a deep breath. I am, not from this world, Flayn. I am Edelgard von Hresvelg, but from a different version of this world, the same in so many ways, except that my life was not so carefree. Somehow, this world's Edelgard and I have switched places. Here, the horrible tragedies that marred my life exist only in my head. That's horrible. On top of losing my family as a child, a few months from now, in my world, a horrible war broke out across all of Fodlan. After 5 terrible years, I emerged victorious and strove to create a better world, one where a war like that would never happen again. When we finally won the peace, I found true love. The night I wed my beloved, surrounded by my friends, I slept soundly for the first time in my life, and then I woke up here, 7 years in the past, alone. And you lost all your friends, Flayn whispered. Oh, I am so sorry, Edelgard. She sat up and pulled herself and her bedroll even closer to Edelgard's, then laid back down and curled up at her side, resting her head against her shoulder. Was I there? She murmured, laying a warm hand atop Edelgard's. Where? At your wedding. You said you were surrounded by your friends. In your world, in the future, was I among them? Edelgard curled her hand around Flayn's. She'd never realized just how sweet and kind this girl really was, nor how much the two of them had ended up having in common here, though they had been on opposite sides of the war in her world. She'd never questioned Bylotha's decision to spare her and Seath during the Church of Ciro's counter-attack against the Imperial-occupied monastery, and now she was grateful for it. What could she say to her, though? It would be counterproductive to tell Flayn the truth when the not-so-young girl was seeking comfort from her. Yes, she lied. Yes, Flayn. We were friends. Good, Flayn said. I shall miss you terribly, Edelgard. So will I. It is nice on the Rhodos coast. We often fished there, my father, my mother, and I. When my brother and I go there, I will think of the professor whenever we go fishing, and the blue lions, and you, too. I shall imagine that all of my friends are with me, just like tonight. Edelgard nodded, feeling a familiar hollow burrow its way through her heart. As though sensing that, Flame curled up even closer to her. The wedding must have been lovely, though. Even if it means we shall never meet again, I hope you find a way back to your own world soon. Thank you. I am sure your world's version of myself misses you as well. Maybe she will feel better when you tell her that whether in your world or mine, or in any other world, we are always friends. Maybe, Edelgard agreed, feeling the weight of her deception press down on her chest and squeeze her heart like a vice. Flame let out a contented sigh and drifted to sleep. She began to snore. Edelgard closed her eyes, careful not to wish that the dawn would never come. Morning came too soon, and once the sun had risen over Arianrod's gleaming walls, Seath and Flame set out, and the blue lions saw them off. Seath left his wyvern behind, offering it to the local garrison, and prepared to drive his carriage past the city's northern wall and vanish down the winding roads. After however long he and Flame had lived at Garreg Mach, the two of them would fade once more into the mists of time, and only he knew how long they would remain hidden. As the carriage pulled away from the inn and the horses drew it down the street, Flame poked her head out of the window and waved goodbye. I shall see you all again soon, she called out. I promise. Safe travels, Flame. Annette chirped, waving back. Edelgard offered a half-hearted wave of her own. There went perhaps the most innocent girl she'd ever known. She could only hope that no one who wished her ill would discover where she and Seath had decided to hide. With that, there was no further reason for the Blue Lions to remain in Arianrod, so before the sun could rise too high in the sky, Byleth led the class away to the city's southern gates, only for a legion of kingdom soldiers on horseback to greet them. Leading the legion was a man who could have been Felix's or Glenn's twin if he were not so much older. The class came to a halt save for Dimitri, who trotted forward on his horse to greet the soldiers. Rodrigue. Or Lord Rodrigue, rather. Excuse me. I did not expect to run into you here. Edelgard noticed a few heads turn toward Felix, who maintained an absolutely stony and stoic face in front of the man who was obviously some relative of his. One of his eyebrows twitched and his fists clenched the reins of his steed. Nor did I. Why are you leaving this fine city so early in the morning? Why are you defiling this fine city so early in the morning? Felix grumbled under his breath. We had business here, but that has been concluded, Dimitri explained, taking a moment to shoot a sideways glare at Felix. And what brings you here, my friend? Oh, just a matter to discuss with Lord Arundel and Prince Burkhard of the Empire, Rodrigue said with a smile. They were quite keen on meeting me here in this city. Nostalgic, I suppose. Oh, but what is this? Your class seems to have expanded since last I visited Garreg Mach. His eyes met Edelgard's, he stroked the fine mustache etched around his lip thoughtfully. Who is this gorgeous young woman accompanying you? Dimitri sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. Ah. My apologies for not introducing you sooner, Rodrigue. This is Lady Edelgard, one of the Empire's minor princesses. Edelgard, this is Lord Rodrigue Akilfrildarius, the Lord Regent of Faerghus. Edelgard tried to hide how much the phrase minor princess stung. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Frildarius, she said, offering Rodrigue a polite bow. She transferred into our class a little over a week ago, Dimitri explained as Rodrigue trotted toward her and dismounted his horse. She's quite a hard worker and shows great potential. Rodrigue offered Edelgard a placid, friendly smile. He was quite a dashing-looking man, not perpetually sullen like Felix, but with the same strong jawline his elder son had inherited and the same wavy indigo hair that tickled the fur-lined cloak draped over his shoulders. Lady Edelgard? Ah, you are Folkhard's niece, are you not? He bowed down and reached out to her, and before Edelgard knew it, he had taken her hand and planted his lips on it. A pleasure to meet you, he said, pulling away, Your Highness. Perhaps Edelgard was imagining it, but there was a familiar glint in his deep, dark amber eyes. She couldn't quite place it, but it was intensely familiar. He'd been at the siege of Arianrod in her time, too, hadn't he? Had she killed him herself? She couldn't quite remember. Someone had killed him. Perhaps it had been her. That would explain why he seemed so disquietingly familiar. The pleasure is all mine, Edelgard coolly replied, withdrawing her hand. Well then, Rodrigue said, climbing back onto his horse and swinging his leg over its back, I shan't keep you, Lady Edelgard. Nor you, Prince Dmitri. I wish you a safe trip back to Gareg Mach. Wait, Dmitri said. Now that you are here, I do have some news for you. Yeah, Sylvain chimed in. We found your son. Rodrigue looked directly at Felix. I see you have. Good job, Sylvain. I will tell Margrave Gautier to be extra proud of you when next I visit him. Felix rolled his eyes. Your other son, Rodrigue, he snapped. You know, Glenn. Turns out he didn't die in a blaze of glory and fulfill his knightly duty. You must be so disappointed. Rodrigue scowled at him. What have I told you about speaking to me like that, Felix? Draw your sword, old man, and see if you can beat me into remembering. Nestled between the folded wings of her Pegasus, Ingrid glanced between the two Frildariuses and cringed from second-hand embarrassment. Felix, is that any way to speak to your father? She asked. It seemed from her demeanor that Sylvain wasn't the only boy in her class she was used to having to clean up after. Felix let out a bitter laugh. As though he's even really my father. You've heard the boar's news, Rodrigue, so go have your tea party with whoever. We're leaving. Rodrigue sighed and gave his son a pitying glance. Prince Dmitri, he said, turning to the prince, I would like to know more. How did you find Glenn? Is he well? I would be happy to tell you everything, Dmitri said, unless, of course, you are running late for your meeting with Prince Burkhardt. No, that is not until noon. I have plenty of time this morning. Ride with me to the garrison, if you may, we shall talk there. Dmitri nodded. Come along, Didu. Professor, I apologize, but I will not be long, he said, tugging on his reins and spurring his horse on after Rodrigue. Didu, like his shadow, followed. Professor, Annette asked, raising her hand, since we'll be here a little longer, can we go out and do some proper sightseeing? Byleth smiled and led the remainder of the class along. As the class explored the streets of Arianrod, Edelgard inched closer to Felix. Excuse me, she said to him in a low voice, Felix, when you said your father was not your father, what? Mind your own business, princess, Felix spat. If he wants to think that Dembor's more of a son to him than me, then that's his business, he said, and with that, he pressed onward. Dmitri returned to the Blue Lions later in the morning, and together they set out from Arianrod. The Silver Maiden slowly sank beneath the horizon like a ship sinking beneath the ocean waves, and Edelgard had to force herself not to imagine great pillars of light falling from the heavens behind her and reducing it to dust. Check the description for the links to the author.